airplanes racing is just cool. You know, it's taking NASCAR and putting it in the sky, only faster. So obviously it's inherently awesome.
It's like anything. The first time you're out there is just indescribable.
It's unequaled as far as excitement.
This is an event that's iconic.
8 airplanes on the course, plane to airplane, nose to nose.
Fastest motorsport in the world, not even close.
We'll introduce the sport class racers. Peter Ballmer of Switzerland, James Stringer of England, Matthias Hyde of Austria,
Yes.
Oliver Longard.
All right, you have been
of
watching
France,
the opening
and
ceremonies, the
Carl
welcoming
Rove
ceremonies here. We are ready for racing, biplane racing to be sure. This is Heat 2A. This is Gold Class. We're going 6 laps with these planes here. And we have underway here. We are in lap number 1.
Yes, and it looks like Phantom was scratched this morning, so Andrew Bueller is not in this
Race
race.
62 not in this one, okay.
So that puts John D'Alessandro on the pole with Scott Thompson in the middle and Sam Swift. So here they are coming around pylon 6, coming towards home pylon. You're going to see a green flag up, and this is the start of the race. So that looks like Scott Thompson in the lead in second chance with John D'Alessandro in second place, with Sam Swift coming in third, Eric Zine fourth, Dave Roloff's fifth, Tony Higa sixth, and we have Alan Hoover is coming in at the end of that tail end, Charlie. Alan is the dad, Brian's the son, so
okay.
Alan's
Again,
flying today.
we're going 6 laps. We're going just under 19 miles total. It will not take a long time. And again, this is the top class, the gold class of biplane racing. Right now, Scott Thompson in the lead, race 66.
Absolutely. Scott Thompson just finished that airplane. It got hit his airport. Jeff Rose and Eric all got together and took extra parts, and they all built this airplane, and that's why it's called second hand. So we have third place. There's Eric Zine. He's the vice president of the biplane class. Excellent pilot, great guy. He's in third right now.
Coming around, completing lap number 1 is Eric Zine.
Looks like fourth. Yep. Back to the leader. Yeah, that would be Scott Thompson from outside of Sacramento. He used to be a U-2 pilot in the United States Air Force.
Quite a story behind that plane, huh?
Big time. It's so funny to just see it, and there's like, oh yeah, we got the gear from such and such, we got the canopy from so-and-so, but they've made it work. They need a little paint to make it pretty, but it looks good.
That's why they call it second hand.
I know, I love that name. Good choice. And that would be on the screen right now, that would be our Sam Swift, number 3 in.
They say it's important for a man to know his limitations, so I know I'm standing between.
That's 4th and 5th place, where we found Sam Smith right there.
So we talked earlier about this, about all the red airplanes in the biplane class, all the red Pittses, and it starts getting a little hard. But you can see the 3 on the lower wing, so you know that's Sam Swift right there. There's 66, that's Scott Thompson one more time.
There's Scott Thompson again, your leader, got off to a good start here.
Really pulling ahead of the crowd.
He is increasing his lead over race 18, John D'Alessandro's.
Right. There's Sam Swift one more time, number 3. And that would be checkerboards on the bottom.
That's another reason. So, sum it up.
That's still Scott or Sam Swift. Okay, so this is the 3rd lap. We have a 6-lap race, 3.5 miles per lap. It's red pits and then a red pits. But there's our leader, Scott Thompson. But you know what? John D'Alessandro is making it interesting here.
Absolutely. He was the second post position here. It was going to be first post. Well, actually, he's the first post position. Andrew Bueller was
exciting
stretched.
one. That's Tony Higa.
Oh, look at this one.
And that's Alan Hoover catching up on him on the back of the course. Tony Higa has a tendency to fly pretty low, so. And then Alan Hoover is also a military, retired military. Tony Higa is one of our Japanese competitors. He's aircraft mechanic out of Redlands, California now.
Race 31 and 32 in that showdown near the back of the pack there. It's good racing all the way through these 7 competitors here.
If you got a chance to see that, Alan Hoover was getting rocked a little bit by some bad air. You see him going up here a little bit. That's because he was getting some dirty air from Tony Higa's airplane. The props put off a little bit of turbulence for us, and it makes it a little messy for us.
A little rough and ready out there today. Yeah. These guys are racing hard.
Alan was like, that's enough of that. I'm going to move up a little bit.
Yeah, why not?
Exactly. And that's our second chance. That's our leader right now. That's Scott Thompson. There he is.
Scott Thompson getting ready for lap number 5.
This is it, lap 5.
Still holding his lead ahead of race 18, John D'Alessandris.
Quite a lead. We talked about this earlier this morning. Sometimes the best racing is not for the first place. And this one is quite interesting with Tony Higa and Alan Hoover. Yeah, Alan is just getting rocked. See how much his wings are moving around?
Oh, yeah. Boy, he's having a rough ride back there.
I still would have pulled up. I'm just, you know.
Dirty air, not fun.
No, not at all. No. That's why you buckle in pretty tight. And it's no fun to fly through, and doesn't make you more competitive. I'd rather go up a little bit higher.
And these guys, 50 foot is the minimum.
Boy, it's so embarrassing to watch that. I feel like so bad for him. Oh. And this is Scott Thompson coming in. This will be white flag.
White flag, white flag.
Number 66 coming across the home pylon right now. He's got his white flag. This is the last lap.
Scott Thompson.
And then John D'Alessandro, who's a local boy here, has a big old hangar here. Great guy. And the excitement keeps going with Tony Higa and Alan Hoover.
These two qualified in 7 and 8 post position, so they started at the back of the pack here, and they're getting all the racing they want today, for sure. They're getting their money's worth.
It's funny, there's very little difference between the back of the gold and the front of the silver, but the front of the silver has a cleaner race than the back of the gold.
Good point.
You can see poor Alan. And they're finally going across the home pylon. Here comes our leader coming around pylon 5 and 6.
This race is almost over. We are in the final lap, getting ready for the checkered flag, and boy, it is Scott Thompson all the way.
It's an amazing airplane.
Checkered flag, checkered flag.
Second place is going to be your local John D'Alessandro and number 18.
Could never get much traction on Scott Thompson right there. Scott Thompson
all.
with a masterful race, no
Here comes a pass
problem
coming
at
around.
all.
Back here, we've got Sam Swift and Eric Zine.
Eric Zine in the yellow plane.
Again, hard
Sam
to tell
Swift.
who's going to win this one. Looks like Sam Swift's got it, but I've been wrong before.
Well, we've been changed at the very end before too.
It's always that yellow airplane.
And
that comes
almost
up.
Eric Zine trying to run him down, didn't get it done.
Oh, sorry, there's Dave Roloffs right there.
That's race 11 right there.
He had a nice quiet race, no one to race him. But these two have been
Here's
battling
our battle.
the whole time.
Who's going to finish
It's like
in
Tony
the cellar
Higa
here?
And Alan Hoover. That's an amazing race. That's a lot of fun. So that was for the last place, but it was just as exciting as for first place.
Got some unofficial results to show you here, and of course Scott Thompson, as we said, John D'Alessandris in second place here. Sam Swift closing out Eric Zine in the final moments there, and Dave Roloff's in 5th place. Tony Higa and Alan Hoover in that great battle for 6th and 7th place, and it would be Tony Higa getting the best part, 31 over 32.
Hopefully we had a good clean race and we can see what happens in Heat 3A. Here they go.
Here we go, and we are off.
Wow, looks like Jeff Lowe is taking the lead on the runway. Again, he's got a different prop from the other teams. Oh, wow, and it looks like Andrew Bueller. There's Jeff Lowe, just peeling away from the rest of them.
Jeff Lowe, race 6. Wow, what a lead.
Unbelievable. That was great off the ground. And then Andrew Bueller in the Mong right behind him. Casey Erickson's having some trouble this morning, and Anthony Oshinaga is gaining on her already. So 4th is following number 1. So we have our top 3 coming around pylon 1, 2, 3. This is Jeff Lowe in the lead and Miss Diane. And then we have Andrew Bueller in 26. That's the Mistress.
Again, we're going for 6 laps here. This is lap number 1.
Yep, so Jeff Lowe's strongly in the lead at this point, but I think Andrew has something special up his sleeve as well in that Mong. Yes, second place, that's Andrew Bueller in the Mong, the Mistress. Black airplane, that's the Mong. It's totally different design. Coming around pylon 4, 5, and 6. And there's Jeff Lowe again.
And the Miss Diane, that blue and yellow. Unmistakable right there, looking very, very strong. A tremendous start for that airplane.
Unbelievable. I want to find out what prop he's using. Yeah, he's coming around home pylon.
If anything, he has gained a second over his next two pursuers.
Absolutely. Andrew Bueller in the Mong, and here comes Anthony Oceanuga in the pits, number 33.
Anthony Oceanuga coming up from that second tier
I
from
know,
the
that's
fourth
crazy.
position.
And then Casey, who had the pole, is in fourth place. Kevin Harper, one of our rookies, is coming in right behind her. That's going to be another race, too. So
you think that might have been a prop issue with Casey Erickson, possibly?
I think it could be. Maybe a mixture issue. One of the things, a lot of these teams will be at sea level, and they'll come up here and have a lot of difference in how they set up their aircraft. But this is Jeff Lowe. And there he is. He's coming around 4, 5, and 6. And then he'll be coming in to the home pylon.
That is Jeff Lowe,
And
race number 6. Looking at second and third right now.
Right, so it looks like Jeff is pulled out enough that the race is for second and third. And that would be Andrew Bueller and Anthony. The black airplane is Andrew Bueller in the Mistress, and Anthony is in Black Hawk.
And Andrew Bueller may have put a little bit more space between himself
Yep, here's
and Anthony
Jeff
Oceanuga.
Lowe. Look at him go.
Boy, just running a perfect race so far, it would seem.
Absolutely. Very talented pilot, been around a long time. This is not his first rodeo.
Pitts 1S. Just absolutely taking charge of this race from the very beginning, even on the deck.
And no one's even remotely close to him. So Andrew Bueller and then Anthony Oceanuga. And then behind them, we still have Casey with Kevin Harper in hot pursuit. But our leader, Jeff Lowe, that beautiful yellow and blue aircraft. I think it was very nice of him to paint his airplane something besides red.
That's nice. Helps us for sure. We're a little selfish that way. There it is.
You could see how he gently goes in those turns and gently comes out of them. It doesn't rub off as much speed. Yes, so second place, we've got Andrew Bueller coming up, coming towards home pylon. And right behind him, we've got Anthony Oceanuga.
Anthony Oceanuga maybe has made up just a little time.
Yeah, it looks good.
On Andrew Bueller. That's definitely, as you say, Marilyn, the race is for second and third right now because of the tremendous lead held by Jeff Lowe.
Yes. And it's so fun to watch Jeff. I haven't seen the Eagles.
Well, they're out there.
I know. Oh, here's one.
We don't want to neglect them. Here comes one right now.
You gotta love this one. This is Tommy Sewell's, and he has giant pink numbers on his for his daughter.
It's Plane Junkies is the name of that one.
Okay, second and third, we've got Andrew Bueller and Anthony Oceanuga again. In the Mistress and Black Hawk. And here we go, Jeff Lowe.
All chasing this guy right here and chasing from a good distance back.
It's all Jeff. You can see he's got a metal propeller on it today. You can see the shining from the sun. I must know what propeller that is, Jeff.
Yeah, we have to find out what his secret is.
Exactly.
As he begins lap number 4 for our leader, Jeff Lowe. Everyone else completing lap number 3. There's the Mong right there.
Yeah, Andrew's still in second place, Andrew Bueller.
And Anthony Oceanuga.
That's your 1, 2, 3 right now. Barring any pylon cuts, that's what's going to happen. Second place is definitely Andrew Bueller. He lives up in Washington State, and he's skipped a few years in here. Oh my,
All right, going around traffic
That's
again.
pretty
Remember, a vision is a challenge for all of these pilots here, so they have to be careful around pylons and also passing aircraft.
What they usually do is communicate, and Jeff will probably say, "I'm coming up on your right," and just hold your position, and I'll pass you. He's coming around 4, 5, and 6 again. We'll be on. This is lap 4, going to lap 5 coming up. But it's all Jeff Lowe today so far in this race.
Not too far away in the Bay Area, San Jose, California, coming over here and racing.
He was
perfectly.
He was one of the first drone commercial pilots that I knew when the commercial drone pilot.
When they began to license.
Right. Yeah. He was the first one. This is Andrew Bueller in second place. The Mistress is coming up on lapping traffic, so he'll be lapping, that would be Freaky and Robert Austin.
Robert Austin, yep.
And let's see, where's Jeff now?
I think we got all our planes into lap 5 right now.
That looks like Andrew Bueller.
Andrew Bueller, Mistress, race 26, and holding down second place here.
Back to our leader, Jeff Lowe, with a huge lead. They're hard to find. Little biplanes. There he is. It's easy to see him with that propeller that shines with the sun.
Yeah, he turns back into facing the east, flying east, and he's very visible. And what an incredible race, and only
Yeah, this is our white flag lap.
white flag, and
lap 6.
Jeff Lowe just dominant here.
And still in second place, number 26, Andrew Bueller. And right behind him should be Anthony Oceanuga.
Race 33, third place, started out in 4th place, came up from the 2nd row. Good on Anthony.
And the real question is, what happened to Casey's aircraft? So this gentleman is, that would be Robert Austin. He was just lapped. But yeah, Jeff Lowe, our leader.
Taking it down the back stretch, and just really no worries at this point for this guy.
Absolutely. He's probably relaxing, thinking about, you know, his next cup of coffee when he gets on the ground after this. He doesn't have much to worry about.
A little chilly here this morning in Reno, so these guys are getting plenty of fresh air in the cockpits of these biplanes for sure.
Actually, we tape all that stuff up to keep the drag from coming.
Oh, do you?
So it's warm in that cockpit.
All right, nice.
As soon as you get out, though, the cold air hits. Here he comes, coming around pylon 6. And this is our winner, barring any pylon cuts or any natural disasters. This is our winner, Jeffrey Lowe of San Jose, California.
Unofficially your winner.
Second place, Andrew Bueller.
It's going to be a while before Andrew gets here, and right on his tail, Anthony Oceanuga.
Maybe not second. No, he got it.
He's got it, but great effort from Anthony, and
big checkered flag
race
flying for them.
33, but 26.
Here comes Casey Erickson, number 4, started on the pole. You can see how they dramatically pull up to go to the cool down.
Yeah, if you've never watched before, that's how you leave the race course. You go up.
Yes, and Kevin Harper, he's in 5th place, and one of our rookies in the yellow aircraft. That's Robert Austin, our dentist out of Canada. And somewhere is going to be Tommy Sewell in his beautiful blue and yellow Eagle.
Yeah, it's our second Kristen Eagle coming across there, and that should complete the final lap. Biplane Heat 2B here is now in the books, not official yet.
Jeffrey Lowe, Miss Diane, number 6. Andrew Bueller, 26, Mistress. Anthony Oceanuga in Blackhawk, number 3. And Casey Erickson in her bat plane, number 8. And Kevin Harper, one of our rookies in the yellow Bomber. Tommy Sewell, Plane Junkies, in the blue and yellow Kristen Eagle. And then Robert Austin in Freaky.
And if you're just joining us, and Scott McDonald fans, he was scratched before the race. No in-race problems for Kristen Eagle.
It's a good race for Jeff Lowe. He pulled it out immediately and just kept going with it. Now this is when the hearts start going for sure. And it's a race. Front row goes. They get their tails up. You see John's tail is already up.
D'Alessandro, no wobbling from him. A little bit of a
not at all
meander from Scott Thompson, but he has recovered nicely, and he has taken over the lead.
Can't tell at that angle. Let's see what happens. Oh, yep, Scott is off the ground, headed towards home pylon, or pylon 1. Our second row, the 2 red airplanes, they're up off the ground, and our back row, Tony Higa, Alan Hoover, and the Phantom. Everybody's safely off the runway, so we have a 8-plane race right now.
In the 2A race, Scott Thompson proved to be the best on the ground and in the air. Let's see if he can keep that reputation intact here so far in 2018 in Reno.
One big difference in this race is Phantom didn't race yesterday. So right now, let's watch to see. Phantom is high in the back of the pack right now, and he's up high, but he will be passing everyone, I guarantee it. Maybe not Scott, but let's see what happens.
Phantom the only Mong in the field. Yep.
But what we have coming around 4, 5, and 6 is we have right now our leader is still Scott Thompson, with local guy John D'Alessandro coming in right behind him, and Eric Sein right behind him. Easily identifiable. Yeah, so the Phantom, you can see him already has passed 7, 5, and 6.
Oh boy, that one's on steroids right there.
Yes,
Take
the Phantom is now in 4th place. 1 lap, and he's in 4th place.
Break 32, mayday.
Look at him go.
08057, break. Attention all aircraft, emergency in progress.
Sounds like we may have another emergency today. Let's keep our eye on the race for now. There's Scott Thompson in the lead.
Trying D'Alessandro holding on in second place here. We will keep you apprised of what airplane may or may not have left the race.
When they come by, we'll know which ones are. Here we go. So right now, the leader is still Scott Thompson.
There goes race 66 past the start-finish pylon.
And then John D'Alessandro, and here comes the Phantom, now in third place.
Boy.
Number 62, Andrew Bueller. The gentleman who had the issue yesterday in the right brake, locking up and putting it on the nose, is now in third place and
Former
headed
champion
for second.
Andrew Bueller, yes.
See how high he is up there? He's got clean air. He knows he's got the extra speed.
Look how fast he's closing on D'Alessandro.
Crazy.
Unbelievably fast. Hey, Scott Thompson is going to be aware of him very, very quickly here. The pass now.
He'll be aware of him as he's passing. There's our leader for now. That's Scott Thompson. Let's see if we can find, there you go. That's what I said. That's the Phantom. Unbelievably fast aircraft.
Phantom is on a rampage here through lap number 2, just about past all the field within 2 laps. Got 1 left to go, and that's Scott Thompson, who is definitely in his sights, and he has taken him.
Andrew Bueller is in the lead. Scott Thompson, number 2. D'Alessandro's number 3.
That is a fast biplane.
It's unbelievable. It's a one-off home built. Tom Aberley built it. I bet you started on a cocktail napkin and then went from there.
Qualifying time was not listed for the Phantom, but you got to figure it was faster probably than a race 66 second hand, which is a fast plane itself. Oh, look at this incredible lead being built up by the Phantom, Andrew Bueller in race 62.
Started in the back, now he's in the lead. Now let's see if he can lap everybody again.
Oh my gosh, it could happen here.
It just sounds amazing.
That's second and third right there that we're looking at, Scott Thompson and John D'Alessandro. Back to the lead, there's the Phantom.
And they truck that airplane up as well. It doesn't have much of a fuel tank. Would be difficult, and that's one of those where the canopy has to be put on by a third party, so.
How many pounds of fuel does it take for 20 miles out here for these biplanes?
I think minimum is 10.
10.
Well, we had a guy here race many years ago who's not been invited back and ran out of gas.
Not good.
That's just dumb.
You don't want to do that.
Just put enough in. Looks like our Mayday aircraft is on the ground safely. That was Alan Hoover, number 32, and he is pulling off runway 8 now. Seems to be fine.
All right.
Of course, he's going to be greeted by the fire trucks and talked to and make sure he's all right. But back to the race, there was our Phantom, number 62, Andrew Bueller.
Completely very stylized look to this plane right here. It's very different from these other competitors.
You won't see anything else like it. Look at those wings. That's a tapered look. Very light aircraft as well. Doesn't have a starter. We saw the crew out there propping it with the hand, with a hand crank the propeller.
Will we get a speed figure at some point after the race here, post race, or is that not available? That would be interesting to see.
His qualifying times, usually they say that the Go Fast Day is the qualifying day, and it's qualified over 260 miles an hour.
Oh my gosh.
It's faster than most of the
a lot of the sport class.
Well, it's faster than T6 and faster than most of the Formula Ones. So here's our race for second place. That's Scott Thompson. He's still has a lead over John D'Alessandro's white plane, red plane.
John D'Alessandro's making a race out of it for sure against Scott Thompson.
The emergency has been terminated.
Yeah, our Mayday has been terminated. Everybody's good. And back to Scott and John coming around home pylon. This is our white flag. This is our final lap. Let's see if we can find him. He's lapping everybody. There he goes. He's just lapped Tony Higa. And again, he just stays up high in clean air and just does what he does.
Well, he's going to wrap up this race really quickly here.
And that's something. So here's your checkered flag right now. Here comes the Phantom.
Checkered flag.
Andrew Bueller.
Andrew Bueller making it look very, very easy and very, very fast, picking up the win in biplane Heat 3A.
He actually lapped everyone except the top two, number 2 and number 3.
Unofficial results. There you go. Andrew Bueller in the Phantom. What a performance by race 62. John D'Alessandro at the last second, overtaking Scott Thompson in race 66. They finished second and third, respectively. Eric Zine, fourth place, and Sam Swift, in fifth place with race 3. We just saw that airplane. Dave Roloff's sixth, and Tony Higa, 31, in seventh place in this 7-airplane field.
And then you have a green flag on the ground. When he picks that up, he's going to wave it a bit and then drop that. That's the start of the race. You can watch, if we take this shot, you can see that first row go, count to 4, watch the next row go. And here they are.
Race 6 and 33 in that front row right there. Anthony Oceanuga, the first in the air.
It looks that way, yeah.
Right behind him, Jeff Lowe.
Jeff Lowe are very tight. Looks like Anthony got him off the ground. Let's see what happens on the pylons now.
Going to be doing 6 laps here around the race course.
Looks like Jeff's going to just take him in the air, though. Jeff took back the lead. Anthony's on top. Jeff Lowe on the bottom there in that picture. Blue and yellow is Jeff Lowe. He wants that fire truck ride again. Behind him is Anthony Oceanuga, number 33.
Anthony, a great race in 2B. The 2B race was very good for him. Racer from San Diego, California, race 33. But it's Jeff Lowe in charge now.
It certainly looks that way. It's that kind of good shot of the pylon there. You can see the, I love the sound, that's awesome. Coming around pylon 6, coming towards home. This could be tighter than we expected. So right now it's Jeff Lowe, Anthony Oceanuga in second place. Giving him a little bit of trouble, but it seems like he's got it down. Looks like Casey Erickson is in third, Kevin Harper in fourth. And then the gaggle of eagles behind.
The gaggle of eagles, is that the right term? Okay, it's right for this one.
I think airplanes are always a gaggle, aren't they? At third and fourth place, we have Casey Erickson and Kevin Harper.
Casey's in race 69.
Yeah, Casey's in that bat plane. When it turns, you can see on the bottom, she has a bat.
We're still waiting for a look at that. You got to see that.
When she comes around 6, we'll probably be able to catch a glimpse of it. And here comes our leader, coming around 6 and... Okay. There's our leader. But yeah, that's Casey Erickson right there. She flies very low. And it's Kevin Harper. He's you see her, she got a little bobble there at 6. Kevin Harper, he's one of our rookies, doing a great job this week. Leader is still Jeff Lowe. Anthony Oceanuga, hot on his trail. Listen to that. Jeff has a pretty modified Pitts S1. It's he also built something called a Miss Gianna. I don't even know if it has an insignia, what kind of airplane it was or what is, but it's a very fast racer as well, and he just hasn't, he brought it out here 1 year and then hasn't brought it back, so hopefully we'll get that. But that's Jeff Lowe right there.
Slowly increasing his lead over Anthony Oceanuga, at least for now.
Yeah, the back of the pack, those are our Kristen Eagles, our 2-seaters, and they're all bunched up together. You could throw a blanket on them. That's great.
Quite a sight here.
Pretty airplanes.
Great paint jobs on the Kristen Eagles. You gotta get on the web and take a look at them. They're very impressive.
Yep, that looks like Scott McDonald and Tommy Sewell competing there. That means that Robert Austin is tail end Charlie right now. Very pretty. Look at that. That's a shot. That's a beautiful shot.
It's like the butterfly migration.
And when Frank Christensen, he developed the Eagle, the paint job really made it so distinct, and it's just been great, you know, for the marketing of that aircraft. They were home built.
2-seaters.
And they're a little bit wider than the Pittses, so they're a little bit easier to fit into with you can bring your purse, you can bring your wife, husband. Okay, and there we go with Jeff Lowe coming around again.
Probably going to be passing some of our Kristen Eagles, I would imagine.
Yeah, and that'll be difficult. That will be a difficult pass. because they're so clumped together and they're so big.
Yeah, he'll have to lose a little speed and altitude to do that.
Absolutely. Well, sometimes you get in the passing of the slower aircraft, the chicanes as we call them, it adds some drama to the race because Anthony could really zoom up on him and, while he slows down and get around by the passing traffic. Casey Erickson third. Then we have Kevin Harper fourth. That is our leader on the screen right there. That's Jeffrey Lowe.
This is your first look at the biplane competitors. That's second place right there.
That's our Anthony Ashanuga.
Had a great paint job there. If you think these are the same size as these agriculture biplanes you might see out working, they're much, much smaller, sleeker, faster.
If you think about a 16-foot square box, they would all fit in that. Wow. Maybe not the Eagles, but all the other ones. 16 feet by 16 feet would easily handle a pits. There's Jeff Lowe again. He's done a lot of modifications to that aircraft, and there's a reason why he's so fast. Let's see if he passes. He's going to pass the Eagles on the next lap.
With two wings, do you generate a little more turbulence for the planes behind?
Yeah. And it's flexible as they're made to be maneuverable, but with maneuverability comes instability. You can tell I've had my coffee this morning. Beautiful race. Let's watch Jeffrey Lowe trying to pass those giant Eagles. He's going to stay outside and high on on all three of them, trying to get past. Passing rules are always stay on the outside and above the other aircraft, and always have the aircraft you are passing in sight.
I think he just got by Scott McDonald there, it looked like, in race 247.
I think if that was Robert Austin or Scott McDonald. Let's see. Let's see who he passes next, then we'll know.
Yeah.
I believe this is Scott. So he's coming up on he's not going to be able to lap the other two, but he's coming up on a win here, I think. Is that a white flag? White flag.
Final lap for Jeff Lowe, firmly in control of this race right here. Anthony Ashanuga about 3 seconds behind.
Yeah. So Anthony's coming by Freaky right now with Robert Austin. And the two Kristen Eagles battling it out. That's the race for 6th and 7th. Or 5th and 6th. Beautiful aircraft. Love that. And I couldn't tell you who's faster on a straightaway, you know? It's all maneuverability, and it's all like race tactics at this point. The Tommy's going high. This is the final lap, so we're going to start looking for Jeff to make that. Here he comes. Passing them all. Get out of the way.
Wow.
You can see them get little bobbles in the air. Here we go.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. Jeff Lowe is our winner. Unofficial. Second place will be Anthony Ashanuga. So those airplanes that were lapped they can pull out right now too, or they can go around and do another lap. That's up to them. Ashanuga, and then behind him Casey Erickson in third with the bat plane.
So race 6, race 33, and race 8 unofficially in the top 3 spots here.
Right, number 4, fourth place goes to Kevin Harper. And I'm going to say I think Scott McDonald, well, they went around for the final lap, so I thought Scott was in the lead when they went by for the first time. So right now all we have is Kristen Eagles on the course. Gosh, I love that sound. Beautiful Kristen Eagles. So
I think everybody's happy they're going ahead and finishing out the full lap measure.
Paid my money, I'm doing my time, right?
Absolutely. Crowd pleasing, why not? Go ahead and finish that race. You paid for it.
Yeah, they're awesome. That's Casey making her call to land. So after the race is over, race control tells you what the winds are, tells you what the prevailing winds are, so you decide which runway you want to go for, and then you go up into the hold, and then you come in and land, hopefully safely. Leave those taxi lights alone.
There are your unofficial results. Jeffrey Lowe, race 6. Anthony Ashanuga, race 33. And Casey Erickson in the top 3 spots. We've got Kevin Harper, race 69 in 4th place. Scott McDonald, rather, 5th place. Tommy Sewell, 44, 6th place. And Robert Austin, 73, in 7th place.
What do you do after you're the #1 selling brand of gas-powered handheld outdoor power equipment in America? You start making more equipment right here in America. Real STIHL. Find yours.
Here they go. And the race is off. I expect Justin Metters should be a little bit faster getting off the ground. And he's just a little bit ahead at this point. And remember, this is live, guys. This is happening right now. 8 laps, 3.5 miles, 25 miles total. Heat 1A. Looks like Lowell's in the lead already. And Justin's right behind him. And someone's coming up from 4th place. That looks like Matt Coughlin and Judy had a great start. Jerry Marshall's in the black airplane, number 4, Tumbleweed. Let's see what we have here. So that is Lowell Slatter and Justin Metters. Justin is in the lead.
Justin out on the outside there.
Goodness.
You have to pass on the outside.
Yes. Up and out. So Justin is in the lead on the opening lap with Lowell right behind him, our previous winner a couple years in a row back then. Let's see what we have here. Looks great. Just coming around the pylons, you can see Justin's really gaining on Lowell. Now the only thing he needs to do is keep it clean and don't cut any pylons.
That's right. The guy out front has got a great view, but he's got to hold it together for 8 laps here, and we've just completed lap number 1 with Justin Metter.
Here we go.
And the field is closing on him just a little bit here, I believe, Marilyn.
So Endeavor is quite a fast airplane. It qualified first. We expect him to come in. He just takes a little bit longer to get started in the morning, that aircraft, not Steve.
Endeavor's going to be that red plane, Steve Senegal.
Right, it's a
We
beautiful
watch our
aircraft. It's a one of a kind. Justin Metter still in lead. Lowell right behind him in Afraid Not. Steve Senegal in Endeavor, number 3. Matt Coughlin, number 4. Matt is a rookie, I think I mentioned that, so he's flying very well. What do we got? There's Justin coming around. He's coming back on to a home pylon. You can see it all stretching out a little bit. Justin, then Lowell, and I expect Steve right behind him. Perfect.
Yeah, that's it.
That's our front row.
That's your top 3.
They're just tumbling between the 3. That's Matt. Then we have Tumbleweed. There's a pass going on right there. And who do we have? So 1st through 3rd again. We've got Justin. Oh, we've got a pass going on the backside of the course.
There it is right there.
That's Justin Phillipson is on the bottom there and no strings attached. And here comes our 1st and 2nd. This is Justin Metters again. And Lowell Slatter right on his tail.
Steve Senegal still hanging in there,
Still,
3rd place.
Right. This should be Matt. And Judy has distinctive different profile from the others. Here comes Justin Metters and Jerry Marshall. That would be no strings attached, and Tumbleweed. They're having quite their own battle back there. Sometimes the biggest battle is not for 1st place.
And it's all important. It places you in the next race.
Absolutely.
It has to do with your standings at the end of the week when the gold is handed out.
This is our leader, Justin Metters, and this is lap 4 of 8. That's a beautiful airplane.
Snowshoe, they call it.
It's a snowshoe, yes. SR1. And Justin was in a motorcycle crash many years ago, and he's in a wheelchair, but he flies with hand controls, and he's just an expert at it.
It's just a fascinating story, as if it's not complicated enough flying these things, and he manages to do it with all hand controls. He's a remarkable story.
I wish I was as talented as he. So here comes Justin again. Lowell's making his move. Steve Senegal is right on him. The back of the course right now. Super exciting racing going on. And here comes Justin Metters coming around the east side of the course. It's Justin Metters. is still in the lead with Lowell Slatter and Steve Senegal kind of pulling it in a little bit. This is going to get good.
It's going to tighten up. You know it is.
This is number 6 of 8.
Just starting that 6th lap.
Yep. Wow. Second and third is getting pretty tight. So here comes Steve Senegal in Endeavor making his move on Afraid Not with Lowell Slatter. Come on, keep it clean, boys. Pass them nicely.
You get a time penalty if you cut a pylon, which can certainly change your standing at the end of the race, your outcome.
And that's why when our timing comes out, when our end of race, it's usually unofficial until we get all the numbers in from the pylons, from the pylon judges. So it looks like our leaders are going to pass Annie. That's Philip Goforth and Annie. So here comes Justin Metters. Afraid Not. Here comes Steve Senegal going in for the pass. Wow.
He's going to try to overtake Lowell Slatter.
Beautiful little repelling. It's going around in the sky. It's gorgeous.
Beautiful skies this morning in the Reno Tahoe area. Perfect conditions for racing right now. Cool and
that's Annie
windless.
That they're all passing.
Okay.
That really adds some complexity. It's like a chicane. Everybody's got to go slowly around the passed airplane. He keeps it down and tight so that they can go around it with no problems. Oh, look at how close that is. Here comes Senegal.
Steve Senegal looks to have overtaken now the 31, race 31. Afraid Not.
Wow. This was so close. So here comes Justin Metters, who's still in your lead. It looks like the battle is still on between Lowell Slatter and Steve Senegal.
Yeah, I thought maybe Steve Senegal had overtaken him at some point, but Lowell's hanging in there.
What ends up happening is you kind of get to the point where you can pass on the straightaway, and then in the turns, it kind of pushes away. So they're still battling in the back of the course. We still have Justin Metters in the lead. Second place is where the race is right now.
And we have half a lap left to go to decide this Formula One Heat 1A race. Very important race early on in the racing here at Reno Tahoe.
Super exciting. Here comes, this is our final lap. Let's see what the guys are going to do. Looks like Justin Metters still has it. Looks like Lowell's going to keep his spot.
Yeah, it's going to be just like we started in lap number 1. There's going to be your finish.
So Justin Metters, and then Lowell Slatter, and then Steve Senegal, 1, 2, 3, unless there's a pylon.
Surprising to you, Marilyn?
Kind of, but not really. So Justin's been saying that he's got a little bit extra to do, so it's nice to see him. And I tell you, remember I talked about on the runway, he got the break on the runway, and he went for pylon run first, and that was the lead. For second and third, we've got Lowell Slatter and Steve Senegal. Now they look like they're passing Ross Killen and Kraken. Here we go. Right. Here we go. Oh boy, here Justin Metters in the lead.
Justin Metters going to hang on.
It looks like, it's really tight.
Lowell Slatter.
Wow. So so it's Justin Metters, and then it's Lowell Slatter, and then it's Steve Senegal in that order. After that, we have Matt Coughlin and Judy. I'm not sure. Here we go. This will tell us who. And
that's Matt Coughlin right there.
That's Matt Coughlin right there coming in.
Australian racer. Race 4, Jerry Marshall from New Mexico.
Tumbleweed. Here comes Justin Phillipson in No Strings Attached.
Number 79. And that's going to complete our field here.
So we have unofficial results. What are they? Justin Metters, number 1, 34 Limitless.
Yeah, Lowell Slatter, Afraid Not, second place. And Steve Senegal, the 5-time champion here, race 11. The Endeavor, a third place here. Philip Goforth made a big move. Race 17. Made it to 4th place. And Annie Ross Killen, race 3 in the Kraken. Couldn't crack the top 4. Matthew Coughlin, 44, and Judy, Jerry Marshall, and Tumbleweed, and race 79, Justin Phillipson, with no strings attached.
And we've got a race. Let's see who gets off the ground fastest. Right now it's Justin and Lowell neck and neck on the course, on the runway.
Justin Metters on the left. Lowell Slater and the white plane on the right there. Who's going to get off the ground first? Who's going to have the upper hand when they take to the air?
You can see Tumbleweed and Matt Koff in the background already catching up to him.
Lowell Slater takes the early lead here. race 11, the white plane.
Making that quick turn right to pylon 1. Matt Coughlin is right on their tail, number 44, and Judy.
Race 31, I should say. I'm sorry. For Lowell Slater.
Look at that. That's Lowell and Justin right.
Oh, we got a race here.
We've got a race. And Matt Coughlin is making it interesting as well, coming from the second row. Right now it's Lowell with Justin number 2. Matt right behind him.
Going to do 8 laps here. Eat up about 25 miles. All of these planes in this race here, all 7 of them. And again, if you're looking for Steve Senegal's plane, it is not in the race. The scratch at the last minute could not get things adequately started and going.
This is an amazing race for first place. Finally, we get a race for first instead of for second or fifth. Yes.
And they're all
Here
good,
comes
but
Justin.
hey, when it's for first, well, yeah, Justin Metters now giving it a little extra, going extra wide too.
And Matt Coughlin is really he's in play.
Matt Coughlin's going to be race number 44. That's a white plane as well.
Looks like Justin pulled back a little bit. Justin Metters there.
Extremely wide on that last pylon, and don't know exactly why, but certainly has afforded Lowell Slater a little bit more of a lead, a little more breathing room right now early on in this race.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
You see Matt Coughlin quite low. This is the worst part for Justin Metters. He's just staring at his competition, trying to how am I going to get around that guy? Lowell Slater is a fast airplane. He's won past 2 years out here with Braid Knott.
Well, he is certainly.
Justin Metters has not won with this aircraft, especially since it's brand new. I think the paint's still wet on that one.
All right.
Matt Coughlin really picking up the pace. Right now it's the Lowell Slater and Justin Metters show. Coming around the backside of the course. Looks like Justin's dialed it in a little bit. Let's see what happens here.
Got a little altitude. Going to get a little extra speed here as he's drawing down on Lowell Slater and will be for the remainder of this race here. He's just going to have to.
And
can't let up.
As we've discussed, you have to pass on the high and outside of the plane you're passing. You want to make sure that you have that aircraft in sight at all times. I'm so glad you guys get to listen to the same sounds that we get to listen to. That's great. The race is on the back side of the course. You can see Lowell and Justin going for it.
Yes, this is an audio experience about as much as anything else out here. It's just so vivid.
And even the smells when the jets start up, you go like, ooh, kerosene. Comes Lowell and Justin right on his tail. Looks like Matt has dropped back a little bit, but here comes Justin Metters. I'm telling you,
yeah.
He is not out of it. He is not done.
Gaining a little ground.
And this is a longer race. You know, the biplanes only go 6. These guys go 8 laps. So we're on the 4th of 8 laps right now. Plenty of time. Oh, he's diving down. You can see him just looking at, how am I going to get past that guy? It's going to be a competitive race all the way around.
Justin Metters now going up a little bit more, trying to make a move as we head to the pylons in the home stretch.
This might be
a little closer.
Come on. Make it interesting for the fans at home.
Oh, Lowell Slater's just got some. Well, no, look out. He's got a little something in the tank there. As we go into this turn, and he'll have the advantage there. Will the
you'll see
31 plane?
You'll see it all day. That you get him on the straightaways, and then you lose it again in the turns. Beautiful. Come on, Justin. Make it interesting for fans.
Oh, it's a good race. It's what everyone came to see out here today, especially a race for the top position in the top of the class.
He's going to try it again. Look even Steven to me. Let's see if he can hold it. Coming around pylon 6.
Justin Metters way up there.
He's not going to get it this time, is he? He's making it interesting, though, that's for sure.
Oh, boy.
Ooh, baby.
Not too much separating those on the straightaways. Again, like you say, it's Maryland, the turns where you get the inside line is going to help so much.
All Lowell needs to do is just keep his line. Just hold tight on the pylons, keep his line, stay down low, be safe.
You can see Justin, there he is, as he has on each lap, creeping up on that back stretch there and getting ready for the Valley of Speed, or at least what's the inside of the Valley of Speed anyway.
Yeah, it's more of like a crevice.
The crevice of speed.
Because we don't see the whole valley.
The closet of speed, okay.
Here they come again. Coming up on, this is lap 6, going to lap 7. Let's see what he has. That is a close race.
Well, good stuff here in Formula One Heat 2A.
They are duking it out, that's for sure.
Justin Metters with a bit of an upset win in the 1A race. Taking down Lowell Slater and Steve Senegal both.
Looks like we missed Justin Phillipson's pass. Sorry, Justin. I meant to watch that.
They passed Matt Coughlin. Yeah.
And here's Annie. There's the Kraken. And here comes our leaders. Oh, wow. So
Still close.
So close.
White flag.
White flag lap.
All right, this is the final lap, the bell lapping. It's do or die time for Justin Metters now if he's going to give it anything that was left in the tank. This is the time to apply it. Oh boy, Lowell Slater so tough.
Yeah, he is. He's what I call age and treachery. He's got the tactics down.
Well, they say it'll take down youth and enthusiasm each time.
Every time.
We may be seeing that right now. Okay, here we go. This is going to be tight. Get ready for it, folks. Oh. Justin Metters not going to quite get there. He's closing, but it is.
Oh my gosh, that is a close race.
Lowell Slater gets it, though. Unofficially, he's going to be your winner. Race 31, Lowell Slater in the frayed knot.
This is number 44, Judy, coming around on our screen right now.
Matthew Coughlin.
So he did, okay, so he got third again. He got past Justin Phillipson one more time. Justin in no strings attached. And then we have Jerry Marshall in tumbleweed, number 4. And Annie and Ross. Okay, so Annie got Ross at the end in Kraken. So Philip Goforth in Annie, and then Ross Killen in Kraken, the Kraken.
There's your list right there, the unofficial results. In total, Lowell Slater 31 in first, right behind him Justin Metters, race 34. Matthew Coughlin hanging in there for that third spot. Race 44, Justin Phillipson in fourth. Jerry Marshall, race 4 in 5th place. Philip Goforth closing out Ross Killen at the very end there to get 6th and 7th respectively.
And we're off. So in this class, all of the planes take off as soon as that green flag drops, and they're staggered with 3, 2, 3, 3 in the front row, 2 in the middle row, 3 in the last row, and they just all go for pylon 1. You can see them all moving. Looks like sleeper Justin Phillipson got a good start on this one, and he passed Anders already on the runway. That's our buddy Justin Phillipson. He's racing 2 different aircraft today.
From Chico, California, that'll be race 81. Watch along with us here.
And that's Marseille has jumped into 2nd place in heat stroke. Anders is in 3rd in the old quad nickel, now Miss Eve. It's hard to tell who's in 4th. They're all pretty close. And in the back is Leo Mogul in Hysteria and Scott Holm from Canada. Here's our leader. That is Justin Phillipson in sleeper, number 91. Justin is racing 2 different aircraft this week, and his brother owns this one. He owns the other one. Looks like he's pulling out and getting a nice lead for himself. He's coming around pylon 4.
About 3 miles in length, this short racetrack in the sky here. Formula One utilizes some other classes as well. We will show all and tell all today for you. Meanwhile, we got the first lap well underway here in Reno. First race of the day.
So we should be seeing the green flag is up. That means this is lap 1. Justin Philipsen definitely has a good lead here. Anders Trygg is right behind him from Sweden. And right behind him, it looks like it's, I think that's Richard. And we have Kent Jackson and Marseille passing pretty much at the same time. Got Leo and Scott Holm bringing up the rear. That's our leader, Justin Philipsen, in Sleeper out of Chico, California. Second place is race 7. That's Anders Trygg from Sweden. His aircraft is called Miss Eve. I have a feeling his wife's name is Eve. Beautiful aircraft. And that's our leader. That's Justin Philipsen. Pretty close race between these two gentlemen, between Justin and Anders.
And he has clicked off lap 1 very quickly, and closing perhaps a little bit is Anders Trygg.
It seems that way, yes. And Richard Zetto is right behind him in 3rd. And that is the last lap player. They made a lot of changes to that aircraft this year. They put a T-tail on it, which we rarely see. So you take a look at that when you get a chance. And Pooter with Steve Temple, and we call it Jet Law with Kent Jackson is right behind him.
These are, for the most part, very modern-looking planes, but their tradition goes far back. This is one of the earliest racing formats.
Yeah, it looks like a pass coming up here.
Here we go.
Wow, Anders is really coming up on Justin. He's going high, trying to get some airspeed, and he's going to drop down, coming around pylon 6 on the west side of the course. Justin's just staying tightly on the pylons, trying to keep his... Wow, Anders is really coming up now.
Coming
and
strong.
He's
gonna pass.
Passing him right at home pylon. Let's see if he can keep that.
He's the pole sitter, Anders Trygg. Lost that position.
And we talked about this yesterday about how the different propellers add, an interesting piece to this. The biplane class and the Formula class start on the ground, so you sometimes see a slower propeller, but they make up the speed in the air. And that's what it looks like Anders Trygg has done in Miss Eve, and he's passed Sleeper with Justin Philipsen just at the start of lap 3. Coming around the backside of the course, he is just pulling ahead. It's amazing to see that. Justin had it for the first 2 laps easy. Coming around towards home pylon again. Beautiful shot of the hills around the airport here. So yep, here starting up lap 4, and we've got Anders Trygg, Justin Philipsen. Let's see who else. That's Richard Zato. And here comes a gaggle towards the back. Hard to tell who's in the lead here.
This is the B class. This is the secondary field qualifiers here, just under the top.
Actually, that's Leo Modal and Hysteria Cooter, driven by Steve Temple. And our leader is still Anders Trygg, flying a beautiful line. He's been up here for about a month now, just getting used to the altitude. It's a lot different than Sweden. And he's been flying every morning, first thing in the morning, probably 5:30, 6 o'clock. He's out here every morning.
Well, you can't beat the conditions right now. Just absolutely perfect. Nice cool, too. These engines can work just perfectly.
Yep, start of lap 5, and Anders still has the lead. But you can just tell who's been flying their airplane. And this is Justin Philipsen in Sleeper in 2nd place. Richard Zato in 3rd with last lap player. It looks like Leo's pulling it out. This is Leo Mogul from, he actually lives in Thailand. He's a Frenchman, but he lives in Thailand. His airplane is called Hysteria. Behind him is Steve Temple. But our leader is still Anders Trygg, flying a beautiful line, flying a beautiful race.
Got about 2.5 laps left to go. Anders Trygg from Sweden. And in full control.
It seems that way. Sleeper is behind him, but I don't think he could catch him at this point.
Sleeper got out to the quick start here. Of course, the ground is a part of this race,
exactly.
Like you said, Marilyn. And
you never know.
You got 2 components there. They're both important, but
that's second place. Justin Philipsen out of Chico, that's Richard Zato in Last Lap Player, owned by a gentleman named Crichton King, the grip lock ties guy. Anders is now going to be passing Scott Holm. You just saw that pass. And Scott Holm from Canada has now been lapped. No one wants to be lapped. Coming around the back side of the course. Here's our leader, Anders Trygg, Miss Eve, number 7 out of Sweden. I think I mentioned before, this airplane used to be called Quad Nickel, and it was owned by a gentleman named Jay Jones, who passed away, but he was just a prince in the Formula class. Everybody loved him. And here we have our second place racer. That is Justin Phillipson in Sleeper. He'll be, we'll see him again later today in the gold. You can see that's a slab wing casset. You can see how it looks like a Hershey bar. Oh, that audio was great. Anders, and there's Pooter, just putting a pass on someone I can't tell. Oh, that's Mercedes.
It's race 20, moving around race number 8.
Let's see who we have coming. That looks like Steve Temple and Pooter. And then Kent Jackson. That's right there. That's our leader. That's Anders Trygg, number 7.
White flag, white flag.
This is the final lap here. White flag is up, and Anders Trygg well ahead of the rest of the field.
Absolutely. He gained most of that on the, well, Justin Phillipson had him on the ground, and he gained it in the air. Justin Phillipson just put a pass on Scott Holm. And Last Lap Player is coming around the east side of the course. And here comes Leo. But our eyes are all on Anders right now, number 7, and Miss Eve. He's going to be passing Marseille next in heat stroke. You can see the different types of wings they have there. That's a taper wing and a slab wing. Taper wings are faster, let's just say that.
This is actually the first race of the meet for these racers,
Correct,
right? They did not get to race on Wednesday.
Yeah, we got
wind.
winded out. Here comes our winner. The checkered flag coming up.
Checkered flag, win comp.
Anders Trygg in first place.
Justin Phillipson in second place in Sleeper. And we have Richard Zato in Last Lap Player. And he is passing Scott Holm right at the home pylon. There's Leo Mogul from Thailand in Hysteria coming in 4th. Let's see what happens here.
Should be 3 planes left, and there they are, yes.
All together. Looks like Pooter in the lead. It's anybody's game at this point, but it looks like Steve Temple and Kent Jackson are going for it. Marseille's wisely staying out of that battle.
Heat stroke is following up.
Yeah, so it's Steve Temple and Kent Jackson and then Marseille.
9's in the cool down behind 1-5.
Here's your unofficial results right there. And Anders Trygg on top. Justin Phillipson had the early lead. Richard Zato, Steve Temple in race 20. Marison Marti, race 8. Kent Jackson, Leo Mogul, and Scott Holmes.
The great American outdoors are closer than you think. Choose STIHL and create the outdoor living space you've always wanted. Not sold at Lowe's or the Home Depot. Pick up at over 9,000 local STIHL dealers. Real STIHL. Find yours at stihldealers.com.
Cleared onto the course.
They're cleared onto the course now, which means they're going to go wing abreast. Watch as Nick goes up. He'll go up and get in even. They'll get in a straight line looking out wingtip. When here in just a second, you should be able to look for right up Nick's wingtip, straight abreast to all the other airplanes. That means they're going to be lined up for their start. Again, they're going to be echelon formation.
Got a graphic representation for you of how the start is going to work here in T6, and you can take us through that, Steve, I'm sure.
See, as you see, they're going to go up into line abreast formation, as you see in our graphic right here. When they're line abreast, hopefully everybody will be in a lined up starting position. Our pace plane is going to pull up. He's going to say, gentlemen, you have a race. That's their go-ahead to race on. Now they have to stay in their respective lanes until they get to the pylon right down here. So they're going to be straight in their drag race. Again, they can drag race the other one, which they want to do to get that clear that first pylon turn, because they can't cut to the inside.
You can't lose your line before
you have to, exactly. Just like when our Unlimiteds or our Jets go for the guide pylon out here in the mountain to the north, they have to stay in their respective lane until they get to that pylon. Then the T6s always make me nervous because it's just props and wings everywhere diving that first turn, and they're so evenly matched. They don't really pull ahead of each other. They're really evenly matched, wing abreast, line abreast when they get to that first pylon. Always exciting.
So any pass you make, you got to grind it out. It is
you need about almost 12 to 20 miles an hour faster than the airplane you're passing, because you have to go to the outside and or above. You can't do this. You can't just both roll into the turn. If he rolls tight, you have to move up, so you don't go into his blind spot. Okay, there's our pace plane with the smoke on. They're cleared onto the course. Now they're going to go from echelon formation. They're going to go into the line abreast, as we talked about, where you'll be able to look down one wing all the way down the line. If anybody does get behind at this point, that's what they call being sucked, where you get sucked in the hole by the rest of them. And the rest of them aren't going to slow down and wait for you. So you want to make sure you're right up line abreast with everybody else, because when they say you have a race as they just did, it's race on. And now watch how close they are as they come, as they drag race for that first pylon. Now that sound of the crackling prop tips?
Yeah, you can hear it. Yeah, that's what you're talking about. Got it.
Great shot from the cockpit, line abreast, looking out with Nick Macy's wing. Okay, they're over the main runway now, directly in front of the crowd.
Nick Macy definitely contending in the drag race.
As the right wings go up and they roll into that first left-hand turn, look how close they are. Now again, these are the fastest T6s in the world. These are gold racers. These are the guys who will be competing for the gold jacket and all the money on Sunday afternoon.
National championship on the line come Sunday afternoon, and every race is a step, you hope, toward getting closer and closer to that.
Looks like Nick is high on the outside. Now, what he's done is he's snuck up on that turn, because now he's going to try and trade that altitude for airspeed. If you've got altitude, you can trade it for airspeed. If you've got airspeed, you can trade it for altitude. But you will suffer if you do that. Okay, watch how Nick rolls it, goes a little high in that turn down there. He's the dark wings. He's in 1, 2, 3. He's in fourth place.
Looking to draw down on Dennis Bune.
Chasing Dennis Bune, exactly. They're 2 6-time national champions.
Yeah, good stuff.
Great T6 racing here at Reno. Okay, John Lomore, last year's champion, making another statement. Look at this. Look at that lead he's run out in 1 lap.
Was rushing in race 14.
Dennis Bune in race 43, Midnight Miss, and Nick Macy really trying to get by Dennis. And last place is Chris Lefebvre. He's just a little bit outgunned. I don't think his airplane has all the ponies that our first 4 airplanes have up front.
Yeah, his qualifying time about 20 miles per hour back of the lead time. John Lomar's 2:43.
Yep. They're on the backside now. A beam, the steel start-finish pylon. And again, John Lomore is making a heck of a run. Again, we're all saying, where did he come from last year? Well, he's doing it again. I mean, he's backing up his title with some more great racing.
He's been here before, and he's acting like it.
Yeah, he must have liked that winner's podium.
The air is so much nicer out front, isn't it, Steve?
It really is. That's a great point, Tommy, because these big Pratt Whitneys and that big long 2-blade prop really beat up the air. So if you got smooth air, not only is your ride smoother, not only can you see your instruments, so your eyeballs bouncing around like a pinball in there.
Oh, yeah.
You can concentrate on everything, and it's a lot easier to fly a smooth line when you're not having to watch or figure out how you're going to get around the next guy.
Well, John Lomar would like to stay in that position, would love to do it, and so far he's been successful at it as we head into lap number 3.
Well, the other thing you're going to see too, as Dennis Bune and Nick Macy, as they battle back there in the third and fourth spots, when they get in their own little dogfight, they're going to be watching themselves, and they're going to take their attention off John Lomar. So just like in any other form of motorsport, if you get in your own little battle back in the pack, the guy out front just will run away from you. But he's not really running away because Chris Rushing's actually keeping it pretty close.
Yeah, he's not been able to just run away and hide for sure. Nick Macy keeping it very high. You know, he's just gunning for that moment. You know, he's waiting, biding his time, I guess.
Well, another thing too is all it takes is a pylon cut to change everything. So, you know, that's the one thing too. But they're out there bouncing around. A little bit of wind out there today. You can see our flags are all standing out. So a little bit of wind going to bounce them around in those cockpits. They're watching the other plane, still trying to keep one eye like a chameleon looking down on that pylon as they're getting bounced around the cockpit. Very easy to cut a pylon. If that does, it changes everything.
Yep.
Okay, diving down now for the steel start-finish pylon one more time. John Lomar. Chris Rushing. Okay, Nick Macy's ahead of him right now, but he's going to be on the outside of this turn. So Dennis Buen's going to have the short course, which he should be able to turn that back into getting that spot back in the turn. So now Nick Macy, you see how he snuck up, got some altitude, is what Nick's going to try and do. He's going to try and trade that altitude for airspeed when they drag race down the back straightaway. Let's see if he can do it, because you know that's what he's going for. He's going to start dropping the nose, but you can't drop it too soon. If you commit too soon, now you've used up all your marbles.
And you're vulnerable in the turn again.
He's dropping the nose now. He's making the pass. Will he be able to do the pass early enough to where he can get the position and now to go in front of Dennis Buen? Looks like he may be able to. Yeah, it looks like he's made that pass, a clean pass in front of Dennis Buen, and
so
now
he can pick his line now.
Now Dennis Buen is at the disadvantage. He's going to have to try and get around Nick Macy.
Well, like a couple of races today, the big race has been for third place.
There has been some great racing for third spot. You bet. John Lomar making a statement again here at the 2018 55th running of the National Championship Air Races. Mr. John Lomar out in front. Followed not too far behind by Chris Rushing from Mount Juliet, Tennessee. Nick Macy has went into a solid third place. Dennis Buen, our other six-time champion, is now behind him, and Chris Rushing in tail end Charlie. Chris Lefebvre, I'm sorry.
White flag up, and we are in the final lap.
We're on the bell lap, so John Lomar is saying, okay, we can do this. We've been here before, but I guarantee he is hearing every sound. It's like night flying over water. You will hear sounds that were never there before. You will now hear them now.
Well, he knows he can just bring it home if avoid mistakes.
Nick Macy on a great shot of Nick Macy there in a solid third place now. One of our six-time champs. There's John Lomar going back up to the first place. I don't know that Chris Rushing's going to have enough race course to catch him.
Got a little elevation. He may be able to gain a bit of speed coming into the final stretch, but boy, that would be a stretch to think he's going to overtake John Lomar.
Now, you know John Lomar's crew's talking to him on the radio, and you notice how he moved up a little bit in that turn, kind of like sailboat racing. You stay in the same place your competition is. That way you've got the same advantage they do. John Lomar, your unofficial winner, followed by Chris Rushing in Barron's Revenge. Solid third place, Mr. Nick Macy from Tule Lake, California in Six Cat. Dennis Buen from Carson City, Fallon, Nevada, keeps airplane in Carson City. Solid fourth place. And Chris Lefebvre, our police officer from Caldwell, Idaho.
So the defending champion from 2017 here at Reno, John Lomar, firing a little shot across the bow. The rest of the T6 competitors out here. So there's our unofficial results right there. You can see them laid out for you. Lomar in race 88, Rushing. Race 14, Nick Macy. Race number 6, Dennis Buen, the veteran, race 43, fourth place, and Chris Lefebvre. This is going to be T6 1B class in T6, and these again are these famous celebrated trainers that have served the military so well for as much as 75 years, some of these, Marilyn.
Right, these are the very close racers, and this is the Silver Cliff group, so we're going to see a lot of close racing. We're going to see hopefully a lot of passing. Should be a good, entertaining race. As you can hear it in the background, they are really loud.
They are very, very loud. You know they're around and you know they're racing when they get it going here. I think we've got them all airborne now, and now we're going to go through the protocol and get them lined up and get ready to get a start for our race here.
Introduce you to some of our favorites.
Absolutely.
It's Rick Siegfried is our pace plane today. He's in a orange nose T6, and he's going to lead them, try to get them line abreast, and they're going to come in here from the west going eastbound.
Come up into a loose trail.
Got a little bit of the control center traffic in the ear too, so that'll kind of give you an insight.
Check your flaps up.
Yeah, this is Rick giving them.
That's okay. That's the starter. Okay.
Yes, that's Rick giving them information on how to get a line abreast so they can go down towards the start of the race.
We had a little control center earlier. I thought that may have been some of that. We're getting it all today.
We should listen to everything.
That's right.
So this race again, this is the silver. This is 1B, and we've got some good, interesting racing. Again, the pace plan takes off first, and he sets the pace. Then we.
Two of our planes we saw a little bit earlier in our drag racing today,
Right.
Eric Weebling in race 27 and Greg McNeely, race 90 as well.
Right. So they had the T6 drag race earlier this morning, and Eric is.
Matter of fact, take a look at him. There he is, Eric, right there. We saw him in the drag race, as we mentioned. The Miss TNT for the pilot from Franksville, Wisconsin.
Yes, Eric Welbing. He's been with us for several years. Great guy.
Gene McNeely is race 89, the baby boomer, all the way up here from Port Orange, Florida.
Yes, William Walker. He's a lieutenant commander in the United States Navy, I believe, and he is out of Louisiana. He just left the Air Force, the Navy, and is now flying for, I believe, FedEx.
All right, lives down there in Metairie, right next to New Orleans.
And this Steve Stavridis. He's a FA-18 pilot, and he's out of North Haven, Connecticut. He's flying Gotcha, which has a lot of history here at the air races.
It'll be your orange and white plane if you're watching here today, race 9, Pete Stavridis. Greg McNeely, one of our racers earlier, also in the drag racing. Greg McNeely in race 90, undecided.
Yes, this is the son of Gene McNeely. Both of them are quite accomplished air show pilots and air racers as well. And finally, we have Vitaly, and no one wants to learn how to say his last name, so I'm going to give it a shot. Pechersky, out of Los Angeles, and he is flying Abracadabra, which is owned by Clyde Kawasaki. He used to race with us, number 50.
That's going to be our lineup today for T6 Racing, 1B. Right now, while we're waiting for them to get lined up and ready to race here, some words for you from an outfit that is local here. Biggest little entertainment in the biggest little city. Reno here is at the Silver Legacy. Don't miss Foreigner. Coming up September 22nd, a Bowie celebration September 29th. Midtown Men October 5th. Cheech and Chong October 12th. Paul Anka October 13th. For tickets, visit silverlegacy.com.
You'd be amazed at how much music goes on here. It's just almost every night there's something going on.
Fantastic stuff. The Row, El Dorado Circus, and the Silver Legacy. Big part of the heart of downtown Reno. TheRowReno.com is how you get in touch with all those folks.
So we should be coming up on watching them do their line abreast. They come down again west to east, down runway 8, and the race starts when they go by home pylon.
Going to be a 5-lap race, 24 miles on our short course, and again, it's going to be good, tight racing, and it won't take long to wrap this up. Looks like we're getting close.
Yeah, that looks good to me. Yeah, the bright red airplane is William Walker, and he's flying. He's the son-in-law of the owner, Gordo Sanders, who's been racing with us for many years.
That bright red one is called Big Red.
At 10.
If we look directly north to the pylon, that's north.
Give you a look at how this start actually works. We take a look at our race course in the sky. Now that's about where they are right now,
Exactly.
Marilyn.
They're coming down towards the airport. They should be line abreast, and then they're going to come down runway 8. As soon as they pass home pylon, that's the start line. And we've talked about this before. You go around pylons 1, 2, 3, 4, and that it's 3, 4 abreast. It's very much like a NASCAR race, and it's an oval in the sky.
Coming into our camera shot there.
Racers cleared onto the course.
They're cleared on the course. That means everybody should be looking to their left. If you're in the stands, if you're watching from home, watch the monitor.
They will start the first of 5 laps again when they pass our vantage point here at the start-finish pylon.
You can see that pace plane, and they also have that rider. Remember, we talked about that in the earlier race.
That's a winner of a
Yes,
draw,
they
right?
have
That's fantastic.
A drawing each for each T6 race, and they get to sit in the back of a T6 while they summit above the race. It's the best view of the racer if you're not a racer.
Great point from which to second guess the pilots, I guess, if you're a pilot yourself, right?
Almost as good as ours.
Yeah, well, I'll let you indulge in that. I certainly don't have any standing there.
No, it's they're all the people who come here and put it on the line for everything.
Absolutely.
They're heroes to all of us.
No doubt. Tremendous skill set for all of these teams competing this week in Reno.
If you just joining us now, you missed the jet truck.
Oh, the jet truck.
It's just coming in front of us now.
The smoke and thunder race, jet truck versus an airplane. And
That
the
was
airplane
fun.
got the best of this one, but I think there'll be a rematch later in the week. Maybe we can show that to you. All right, we
Here
are
they come.
coming in here, T6. 1B almost underway.
You got Eric Welbing on the pole. Baby Boomer. William, wow, look at that. That's Greg McNeely. That's Greg McNeely making a big pass there on the front.
Aircraft out there, our base plane was the 7th, so Eric Welbing takes the lead. Looks like Baby Boomer with G. McNeely in second place.
Eric Welbing is in the lead.
Number 9, Pete Snell rides. Number 95th.
That's his beautiful airplane with the marine markings.
With Perchersky, Vitaly Perchersky. Get that name right.
Okay, so now you see it. That's Baby Boomer with Gene McNeely right behind him. That's Fred Telling's airplane, the CEO of RARA.
For first and second place, it looks like
Baby Boomer's race 89 there in that gray airplane, gray and a little bit of red mixed in there.
Right, that's a tight race right now between Eric and Gene.
27 and 89, the two to watch right now. You can see how tight it is right there. They've only got about, now less than 5 laps to settle this thing.
Look at how tight that is. That's amazing.
Remember, you have to pass above and outside
Right.
if you're going to make a move, and
just
that's
keep
what
it
we're
safe.
seeing.
Yep.
An attempt at that anyway. It's like
Well,
Eric's
and
holding on for now, but boy, oh boy, is it close.
We saw this a lot last year where they catch up on the straightaways, then they lose it again in a turn.
Just about drawing dead even right
Let's
at the
see what
start-finish
happens.
pylon. 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Some good racing in there. Tightly bunched group. Still 27. Weebling. Miss TNT, the great plane. With the orange marks on it.
Great job out there. This is actually his
Right
first
behind.
real race out there. This is his rookie year, and this is his first real race.
Yes, William Walker's the rookie this year in the red airplane. You can see him right there. So that's Greg McNeely, the son of Gene McNeely, and right alongside the son-in-law of Gordo Sanders, number 5. That's William Walker.
William Walker in big red.
Big red. They named it that because they're big-time Alabama fans. They're Crimson Tide fans, guys. Sorry. So here comes Eric. They're coming around one more time on pylons 5, 6, 7, 8. They're coming down the runway.
Still super tight right there, as you can see.
We got Eric Welbing in the lead with Gene McNeely right on his tail.
27 and 89, the race numbers of these two planes, which have been pretty much neck and neck throughout this whole competition so far. They've got about 2 laps in the bag right now with 3 more left to go.
Looks like Eric's got it tied up on this lap, that's for sure. But it looks like Greg McNeely's passing William Walker pretty steadily there. Right behind him, is Pete in Gotcha.
William Walker out there in Big Red is doing everything in his power to keep
He certainly is.
off his wing. But look at that. Greg's coming right up along.
Still looking at William Walker, big
William
red.
Walker holding off Greg McNeely as tight as he can.
Tight race for 3rd and 4th right there. You can see how tight it is.
That's exciting racing right there. That's super.
As now we are passing the halfway point in this race. It doesn't take long, as we told you.
We've seen this racing before where it's not always for first place that's exciting. This one, the race for 3rd is just as exciting as the race for 1st. And Greg's trying to make another pass on William Walker. Leader again is Eric Welbing.
That was 3rd and 4th we were watching. This is 1 and 2, and Eric Welbing still hanging in there.
With Gene McNeely hot on his tail.
Eric Welbing then, that's race 22. Getting a little bit of separation, but certainly not enough. But hey, we're getting into the 4th lap for our race leaders right now.
Watch this pass. Watch this pass. Wow.
And there you go, William Walker.
William Walker still holding him off.
He's in the outside, though. He's got to go up to pass and outside. And boy, it is hard to pass when those are the requirements.
Yes, high and outside and keep it clean. But you catch him on the straightaways and you lose it again in the turns.
At exactly 2:19 each.
Just what you need to do is keep it as tight as you can on him when you get closer on the straightaway, and then just do what you can to pull away before you get to the turn. Yeah, it helps because you pick it. It helps to drop down a little bit lower because you pick up just enough speed generally. But he just doesn't have it this course yet. He's going to lose it again in the turn. Watch this.
William Walker been duking it out with Greg McNeely throughout the entire race here.
Exactly.
And again, we're in lap number 4. We're getting close to the end.
The next generation right there. This is exciting racing. You know that they're both staring at each other and checking the cockpit, make sure all the numbers are right, and then just going for it. So right now it looks like it's Eric Welbing. This is our white flag. So Eric Welbing, Gene McNeely, William Walker, and Greg McNeely. Come on, guys. Keep it clean. Have some fun. Can't get him. Oh, this might be it. Do you think he's going to get him?
Oh, it doesn't look like it. That's third and fourth again. Walker and McNeely dueling it out here. There's our leaders right there. Eric Welbing, race 27, holding off so far. Race 89, Gene McNeely.
He's coming up again. It looks like Eric's got it pretty sewn up. Gene McNeely doesn't look like he's going to have enough to give Eric a run for his money, but Greg McNeely is still seriously on William Walker's tail. This is exactly how it's supposed to play. This is exactly it. He's right even, just pulling ahead.
This one's going to come down to the final.
No kidding, as it should.
Few feet, it seems. Yeah, that's what we want. That's why we're here. Beautiful stuff for third and fourth. That's the big competition in this race here. With the best performance so far, our leader now making his final turn, heading for the finish line.
Looking for that checkered flag. He's got it. It's Eric Welbing. Gene McNeely, number 2.
Gene McNeely closing a little bit, but he can't get it done. It's Eric Welbing, race 27.
But it looks like William Walker's going to hold on, maybe. Oh, another one.
Oh, he may have just done it.
I have absolutely no idea who won again.
I think Big Red got it for third place.
Close racing. This is great stuff. I feel like jumping up and down. That was a great race.
That deserves everyone's applause here. Good stuff from the T6 category. That was 1B, and we are done with that one right now. All the pilots have left the race course.
Let's see if we can tell who won.
Yeah, make the call right here. Photo finish for sure. Big Red trying to hang in.
And then...
Oh, I think Walker held it.
Oh, my gosh.
I think he did. Our vantage point is just a tiny bit to the left of the pylon, and you could still see a little bit of red right when they crossed.
I don't think it could be a tie.
No.
That's amazing. That was a great race.
All right, well, unofficial finishes right there. And we, of course, got Eric Welbing in top spot, Gene McNeely right behind in race 89.
Wow.
They have William Walker in Big Red nosing out Greg McNeely in the Abracadabra, race number 90. Stavridis and Chersky, 5th and 6th.
That was quite a race.
Okay, the pace plane is going to say, gentlemen, you have a race. He's going to pull up out of the formation and go to overhead to a kind of a safety pilot over the top.
Record back, 27.
Okay, he's lining him up now. He told 27 to back up a
90
little bit.
a little forward.
27's Miss TNT. Brought somebody forward, trying to get him lined up to be as even as possible and as fair of a start as possible. But look at him, line abreast right now. Now that means your head.
You are released to the race course.
Okay, he's going to pull up. Now it's all racers, all about racing. Okay, now they've got to keep one eye on the guy next to him because you don't want to cut a front. You've got to hold your line. Well, there's no guide pylon out there. They're using the guide pylon over here, down here by turn number 1. They're going to be coming from left to right. Here they come. Watch how evenly matched they are as they come through in front of us. All within 10 miles per hour of each other. Look how evenly matched they are. They've been drag racing for a quarter mile, and there's still one line. Nothing but wings, fuselages, and propellers as they hit turn 1. Look at that.
Beautiful stuff right there.
Miss TNT, Eric wobbling on the inside there. He's got that inside line in the shorter course, so he's staying down low now, but watch for the passing going on. Okay, we have P. Savridis, our F-18 pilot. Looks like he was trying to make a move in the first lap there. I can't see any numbers from here, but I know for sure our first plane is Miss TNT. The red airplane is going to be number 5. So in third place is William Walker, race number 5, Big Red. So it looks like one of the McNeelys is in second and one of them's in fourth, getting ready to make a move on race number 5 if Big Red's not careful.
Yeah, that's Greg McNeely in race 90, moving up on Big Red there, trying to get the outside and above.
But they've got to make their move quick, because if they don't make their move quick, they're so evenly matched, they won't be able to reel them back in. So that's why these first couple laps are critical on the T6s. Miss TNT in first place. Again, that's Eric Van Fossen's old airplane, now followed by Eric Woldling. Gene McNeely in second place.
Holding in there in second.
William Walker, race number 5, Big Red. Looks like Greg McNeely still right on his outer wingtip, flying formation with him in fourth place. P. Savridis, our FA-18 pilot, the orange and white airplane, in fifth place. And our second-year pilot, Vitaly Pachursky, flying Abracadabra out of Los Angeles, California, the gray and yellow airplane in the back. The Big Red still in third place. Look at okay, now we've got Greg McNeely really trying to put a move on Big Red, race number 5.
Tried to get by him in lap number 1 and fell just a little bit short, but you know he's going to keep trying.
Well, he's got the position. He's really, look how tight they are. You throw a blanket over both of them. Eric Wolbing in front place, Gene McNeely second place, William Walker third, Greg McNeely fourth, P. Savridis in ninth. Going back to our lead plane, the distinct orange and gray airplane. Used to be Eddie Van Fossen out here for so many years. That was a plane to beat. That was a 7-time T6 champion airplane.
He's on a championship line right now. Eric Wolbing, Miss TNT, race 27, still trying to put a little distance between himself and Gene McNeely, race 89.
Race is still for third place. We've got Greg McNeely just camped out on Big Red's wingtip. That's race number 5, William Walker.
Those two airplanes qualified within a 1/100th of a second of each other. So, a 1/10th of a second of each other. That's still pretty close.
On the back side of the course now. Look how tight. Look at the race for third place. There they are. Difference between third and fourth right there is about one airplane between them, is all you could fit between them. Greg McNeely's shoving the nose down on race 90. That's the Honda generator sponsored T6.
All right, Greg McNeely going up, trying to prepare to make that move. Possibly gain some speed, find somewhere in these evenly matched airplanes.
Well, even if he can't get around him, he wants to be as close as he can so he can try and slingshot that finish when they get to lap 5 and dive down on that steel start-finish pylon. Again, the race still seems to be for third place. Greg appears to have taken him, but watch when they roll into this turn. Watch how Big Red, race number 5, is going to slide forward again because he's got the shorter course.
Absolutely neck and neck at this point, but William Walker with the advantage in the turns for sure.
Every lap, Greg McNeely, if he can sneak up a little bit more, every lap he has a better chance of out-drag racing him. Right about now, they're going to drop the noses on the back straight. Again, Big Red, race number 5, has the shorter course, and he has advantage. But now Greg McNeely's got a little bit of altitude. He's going to try and trade that altitude for airspeed. If he can make the pass, again, he's going to need about 12 miles an hour over William Walker. I don't think he's got it. But keep in mind, too, with all this pressure on Greg Walker, he's got to watch the pylon on the left and Greg McNeely on the right. So again, there's a lot of pressure to hold that line and not screw up or hurt yourself. I mean, you can't beat yourself on this one.
Also, he knows if Greg can hold that position there, those two are in for a sprint in the, the final segment of this race, too.
The dive to the final pylon to the start-finish line to STIHL there is going to be great. Okay, again, the race continues to be for third place. Out front, we've got Eric Wobling still holding the lead out front. He's actually got a pretty good lead on Gene McNeely right now. Gene McNeely flying Baby Boomer. Did the aerobatic routine earlier, the 80th anniversary of the T6 Texan. So again, that is our leader, Eric Wobling, and Miss TNT out front. Second place, Gene McNeely from Port Orange, Florida, flying Baby Boomer.
Miss TNT race 27 was able to win yesterday's race in this class.
And that airplane's used to leading. It's had 7 World Air Race Championships in the T6 class out here over the years. Okay, what a tight, we still have a tight race back there in third place. We still have Greg McNeely trying to get by race number 5, Big Red. Great shot of our leader right there. See the VF on the right wing, stands for Van Fossen. That was Eddie Van Fossen's race plane all the years. Okay, our checkered flag is out, Tommy, so they're diving for the finish line. Our unofficial winner right now looks to be Eric Wobling in Miss TNT. Gene McNeely and Baby Boomer, but look at the race. Here's the race for third
William
place.
Walker. He's going to have to hold him up.
Can he do it? Oh.
I'll let you call that one, Steve.
I'm not going to call that one, Tommy. Please. I am not brave enough to call that one.
That was about as close to a photo finish. Well, that was a photo finish. That was as close to a dead heat as you can get.
I told you it was going to be a drag race. There's another drag race to the finish, but Pete Stavridis, our F-18 pilot, held off the corporate pilot, Vitaly Percheski. Again, Pete Stavridis from North Haven, Connecticut in Gotcha, the SNJ-5, held on over Abracadabra, Vitaly Percheski out of Los Angeles, California, our corporate pilot.
We're unofficial at this point, and who knows how quickly they'll have that one sorted out. I don't think it's going to be an easy matter.
Oh, my goodness. They're saying Greg McNeely got him.
Well, that's the unofficial there.
You see the name of the airplane, undecided.
Yeah, undecided. I think we're undecided at this point.
That's APRO, isn't it?
Six-lap race, 8-mile course, 47 miles total, approximately. This is Heat 1A, so these are your gold racers, these are your fast ones.
I like the way Rick put it. It says these are 6 planes running right together in a non-compliant formation.
I love that. That's
non-cooperative, I think is what.
Non-cooperative
formation. So yes.
I always call it a formation where everybody tries to be lead. Everybody wants to be lead. So the pace plane has taken off. All of our competitors have taken off. They're coming around Peavine Mountain, and we're going to hear from the pace plane. They're going to release them down the chute, and then we'll hear from them.
Gold Jets, you have a race.
Coming down the chute now. They've been released by the pace plane.
And there they are.
Here they come. Rick Vandam, American Spirit, and Tool and American Patriot. You can see Rick Vandam just taking the lead and running with it. So that's number 5, that's American Spirit, L39, our winningest jet pilot out here. Behind him is Pete Stavridis, an American Patriot, and behind him, Just Lucky, that's our buddy Pete Zaccanino, and race number 24, that's an L29.
6 gold championships in jet for Rick Vandam. Looking for a 7th this time around in 2018. Pete Zaccanino owns one as well back in 2015.
And that's it. No one else that's racing in this race has been here and to the top. Closer than I expected them to be. So Rick is still in first place, but Pete Stavridis is right behind him.
Stavridis at the black and white.
And you can see Pete Zaccanino was right on his tail as well. It's a very competitive race. Ooh.
Top 3 pole positions, maintaining those spots now as we are into lap number 1.
Okay, Rick's kind of pulling it out a little bit, but Pete's definitely coming up on Pete. just to make
Pete
it a little
versus
bit more.
Pete.
Yes, Pete Zaccanino is now passing Pete Stavridis on the backside of the course in his L29 versus an L39. Well, maybe not quite past him yet, but he's getting there. And you could see Pete Stavridis is trying to do some defensive maneuvers, but it's not working. Pete Zaccanino is going to take that little battle coming down the Valley of Speed.
He's definitely measuring him for a pass right here. Let's see if he can pull it off in lap number 1.
Right, Rick Vandam is well on his way to keep out of the dust back there. Yep, it looks like Pete Zaccanino has taken second place. Let's see what happens when they come by. Here you go, American Spirit.
American Spirit number 5 in the lead, yeah.
Yeah. It's hard to
Well, it's still
I know.
It's still up in the air a little bit for now.
That's crazy. And there's my plane, Scott Farnsworth's plane, actually, Dashboards 1, coming in 4th.
Pete Zaccanino still stalking, as you can see right there. Got himself plenty of altitude to make a move.
Right, you can see them clearly on the backdrop of the desert. You've got Pete Stavridis. Looks like Pete Zaccanino is definitely, God, they're amazing. Look how tight that is.
Wow, good stuff.
They're going at least 480 miles an hour, that close.
The race for second today has been a factor in so many races.
Exactly.
It has been some tremendous tight racing. Just back of the lead spot.
Let's see what Rick Vandam has coming up. He's coming up on the home pylon again. And right behind him, the Battle of the Petes.
Yeah.
Got Rick Vandam in first.
Rick Vandam stretching out his lead over the rest of the crowd.
Pete Zaccanino is pulling out his lead too. Look at that.
Oh, I think he can pick his line now, don't you think, Marilyn?
He sure can. Right behind that dueling Pete's is Scott Farnsworth, and then we have Vicky Benzing. Oh no, Pete's got his eye on Rick Vandam now.
Going to have to find something. That is one tough plane.
Yes.
The American Spirit plane. Race number 5 has just been the superstar of the last almost decade here in
But
Reno.
you know that Pete Zaccanino is never done. Never.
Oh, no.
Never say die, never say fail. He's going to be looking at Rick Vandam the whole time. He likes to win.
He does that, that's for sure. He's a competitor. All these guys are tremendous pilot, guys and gal.
That's Pete Zaccanino right there. That's our leader right now, Rick Vandam, coming around home pylon.
Already halfway through this race, beyond halfway through this race.
Yep, Zaccanino is pulling it out behind Pete Stavridis is now in solid 3rd place. Here comes Scott Farnsworth in Dash Force 1. Beautiful line on Scott Farnsworth. There's Vicky Benzing in Dark Star 2. That's a great shot of Vicky. Our pace plane is just landing for us. Probably need more beverages.
Yeah. Got it.
And that's Nathan Harnagle in reality check. And that means that any second now we're going to see American Spirit come by again.
Oh,
number 5,
we may get a lapping here. I don't know if we got enough laps for that, but it's going to be close.
I think we do. Here comes Pete Zaccanino.
Oh, Pete just giving it all he's got.
Here comes Pete Stavridis, Tool. Scott Farnsworth in his perfect line, nice and tight. Beautiful job, Scott.
All of these pilots, just such experts. They all look like they're running on rails out there. It's incredible.
Very professional group. And Rick Vandam, definitely, that's him on the screen right now. He's our leader.
Pete Zaccanino giving it all he's got, but for all I can tell, Rick Vandam is opening up the lead, not losing ground.
And I think Nathan is doing as much as he can to stay away from getting lapped. And he'll make it. He'll be able to. Here comes our leader.
Checkered flag, checkered
flag.
There we go.
It looked like Rick Vandam for us, and then Pete Zaccanino. And then here comes Pete Stavridis. Nice job, Pete. Nice job,
Third place.
3 o'clock time.
Here comes our buddy Scott Farnsworth, coming in a solid 4th. Here comes Vicky, solid. It's been a very solid 5th. That's Vicky Benzing, fastest woman alive, I hear.
I guess you could make that claim.
Yes, she can. Well, she can here, that's for sure. And we'll just wait for Nathan.
Nathan Harnagle will be the 6th place finisher, unofficially. It's all unofficial at this point. And you can see at the bottom of your screen what we have in store for us, some unlimited racing to wrap up our day, our day spent here in Reno.
Here comes Nathan. He's probably thinking, maybe I should have let them lap me because I could pull out early. Because he basically did that lap by himself.
Well, you're going to get your money's worth anyway.
Exactly. Run what you brung.
Absolutely. Random, getting your unofficial results right there, of course, race 5. Pete Zaccanino able to move up from 3rd into 2nd place for the finish. Pete Stavridis after him. Scott Farnsworth, race 38. Vicky Benzing in race 15. Two races back-to-back for Vicky Benzing. And Nathan Harnagle.
That's a nice shot of our winner, American Spirit. So you can see our racers. You can see the pace plane all over on the left. You can see them all lining up behind him. He wants to get them all line abreast, so when they come over the start line, that they are all having 100% equal. So the first pole, the pole would be the closest to the pace plane, so that would be Lockie on the inside, and then they line up beyond that.
Sid Page, Roger, cleared on the court.
Yeah, we've got pace plane talking to us, telling us they're coming in. They come around the Peavine Mountain behind us, and most of the crowd will be standing looking behind us right now, and then you'll hear, gentlemen, you have a race, and they'll be coming down the chute. They go towards home pylon and the guide pylon, which keeps them on the course.
If you're wondering where we are, we're at Reno Stead Airport, which for many, many years has been the home of this outstanding event, and just a little north of the Reno proper. And they have some very sympathetic owners and residents here who are willing to give up their beloved airport for a week, and more than happy to do that.
So coming up next is the heat, this heat that we've been talking about, the Jet Heat 1B. After that, we've got Sport, T6, more Sport, more Jet, more Unlimited. End of the day, we're going to see the Unlimiteds fly. That'll be exciting as well.
Oh, it's going to be our first look at the Unlimiteds for 2018. That is always exciting. That is always jaw-dropping.
This came up from my very concerned headquarters. My dear spectators, if you own a silver Chevy Malibu.
So here, let's see if we can, I'm going to peek behind us and see if I can see the Jets coming around. Usually you can hear them pretty good.
Ignition, running. It's running, that is. Ignition is on.
Haven't got them in our earshot quite yet.
I can hear them.
Oh, well.
But I'm dialed in.
Yeah, that's right. You know the frequency.
I know what they sound like above and beyond the din.
Starting to fill up the crowd on a weekday. Coming out here the weekend, this place will be.
Yeah, today's Thursday, so we usually have a lot of groups coming in on Thursday. Tomorrow is Military Appreciation Day. So if you're in the Reno Tahoe area and you want to come down and you're a military veteran or retired military, you get special pricing here. You can even bring a friend and they get special pricing as well. We'd love to have you come down.
This was pointed out by one of our race announcer, Steve Stavrakakis, was on TV the other morning. So for the price of one movie,
yeah.
You can get 8 hours of entertainment
Amazing
out here. That's
stuff.
just, it's an incredible bargain. What a value it is.
You get to talk to the pilots, you get to talk to the owners, you get to talk to the crews. Yeah, they're definitely coming around now. That's our pace plane telling us what to expect. Coming down the chute now.
Good. Hold back there, 6'9". Don't jump ahead. 270 knots, accelerating. All racers are looking good. Come on, one. Coming through 300 knots. 5 more seconds. Hold back, 69. Don't get a jump. Let's go. Gentlemen, you have a race.
You heard her,
We are racing now. You heard the race start for you right there. That's the way it sounds when they get them going. Had them lined up. Got number 69, our pole position, in position, and here we go.
There they are. You see them right in the sky coming around now. They're going towards the guide pylon, and then you're going to line up going around the back of the course. First time we're going to get a good look at them up close is when they come around the home pylon. So right now we have Lockie still on the pole.
Lucky Onslow, that's race 69. That's a gray jet.
Yep.
L39.
You can see Robin easily. The yellow, you can see that very clearly. That's Jeff Turney.
That's pole position number 2, Jeff Turney from right here in Reno, the Robin.
Right behind him is Bob McCormick in that white airplane with the reddish maroon.
Same exact qualifying speed as our pace plane.
Here we go.
From Armidale, Australia in first place.
Yeah, they're as we saw them come in, that's where they are right now. Lockie in the lead with Jeff right behind him, and then Bob McCormick right after him.
All right, we're getting those speeds up probably in excess of 400 miles an hour now.
Here we go. So here comes Lockie. Beautiful. Then Jeff Turney, Bob McCormick. Then you've got Alejandro, and then Kevin. Then Charlie, then Kevin. Okay.
That's right, Charlie Camilleri, Kevin Roll. Running out the top 6, so our starting formation is still intact. But that shot from the pylon, you got to move fast if you want to follow those guys out there. They are the fastest class.
You get whiplash just trying to follow them around the pylons.
Yeah.
That's awesome. So, yeah, Lockie's still in the lead. Looks like Bob McCormick's making a pull on Robin, on Jeff Turney.
Got a cool down.
Bob McCormick will be the red and white or maroon and white plane. Coming up on the yellow plane, you can see it right there to the right.
Again, the exciting racing isn't first. So Lockie looks like he's got a nice little lead going. We're coming down the Valley of Speed right now, and you can see Bob McCormick. Looks like he might have made that pass. Wow, the music of the jets. Yeah, that's Alejandro just got passed, it looks like, from Charlie. Well, maybe not. They keep pushing. There's Bob McCormick making that pull.
McCormick just about going to try to make a run on Jeff Turney for sure. The Robin, race 54.
Alejandro, Charlie, and Kevin Roll. I've seen Charlie fly that L29 that Kevin's flying this year so many times, it's confusing almost. So what do we got here? This is lap 3 of 6. Watching first, second, and third, that's Lockie. Then you can see the yellow wings, that's Jeff Turney and Robin. And Bob McCormick is making his move. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, he's been threatening all day, Jeff Turney, all through this race so far. It's going to be back and forth, but so far Jeff Turney's had the upper hand. Lockie Onslow, good solid lead out there, but certainly,
so far,
certainly not safe. You wouldn't call him out of the woods yet by any stretch.
Not until he's on the ground and the trophy's in his hand.
Yeah, and it looks to me, of course, the angle says something about it. They're coming at us right now, but it looks like 2 and 3, Jeff Turney and Bob McCormick may be gaining some ground on Lockie Onslow.
Wow, I can't even tell you. Looks like Bob's really moving in on Jeff Turney.
Well, he's on the outside there, so he's got to have a little bit extra because he's going a little farther.
Jeff is still holding on to second right now. Bob's making his move still.
3 Blue Jets, 37, 19, and 61, still holding down place 4, 5, and 6.
Lockie's got his lead, but let's see what Jeff and Bob are going to do back there on the back of the course.
Jeff doing his best to keep Bob McCormick at bay there.
Is. Bob's taking a look on the inside, taking a look on the outside, looking high, looking low.
Now these guys are talking to each other right now.
I hope so.
Well, okay. That's.
Wow,
look at Bob McCormick.
Again, in the straightaways, they get a little bit more. Looks like he's got it this time.
I think he's got him. Yes, he did. Race number 1, Bob McCormick now in second place.
Let's see if he can hold on to it. How exciting. Okay, we got Lockie in first, and then, nope, it's still Jeff.
Wow, I thought Bob had taken him there.
Me too.
The angle is a little bit right at us, so it's sometimes a bit deceiving. Nonetheless, a great race for second and third place.
Our commanding lead on Lockie Onslow, our Australian helicopter pilot in Drop Bear.
Props to race 69. He seems to be in control of things right now. Again, there's a lot of action right behind him
Watch,
for
here they
second
go again.
place. These two
Here
right
comes
here.
Bob making his move again. Looking high. High and outside. Come on, Bob.
And he closes on him so well during this portion of the part of the racetrack.
Oh, oh, oh.
Some of that's the angle, but I tell you what, I think they're neck and neck right now.
I agree. It's hard to call from this angle. Well, I know one thing. I know that Lockie's going to come in first. That's our guy. And that's a checkered flag right in front of us.
White flag, white flag.
Is that white?
One more. One
that
more
is
to go.
white. Oh, watch Bob go for it now. He knows this is his last lap.
Lockie Onslow, race 69's got it, but look at this one. Great battle for second place.
Lockie's so happy that they're keeping each other occupied so he can just run away with it.
Quietly sneaking in first place. He hasn't got it nailed down yet, but this is the final lap. This is the white flag lap.
Jeff Turney, Bob McCormick, here they go.
That one's far from settled.
Bob's still looking down the outside. Lockie Onslow, good lead. Jeff Turney still second. Bob McCormick pedaling as fast as he can.
Well, McCormick, race 1. Athena been knocking at the door all day for Jeff Turney. And Jeff Turney holding him off. There's Lockie Onslow, our leader so far. Looking very, very strong.
It looks like Bob's got it, doesn't it?
Boy, from that angle, it always has looked like that. But we'll see. We'll know the real truth when we get back.
So Lockie's coming across the finish line. Let's see, where is he?
He'll be there. He is right there.
He knows he's got that checkered flag.
Lockie Onslow, your winner, race number 69, and it looks like Jeff Turney.
By just inches again.
We have seen some great finishes at the end. We haven't seen one for a win yet, but I tell you what.
Alejandro from Brazil, and then we've got Charlie Camilleri and Kevin Roll is again pedaling as fast as he can.
Well, coming around now, the final
L29.
Final 2 pylons, and he'll bring it in as well to hold down 6th place. Miss Independence, the L29 Delphin.
If it was a clean race, that's what we have.
That's it. There's our unofficial results right there. Onslow, race 69. In first place, Jeff Turney, the Reno guy. Race 54 in second place, just nosing out Bob McCormick, who was on his heels all day long. Race number 1. Andre Ekman of Brazil. Race 37 in fourth. Charlie Camilleri of Australia, followed by Kevin Roll. Race 61.
Very nice, close race.
Good stuff from the jet class. Again, that's the second tier jet class, 1B. That one is in the books. Not official, but in the book.
Start looking for them, coming over here from screen right to screen left. There you go. There they are. Mike Steger.
Head out to the signal marker out there. And
they all head for that big light on the mountain against that green background. It's pretty easy to see when you're in the air. And that's what we call the guide pylon. They go around that, and then they're on the course.
Which they have done. And Mike Steiger taking it down there. Race 5, American Spirit in the lead with Pete Zaccanino.
Right on him.
Holding his pole position there. Certainly not losing ground at this point.
Stacked up pretty well. So you're in 1, 2, and 3 are right there with each other. It's anybody's race.
Yeah, you'd be okay there.
Mike, Pete, and Pete. Coming down the Valley of Speed. This will be the first. This will be lap 0. They should get a green flag coming around here. So right now it's still Mike Steger. Pete Zaccanino's right on him. And Pete Stavridis said, I'm going to back off that fight.
1, 2, 3 in their starting order, maintained as we
thought they would.
Lap number 1.
Steiger, Pete Zaccanino, and Stavridis in that order. Watch, yeah, see how Pete Zaccanino is high? He's trying to get around number 5, Mike Steger. And again, Pete Stavridis is just like, I'm going to stay down here, low and tight against the pylons, and watch what you guys do.
They're all L-39s, but they are by no means the same airplane, top to bottom. There are all sorts of little modifications, little attempts to get some distance from the rest of the field here. And
yeah, Zaccanino is at 29, L29?
L29.
Yes, you can tell the difference when you see it. Looks a little pudgy, but it's fast. He's got a fast plane. That's a blue bottom right there. Still gaining on him. Steiger, Zaccanini, and Stavridis. Here comes Scott Farnsworth, Vicky Benzing. And Lockie Onslow just came by. You can see the leader right there, struggling to stay in first. It's almost easier to be in second at that point because you just got your eye set on it and you think you got it. This is lap 2 of 6. Plenty of time.
That's first and second. Here's third place, Pete Stavridis.
Still tight. I just think that Zaccanino is just playing with him at this point. It's like tapping, like a little leg tap going, I'm here, I'm here.
Lap 3 as they approach the halfway point
Of this race,
yeah, boy, it goes by fast.
Especially these guys. It's still at 1, 2, 3 as we've been calling it all along, but it looks like Pete is starting to make his move on the backside of the course. The L29 high and outside. I feel like Phil Rizzuto
going to do his best to hold him off.
There's not much you can do when he's got the speed on you. So you can see that Mike Steiger is going down low, trying to get as much as he can on the pylons, just stay as close in as he can, and see what Zaccanino can do. I have a feeling this is going to be the pass lap.
Try to pass him on the straightaway right here. Take a look at this. They head past the start-finish pylon. Not quite able to run him down, though.
It's getting close. Can't look away. Number 5, American Spirit. Number 24, Just Lucky. He always has been. Is this it?
Pete Zaccanino again has won a gold, but not in this plane. Won it in a de Havilland Vampire.
Yeah, 4th and 5th is a nice little race between Vicky and
Scott Farnsworth, yeah.
Right? Let's take a look and see what Vicky's looking at. Watching our leaders on one side, Vicky Benzing looking out her left side.
White flag, white flag.
White flag at lap. It's still Mike Steiger and then Pete Zaccanino. Let's see if we can watch in Vicky Benzing's vision on the left. Let's see if we can watch her go by home pylon. She's coming up on it soon. Yep, this is still tight, but I really thought he'd have it by now.
When it's tight like this, you can always expect an extra sprint down the final stretch here. You can just count on it.
Yeah, he's going to try to use the altitude that he's gained over the race, drop down.
And here he goes.
Right here on the Valley of Speed. See what if he's going to do it. This is the only time he's got left.
He's not there yet. No, he's not. I don't think he's going to make it. If he's only...
Gosh, it's going to be close.
Going to get it done. It's going to have to be this final sprint.
This is going to be another one of those crazy close calls.
Start-finish pylon looming ahead. Final lap. Checkered flag.
White checkered flag. And it is all Mike Steiger.
Race 5. American Spirit takes it.
Pete Zaccanino. Here comes Pete Stavridis. Let's see what we got for number 4. Looks like Scott Farnsworth is just ahead of Vicky Benzing. Here comes Scott. Right behind him is Vicky. And we watch her pass. Just watched her go past home pylon. That's a great shot. I love the onboard cameras. I love the sound from the pylons. This is all terrific this year.
Great new look, a different perspective certainly on the, in the STIHL National Champion air races, and for the second day in a row, Jet.
One of our favorite Australians. That's Lockie Onslow.
Aircraft is off the course.
Race is done.
Runway 26, wind 250 at 17.
There's your unofficial results. American Spirit, race 5 with Mike Steiger in the cockpit this time, and not Rick Vandam. Pete Zaccanino, second place. 24, Just Lucky. Pete Stavridis, American Patriot, In 8th, Scott Farnsworth. Race 38-Force 1, Vicky Benzing finishes 5th place, and Dark Star 2 and Lucky Onslow drop air, race 69.
I heard the pace plane release them to the course, but I just don't have eyes on them yet.
Correction, 1, I'm on your right.
There we go.
All right, and we are down onto the course.
Okay, staying on board with Vicky Benzing, we're going to watch how they do this. She's on the outside, so you're going to get a good view of a lot of the different race planes. Looks like American Spirit pulling out on the back of the course with Pete Zaccanino right behind him. Bob McCormick right behind him.
All 5 planes now heading down into the Valley of Speed. Also, we keep looking at our checking in with Vicky Benzing from our point of view there.
These are the two fastest ones. We've got Mike Steiger in American Spirit, Pete Zaccanino, who's not taking any chances here. He's going out for it right away, just lucky. Right behind him, we've got Bob McCormick, and then we have, is that Pete Stavridis, or did look like Scott Farnsworth already got
may have overtaken Pete
yes,
there.
He certainly did. Nice job. Vicky Benzing is in 7th place and 8th place now, excuse me, 5th place, and 6th place now is Stavridis. He must have had a bobble. But look on the back of the course, you can see Mike Steiger and Pete Zaccanino really just going for it. Competitive formation flying like you never saw before.
Absolutely, uncooperative yet cooperative in a way for safety reasons. Steiger in front, Zaccanino right above and behind. Boy, he is perfectly positioned to make a move when he chooses to do it. It's all about the strategy.
Right. Coming out of the Valley of Speed.
Oh, look at Pete Zaccanino.
Look at how close that is.
Oh.
And that's Stavridis right behind them. Dash Force 1. Listen to that.
Bit of the sound and the fury there for you from our pylon cam out there at the about 12 o'clock point on our race course as you look at it from above.
Coming down the Valley of Speed. Number 5, Pete Steiger and American Spirit with Pete Zaccanino hot on his trail. So the strategy here is for Pete Zaccanino to stay high and then use that altitude once again to gain some speed when he goes for that pass. But right now he's just keeping an eye on him, making sure that they're staying equal. Now that is Rob McCormick, and then Scott Farnsworth right behind him. See what we can find. World's fastest motorsport right here. Coming out of the Valley of Speed, we have our leaders. Mike Steiger, Pete Zaccanino.
Pete Zaccanino on top. He's not being able to get that much closer than he has been the past 2 laps.
And they seem very evenly matched, just on a different altitude right now. L39 versus L29.
We're just going to say right now, get ready for that big closer at the end.
I know.
That was the way they wrapped it up yesterday, and that, no doubt it's going to happen again today between these 2, race number 5 and race 24.
Keep an eye on them in the back of the course. Pete's gone up a little bit higher. That might mean he's trying for his pass now. Valley of Speed.
Good race going on out here. This is the penultimate race. The next stop is the one for the goal. So getting in good position for that one is all important. Pete Zaccanino would love to overtake and take that top position tomorrow.
White flag, white flag.
Final lap.
Looks like a white flag is out, final lap. Looks like Zaccanino is pulling back a little bit, or Mike Steiger is pushing it up a little bit. But definitely looks like it's being put, the lead is being expanded. Back of the course once again.
All right, will Pete Zaccanino take it down, try to gain some speed right here, or will he hold off until the last final straightaway sprint?
This is where I would make my run for it here. Going down the Valley of Speed, he's got an eye on the lead. See if he feels like he has enough to take it.
Still holding above, holding above. Get ready for something at the very end here, though. It's now or never for Pete Zaccanino. He's not going to be able to do it.
Checkered flag, and it's all Mike Steiger.
Steiger unofficially in first place. American Spirit, race number 5, gets the win unofficially. Right behind him, Pete Zaccanino. All right, there are your unofficial standings right there. Mike Steiger on top, race number 5. Pete Zaccanino, of course, race number 24. Pete Stavridis managed to get 3rd place, followed by Farnsworth. And Dash Force 1, Vicky Benzing and Bob McCormick, who finished 3rd yesterday, fallen off the pace today. Might have had some sort of difficulty. We can't tell you exactly what that might have been, but...
Here's Mike Steiger coming in for a nice landing. Even in this wind, he's got it.
Yeah, here we go. We may be getting close.
There they are. I was unable to hear the pace plane releasing them, but it looks like Phil Fogg has the lead in Robin 1. You can see that beautiful yellow jet out in the back.
All right. Made it to the guide pylon, and the race is on.
Right, so right now it's Phil Fogg and Robin. We have Lockie Onslow, and right behind him, Charlie Camilleri, the 2 Australians right behind Phil Fogg.
Phil Fogg's job is to stay ahead of the Aussies today.
Yes.
So far, he is doing that. Again, we're going 6 laps around our long course. 6 laps will make up about 47 miles.
Coming down the Valley of Speed. That was fast.
Nothing like that right there. That sound, that fury, as those jets take 50 feet off the ground.
If that doesn't give you goosebumps, I don't know what would. Coming past the home pylon, we still have Phil Fogg and Robin, Charlie and Lockie Onslow and Drop Bear, and then Charlie Camilleri in Blue Ice, all L39s.
Phil Fogg staying ahead of the pack now, but just barely. As a matter of fact, Lockie Onslow may be gaining just a bit of ground on him.
That's what it looks like to me. Lockie looks like he's going to come up on the outside. Charlie Camilleri's not giving up either. He's right there in the hunt with them.
No, he's waiting for his spot. A little more cautious they have to be, Marilyn, with the wind and everything. Crosswinds especially. The passes are going to be a little bit more...
Gingerly.
Gingerly, good word.
Good
complicated.
word.
Be careful.
Yeah, so here we've got Phil has his line. He's in the lead, so he gets to keep that line. It's low and tight on the pylons. And then Lockie Onslow has to work a little bit harder to get beyond him. They're coming around pylon 9.
Robin 1 is the yellow wing airplane. You see it right there, the underside, orange and yellow.
They continue as they started. Phil Fogg, Lockie Onslow, Charlie Camilleri.
Lap 2 of 6 we are into right now, and start position number 1. Phil Fogg hanging in there in Robin 1. 428 miles an hour, the average for his last heat, for Robin 1. That had Jeff Turney in it, that pass.
There's Jeff's plane, but Phil flying it.
Lockie Onslow just sort of a stalking horse right now, just laying back, waiting, see if he can get an opportunity somehow to get around what looks like a strong Robin 1.
Robin is really, Robin's pilot, Phil Fogg, is really flying well today. But it looks like Lockie's got something for him. Lockie Onslow's looking to make that pass. Not sure if he made it yet. It's tight. Yeah. But Phil Fogg still has it. Seeing him come around home pylon.
Lockie might have made up a tiny bit. Yeah. Trying to catch him on the straightaway here a little bit. Not quite getting there. We have about 3 more laps in which to get it done.
Phil Fogg, Lockie Onslow, Charlie Camilleri in that order. Behind them, here comes Zach McNeil and Larry Labiola.
Those 2 are filler planes. The last 2 planes we saw right there. Field out to 5.
You can even see the bushes are waving at us. This wind is unbelievable.
Really blowing out here in the desert today, which complicates things, but that is, it is what it is, as they say.
I'm seeing Lockie's losing a step here. Lockie Onslow and Drop Bear.
They've drawn down pretty well as they came past the start-finish pylon on lap number 3.
I see one of the photographers out in the field.
Yeah, he's still got that deficit to Phil Fogg and Robin 1. The old 39C.
Let's see what he's got here. Phil Fogg and Robin, Lockie Onslow and Drop Bear, with Charlie Camilleri watching the whole thing from 3rd.
It's a terrific sight. Now remember, these guys are doing this in spite of a probably steady 20-plus breeze right now with gusts up over 30.
Right. Looks like they're both getting a little bit higher on the course. They're probably getting bumped around pretty good. Phil Fogg still has it in the back of the course. We can really get a good shot of those 2.
There they are, about keeping the same distance for the last lap and a half or so.
Turning back to the Valley of Speed. I lost count. Do we know which lap that is?
You kind of get caught up in the racing and forget the lap count. It's 3 or 4, I think I can safely say.
Less than 6, more than 2.
Exactly.
Here they come around pylon 9 again. They're going to come towards home pylon. We still have Phil Fogg and Robin.
White flag.
White flag lap, and Lockie's making the pass, maybe?
Like a pretty aggressive move right there. Let's see if he can hold it through the turn. That's going to be hard to do.
Phil still has it. Phil Fogg still has the lead. But it looks like Charlie is picking up some speed here. So this is our white flag lap. This is our final lap. If you're going to make a move, this is the only time you have left.
Phil Fogg hanging in there. Got half a lap to go.
Looking at them on the back of the course. Still have Robin, Phil Fogg, and Lockie Onslow in Drop Bear.
Race 54, Phil Fogg and Robin 1. Got 2 jobs to do. Hold off Lockie Onslow for another quarter of a lap here, and don't cut any pylons. Don't incur any infractions.
Looks interesting coming down the Valley of Speed.
Oh, we may have a sprint finish here.
I think we might. I'm thinking that might have been a pylon cut.
All right.
Lockie may get it on penalties. But right now it is Robin with Phil Fogg, Lockie Onslow in Drop Bear, and Charlie Camilleri in Blue Ice until we hear from
our filler planes. They'll also make it across the finish line. Looks as though it's Zach McNeil ahead of Larry Labriola. 2 camo planes.
Yellow tips on Zach McNeil, so you can tell that one a little bit.
We will see Zach McNeil later on, of course. Phil Fogg, race 54, unofficially Robin 1, is the winner. Lockie Onslow comes in 2nd place, race 69, and Charlie Camilleri, race 19, in 3rd place. Our filler race was won by Zach McNeil. Larry Labriola coming in 2nd there at the back of the pack.
Real steel. Find yours. And find what fuels you. Not sold at Lowe's or the Home Depot. Pick up at over 9,000 local STIHL dealers. Find yours at STIHLdealers.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, here comes our Sport Heat 1A. These are our gold racers. The world's fastest home-built propeller-driven airplanes are on the course.
47 is clear.
Well, we can see them with our cameras, and now the crowd will be able to take a look at these 8 planes lined up, ready to go.
Now they have to stay in their respective lanes right now. They can outrun the guy next to them, but they can't change lanes until they get to the guide pylon. So out front is Jeff Lavelle in that 407-mile-an-hour qualifier, race 39, the Super Glass Air 3. Right behind him is the Lancer Super Legacy. That's Andrew Findlay in that steel-powered airplane.
Look at that shot of Jeff Lavelle there. He is moving out, folks.
Okay, they've hit the guide pylon. It is left turn and race on. Okay, look how fast the first 2 airplanes have pulled ahead of them already. Again, that's race 39. That is Jeff Lavelle, our past 2-year champion. And at race 39, Super Glass Air 3. Again, an airplane he built in his garage, Tommy.
Unbelievable.
Andrew Findlay, sponsored by our presenting sponsor, STIHL.
There he is, right there on your screen.
Yep. You know, the one thing we got to keep Andrew tuned down a little bit, because Andrew will burn up that engine. He is a competitive person, you know, and he will not back off. Especially if he's got Jeff Lavelle in his sights as he does now. It's a dogfight.
Yeah, he's got the objective right in front of him.
It's a dogfight
all race long, and Jeff Lavelle has no intention of surrendering that, I'm sure.
If he can keep one moment together and force Jeff Lavelle to push us past the limit, we'll see. You know, but again, Jeff Lavelle's got a rock solid engine. I mean, that engine just he pulls the cowling off, checks it, puts it back on, doesn't take it off the rest of the week. Okay, we are now in lap 2, where we completed the first lap.
And now I think all of our field is into lap number 2. Is that right? Yes.
Okay, we're on the backside now, back at the 12 o'clock position. Again, Jeff Lavelle is still out in first place.
You can see Andrew Findlay trying to stay in contact as best he can.
He hasn't given up anything. He's still hanging in there. So the secret's going to be, when I talked to Andrew earlier, he said, I'm going to have to fly a line. I'm going to have to fly a tight line. Problem is, Jeff Lavelle's in that line.
Yeah.
Jeff Lavelle's where he would like to be. And so Andrew's going to have to be at least 20 miles an hour faster to overtake him, because he's going to have to go high and wide. That's just not going to happen with Jeff
That's
Lavelle.
a big ask for Jeff Lavelle right there.
It is.
Race 39, Jeff Lavelle.
Yeah, listen to these guys as they come by. Those are 6-cylinder opposed air-cooled engines. Stock configuration, they make 300 horse. These guys are making over 700 horsepower by cramming the air in them with those twin turbochargers.
Third place looks to be Bob Mills at this time. Race 47, Bob Mills from Reno, Nevada. Can that be right?
Sure looked like it. 40. Yeah. I saw 47 on the bottom of that wing. Well, keep in mind, he's running a 550 horsepower engine that's capable of 360 miles per hour also. So he's capable of 50 miles an hour faster than his qualifying speed. So he made that up in that first 2 laps.
He was sandbagging a little bit then, you're saying.
Well, we hate to use that word. Oh, look at this. Andrew Findlay is putting a move on Jeff Lavelle. Look at that. He's got the altitude. If he can trade that altitude to airspeed when they hit the Valley of Speed out there. The Valley of Speed's a drag race. It's not a turn. But he's going to have position on Jeff Lavelle when they get to turns to pylon 7, 8, and 9. Otherwise, Jeff Lavelle's going to have the inside preferred line. Is he going to be far enough ahead to make that? It looks like he did.
Oh, he might.
If he can get the nose, get that airplane ahead of Jeff Lavelle, slide into that preferred line on the inside. Oh, see, there we go. That's exactly what I was talking about. Jeff Lavelle's on the inside running the shorter course. If that would have been the finish, Andrew Findlay would have won. But they're right back into a corner.
Here needed 20, he probably had 18 miles an hour.
Exactly.
The 20 he needed wasn't quite there.
Yep. Well, the problem was they went back into another turn, which gave Jeff Lavelle the inside line or the shorter course. Going back to the leaders on the back side of the course, they're on the north side of the course. Making that long turn back there as they get ready to enter Valley of Speed one more time. Okay, Andrew Findlay's got some altitude. Can he trade it for airspeed when they get into the Valley of Speed drag race? You see they're still in the turn out there, going around pylon 6 about right out there now. Okay, now when they hit this drag race, again, the Valley of Speed is a great chance. There's no altitude restriction or limitation out there, so you'll see him come down low. I see him shove the nose down, try and trade altitude for airspeed. Looks like he's got the pass, but again, once they hit pylon 7, they go back into the turn again, and Jeff Lavelle's got the preferred line.
There's the lineup right now.
Okay, now they've got the added thing of lapping airplanes. They've got the added thing of having to go around slower airplanes. I think that's Vicky Benzing. They're just now passing as they go around pylon 1. Bob Mills in 3rd place, solid 3rd place from Reno, Nevada, flying Mojo, another Super Glass Air 3 like Jeff Lavelle's airplane, only not as powerful.
He is in 3rd place, pretty much unmolested right now.
Okay, going back to 1st place, our race on the back side of the course, all the way at the 12 o'clock position for this 7.1 mile course. Boy, Jeff Lavelle, see, he's got that inside line. He really knows how to fly this course, even in this bumpy air. If he can stay on that inside line, he's forcing Andrew Findlay to fly a rougher, longer course, which is just, it's not going to happen when you're going up against the 2-time champion in the fact of Jeff Lavelle.
Yeah, and that last lap looks like he's been able to grind out maybe a half a second or a second more of a lead over Andrew Findlay in the race 30.
Which is huge when they're this fast and this evenly matched.
Well, another year of impressive stuff from Jeff Lavelle, that is for sure, as we watch the 1 and 2 planes at this point right now.
White flag.
Passing the start-finish pylon.
Boy, those engines sound good. 700 horsepower out of 6-cylinder air-cooled engines.
We get a lot of this audio from our pylon cameras out there. They get great audio. We didn't know that. That's been an unexpected bonus. It sounds great out there.
Yeah, if you haven't been to a pylon, that's another treat too, and it's all its own.
I'm going to get that done this week sometime.
When Unlimiteds go by, that's what you'll take that memory for life. Okay, they're on the back side of the course now. Looks like the white flag is out, so they're on to bell lap now. Again, lapping some traffic on the backside, always a factor. Looks like Andrew Findlay's crew chief probably called him and said, okay, don't burn it up today.
Yeah.
We've got 4 more days of racing. Don't melt her down yet. Melt her down Sunday afternoon, but
yep,
not
there you
today.
Go. Yeah, don't break stuff till day 4.
But he sure made a statement, though. He sure let Jeff Lavelle know that he can run with him this year.
I'm sure Jeff got an eyeful of that, did he not?
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
I guarantee he did. He might actually pull his cowling today, Tommy.
Oh, wow. Provoked.
Okay.
All right, there comes Jeff Lavelle.
That's not going to happen. Just not enough track left for Andrew Findlay to reel in Jeff Lavelle.
There's your unofficial results right there. Jeff Lavelle, race 39, gets the top spot. Andrew Findlay, we saw that, giving chase throughout the entire race. Race 30, Bob Mills, 47, moving up through the ranks there to achieve 3rd place there. Peter Balmer, one of our international competitors, in 4th. Jim Rust coming in 5th place. Matthias Hayde, race 151. Vince Walker, race 2. And Vicky Benzing in race 15. Vicky Benzing getting ready to get out of the air and get back up in the air in a jet here. 8 in the sport class, getting ready to clash here.
Legacies and Glass Airs. Here they go. Yep, so you got Sean Van Hatten in 1st. You got Jesse Panzer in 2nd. 3rd would be Dan. George Catalano in 4th or 5th. Gosh, it's so hard to see them in this, the little white dots. Okay, 1st and 2nd is Sean Van Hatten right there on the left-hand side of the pit, and that's Jesse Panzer on the right. Lance Air Legacy and a Glass Air.
Glass Air is going to be Jesse Panzer, currently in 2nd place there, but
it
close
looks like
on
a
the
pass
heels.
On the 3rd.
Close
so that's
on
Dan Ballin coming in on a Lance Air Legacy. It looks like he's passing. Oh, he's coming up on Jesse. Looks like he might have had it.
May have taken over 2nd place. We'll see when they come by. Get this race started, get the first lap underway.
1st, 2nd, and 3rd is a battle right now. Wow, down the Valley of Speeds coming at us right out of one of our new pylon cameras. You got to love that.
Boy, you look like you're right in the sights.
All aircraft emergency in progress. Wind 140 at 8.
Looks like we may have a mayday on the field, but we'll keep you on the race until we know more about it.
Faces with you.
Okay. Did you hear that? That's a real nice addition to the game. Ernie Sutter's made the pass. Ernie in first.
Ernie Sutter, race 66 out there. Roger. Lap 1 of 6 laps. Do you have a mayday in there? A plane may have left the race course at this point.
Yes. Yeah, Ernie went from 4th to 1st.
He said a race 66, a veteran. You said, Marilyn, he's been here since the class began.
Pretty much. I believe he has. But he's just one of those silent heroes. Looks
kind
like
of a
another
John
pass
Wayne
coming
type,
up.
soft-spoken, huh?
Yes, coming up again. We have another, looks like another pass coming up on the back. But I believe that's Ernie Sutter right there. And he's in just passing through, number 66.
It's a Lancer Legacy, white, gray, and red. We will get a good look at him as he goes by the start-finish pylon. Clicking off the first of 6 laps here for these racers.
God, I love the sound coming off that pylon. That's amazing.
Some great audio from out there and
neat?
pictures as well. Check
Thanks,
it out.
Mark. That looks like Jesse. No, that's Ernie. Yes, Sean Van Hatten is in 2nd place. That's our 2nd and 3rd racers right now. That looks like Sean Van Hatten low. And then, I believe that could be Jesse Panzer up high.
Race 13, see if we can make out the 13 when they get a little bit closer there. Again, we got similar planes here, and
Jesse
you can help us
Panzer's
sort them out.
making a play for 2nd place, trying to get around Sean Van Hatten.
Trying to get back to our original start position.
Yeah, that's 2nd and 3rd right there, and there's our leader. And that is Ernie Sutter.
Just passing through from Bend, Oregon, this airplane.
Yep, again, that race for 2nd place. Well, Ernie pulls ahead. He's going to keep Sean and Jesse are going to keep each other busy. And he's just going to keep pulling ahead. It looks like Jesse's got it here. No, maybe not.
Maybe not. It's.
I don't know. Well, there's our Ernie Sutter.
Starting into lap
Here
number
it
3
comes.
for Ernie Sutter.
Yeah, it looks like Sean Van Hatten still has it now, but Jesse's gaining on him.
Sean Van Hatten started with the pole position. Quickly overtaken by Ernie Sutter.
Yeah, that's it right there. That's 2nd and 3rd. Sean Van Hatten, Jesse Panzer.
Well, that's our tight race. Seems like every heat we've had one good tight race, and not necessarily the first 1 and 2 positions, but
Seems it's always 2nd and 3rd.
2nd and 3rd has been a
Yeah.
popular dogfight position today.
We had one that was 3rd and 4th, but this is good stuff. And you can see it's basically formation flying, and everybody wants to be lead.
Oh yeah.
And our leader is Ernie Sutter.
Ernie Sutter.
Calmly continuing on.
Not keeping it particularly low, but you stay up there and you got a chance to pick up a little speed if you need it in an emergency
Exactly.
for sure.
Well, this would be an emergency. So this is only lap 3, so it's not quite, but it's a
It
good
could
time
happen
to
for him.
pick it up. There's our leader, Ernie Sutter.
Although he appears to be putting some more distance between himself and the rest of the field here, and here comes our.
It's great for him because while they're battling, they're not thinking about him.
Aircraft emergency has been terminated.
Good to know. Good to know. Our Mayday is on the ground safely, so everybody's good. One, two, three. There's 2 and 3 right there. There's looks like they're saying that Jesse Panzer has passed Sean Van Hatten.
All right, that's what one spotter has for us right there. Race 13 in 2nd place right now. Following that plane right there, race 66, Ernie Sutter.
Yep, the races for 2nd and 3rd. There, wow, I couldn't tell you. It says Panzer is ahead, but I think it's Sean Van Hatten still in 2nd place as far as I can see. What do I know?
It's hard to sort it out when they're out there, especially on this big track.
Race 9-2, cross runway 26.
Yeah, this is lap 4 of 6. Lap 4 of 6.
It's a Sport B, second tier of the sport class. Biggest class here in Reno.
Yeah. So you can just see the different shapes of the airplane. So the one down the bottom is Legacy, and the one on the top is the Glass Air. So that Sean Van Hatten is still number 2. Jessie Panzer still fighting it for it in her Glass Air.
White flag, white
For all the
flag.
world, like they're dead even right here.
Right, so Ernie just passed by home pylon, and we got a white flag. So this is our final lap. Look at her go. Look at her go. There's Jessie Panzer.
Well, it's now or never for Jessie Panzer, the final lap.
She's moving. And Ernie just having a good time winning.
Oh, yeah, winning feels good. Being in front feels good. The air is better there.
He's not tired of winning.
No, no, no. It never gets old, does it?
No, it does not.
Oh, still the battle going on for second place
Can't
now.
stop watching them. It's just amazing. Yeah, still see Sean in the lead. Jessie's fighting hard.
Dropping down there as they approach the Valley of Speed.
She's using all her tools. I mean, she knows what she's doing. She's got that. She's using the altitude. She's doing the little dives and just everything that we've seen all day today. She's using all of those tools.
Poised to start that dive as you look at him across the way there.
Here comes Ernie. Yeah, Ernie's taking his last couple of turns, and he's going past his last couple of pylons, and he's on his way to home pylon. We're going to see a big checkered flag.
The veteran making it look easy here in Reno on a Thursday, the first of 4 full days of racing.
Yes.
And
beautiful
a good
race.
performance in Sport B.
So that was checkered flag, Ernie Sutter. Let's see who's gonna make second and third.
All right, looks like Sean Van Hatten at this point. Could be close,
It's
could
neck
be
and
something
neck.
closing.
It is.
Oh, we're getting closer and closer. What's going to happen here? It is going to be Sean Van Hatten.
Sean Van Hatten, then Jessie Panzer.
Race 3 in second place, and race 13 in third.
I was so excited there. I think I got a paper cut.
We'll get you some medical attention as soon as possible.
Medic. Yeah, that was exciting. And you can still hear the pylon noise. I love that. That's a nice addition.
I don't know if we anticipated that benefit, but it is strong out there. Good sound.
And this is Tom McInerney and Unleashed. That's another Lance Air legacy.
Race 55.
Yeah, he's been with us a while. Good guy.
There's our unofficial results from Heat 1B in the sport class. Ernie Sutter, race 66 in first place. Sean Van Hatten, race 3. Jessie Panzer, race 13. George Catalano, race 56 in fourth place. Chiwami Takagi-Reed, the 0. Race in spot number 5. Tom McInerney, race 55. Kirk Murphy and Dan Balin had to bail, so to speak, at the start of the race here. He did so safely.
We're not used to this. Sure, the pristine natural beauty and shimmering city lights still glimmer, and we miss you. But in the biggest little city in the world, our ambition never wavers, and yours shouldn't either. We'll eventually get back to a new normal. You know, as normal as Reno Tahoe can possibly be.
Okay, they come down to shoot now again. He's still looking off the side. He wants to be wing abreast. He wants to be looking straight down the wing of Jeff Lavelle's airplane over to that jet pace plane. They're going to be coming down over 300 miles an hour, 240 knots at this point. They're picking up speed. You see Lemon Valley off to the right where the water is there. That's Lemon Valley.
Okay.
We are off to his left. You can see the airport to the left. You see the runways directly ahead of him.
Coming into view right there. And make no mistake about it, this guy's going to be locked in a battle.
You bet he is.
All through this race with the man to his left.
Gladiator mode right about now.
Right.
Look, see that hand go to the console? Well, we called that one. Okay. They are coming down to shoot right now. The jet plane has pulled up. They are in the chute. They are in gladiator mode. They are drag racing for that guide pylon directly ahead of them right now. Okay, let's watch Andrew in the cockpit. Let's see if Lavelle can get ahead of him. Right now, it looks like they're pretty even because I do not see Jeff Lavelle in his peripheral vision. Okay, they are going, okay, they're rolled into that first turn. Close to 400 miles an hour. They pull about a 5G turn. Look at the bank angle on Andrew Finley as he goes around right now. I wish we had a G meter in this shot where we could see what the G meters are. I guarantee he's pulling about 5.5 Gs at this point. Look at the world roll up on the side of that canopy to him. Okay, you could throw a blanket over both of them right now. I'm looking off to about the 11 o'clock position on our race course, Tommy. They are neck and neck, wingtip to wingtip. Jeff Lavelle in the Super Glass Air 3, race number 39. And Andrew Finley in one moment, sponsored by STIHL. Here they come. They're, oh, Lavelle, okay, yeah, okay, Lavelle, that is for the race for second. Lavelle is way out front.
Wow, Jeff Lavelle.
He snuck that one out on him.
Incredible start right there.
Okay,
we don't know
there's our
quite
second place.
Andrew Findlay. Still waiting for him to come back. He's off the pace to be sure.
Oh yeah. Okay, we got to figure out what's going on here. Boy, Lavelle did pull that one out of the hat on the takeoff. I thought Andrew was right with him. Okay, Andrew Findlay looks like he is in second place, but Jeff Lavelle has started, he's got the lesson in air racing going on again. Classes in session. Boy, great shot from the cockpit there with Andrew Findlay. Second, third, so Andrew Findlay should be one of those airplanes. Looks like the one down low. He looks like he just got overtaken, possibly by Bob Mills.
Or Peter Balmer. Could be Peter Balmer. You have the yellow and blue.
Okay, here comes our leader. Holy moly.
Yeah, Jeff Lavelle just running away from the field now.
How's a guy to make a living with Jeff Lavelle on the course?
Oh, my word.
Gee whiz. Okay, it looks like Bob Mills in second place. Andrew Findlay's in third. There's our Mustang directly passing the start-finish pylon right now. Okay, Lavelle is getting some amazing speed out of this airplane again. 750 horse, twin turbocharged, air-cooled Lycoming engine, American-built engine, homemade-built airframe. Again, it's a 25-year-old design by Glass Air, built by our pilot, Jeff Lavelle.
Defending champion, defending gold champion in sport class.
Six-time defending champion. Our current champion was six-time winner in that class.
Looking for number 7 this week, and nobody's stopping him today, it doesn't look like.
Oh my goodness. The speed he's getting today, of course, he's out in clean air, which helps, but it's still rough air out there. The speed he's getting today is unbelievable. Yeah, that looks like Peter, that picture there looks like Peter Balmer.
That's Peter Balmer, yeah, that picture.
Our Mustang, our Blue Thunder Mustang. 800 horsepower Falconer V12 engine in that airplane. Again, it's a 3/4 scale P-51 Mustang replica called a Thunder Mustang. There's Jeff Lavelle. Look how fast. Look at the real estate he's covering, Tommy.
My gosh, he's moving on out there, and
he's going about 3.5 miles a minute right now.
Oh. Race 2-4, race control. It appears you have a gear door partially open.
Okay, somebody just got a call from race control. They do have a gear door open at these speeds. That could really rip it, clean out the airplane. Okay. And our films here, see if we can see whose gear door is down. Doesn't look like
Don't
Lavelle's
see anything
the
there on Jeff Lavelle's plane. No. You can all look for that. Identify that airplane.
Jeff Lavelle is holding a clinic on air racing this week. I think that was Jimmy Russ that just went by in race 24. Race 47
Bob Mills right there.
Mills
You're seeing it
from Reno, Nevada, local pilot, Super Glass Air 3. Run a 550 horsepower Continental, or 550 horse Continental. Had a speed yesterday of 348 miles an hour. Unbelievable speeds they're getting out of these home builds. Great pylon shot back around the sagebrush. Like Jeff Lavelle at that point. Okay, still on Bob Mills out of Reno, Nevada.
Bob Mills holding in second place is race 47.
White flag.
White flag, they're on the bell lap now. Andrew Finley has really backed off on the speed and power. If Jeff Wells backed off, it's hard to tell because he's got almost a full lap lead. He's been lapping some of the planes.
Absolutely too much speed for this field and this race today.
Okay, see if we can pick up where he is on the course. Here he comes. Unofficial winner, let's see. Nope, that's not him. Okay, we got him on the backside. The 11 o'clock position right now. He's going to overtake an airplane before he gets to valley speed. Look at the closure speed on that other airplane out here. Again, these are all airplanes capable of going over 300 miles an hour. His closure speed, he just went by that other pilot like he was tied to the sagebrush. He's in the valley of speed for the last time. He's off the 9 o'clock position on the course right now. Probably pushing 350, 380 miles an hour.
And not really needing it at this point.
Doesn't need it at this point, absolutely. Rounding pylon 7, 8, 9 for the last time. Shove the nose down, coming across the steel start-finish pylon. One more time. Okay, second place. Race 47, Bob Mills from Reno, Nevada, taking unofficially second place.
Pace is at 8,500 on the west side.
Covering runway 26.
It's hard to keep up with these when you've got somebody going as fast as Jeff Lavelle is out there and lapping so many airplanes.
And so many of the sport class are white.
Yes,
that complicates things for guys like
the reason
like
for that is they're composite, because you want to keep them as cool as possible, because being composite, if they get hot, they get soft. So that's why most of your composite airplanes will be white, at least the wings anyway.
So it's not intentionally to befuddle announcers then, okay?
No, good to know. That's just one of the perks. Wow, Jeff Lavelle giving a clinic in air racing again today. Andrew Finley's going to probably have some cowlings off that one moment again tonight, trying to figure out how could we reel him in yesterday and not even get the same zip code with him today.
Boy, yeah, that's a puzzler right there, a real head scratcher, because they were neck and neck through the length and breadth of the course in race 1A.
Yeah, Jeff Lavelle is he has such a poker face that it's really hard to I mean, you could go ask him, so what was your secret today? It won't be just be another day at the office to him.
Oh my God.
There's really nothing special happened. Good shot of our line coming down the chute now onto the course.
5,500, ladies and gentlemen, you have a race.
You heard it. We have a race. Watch our jet pace plane pull up out of the way. Our racers are on the course. They've got to stay in that perspective lane all the way to the guide pylon. They're going to shove the nose down, try and trade that altitude for airspeed, get a little bit of advantage, but not get slammed down on the bottom when you get to that guide pylon. Okay, we're looking out there now. They're just about to the guide pylon. They give them about 2 seconds. They're going to be there. It'll be that light you'll see down in the green sagebrush. And they're right about there. Left turn, sharp turn, going right about now. There they are.
There's the light.
Okay. See the advantage to our pole position? Look where he is compared to where he moved second, third place just by having the inside line when he made that turn.
Sean Van Hatten in race number 3 right there. It certainly is an advantage to be out first. Gives you a better chance of staying out first.
But he's got 2 very, very determined women right on his tail. Jessie Panzer, she's a heck of a pilot out of Colorado Springs, Colorado, flying an airplane that used to be flown by Vicki Cruz called Cruise Missile. And then we've got Vicki Benzing from Saratoga, California. She's our air show pilot. She flies everything from helicopters to jets. And boy, she is right there. Look at it. You could throw a blanket over all 3 of them, Tommy. How's that for some close racing?
We love racing like that. Don't we love that here in Reno?
Probably busting 300 miles an hour, close to 300 miles an hour right about now. Look how tight they are as they do the hard left turn, pulling about 4.5 G's as they make that turn around the pylons. They're coming around pylon 7, 8, and 9 right now. Very critical that they don't go too high at that point. Dropping the nose down, heading for the guy. Look at that. Look at the race coming as they go for the steel start finish pylon to finish lap 1. Look at that. Nothing like tight formation at 300 miles an hour.
Oh, beautiful thing right there. Tight racing here, and we're going to be doing this for 6 full laps. Chewing up about 41 miles.
Wing abreast, line abreast in the back. We have one tie. I told you these guys are less than 1 mile apart in speed. Look at that formation. Vicky trying to trade a little bit of altitude for airspeed, get a little advantage on Jesse. Again, Jesse's in that cruise, the cruise missile, that glass air. Our first and third airplanes are both Lance Airs, a little bit slicker airplanes. But again, as we saw with race 39 in the gold, the unlimited sport, nothing wrong with the glass air. There's still a 20-year-old design that's able to run away, man.
#1 plane out there, yeah. The glass here.
So
no doubt about it.
Right now, okay, 4th place. Let's see where we're at now, because we had a lot of moving around going on back there. So that looks like it might be George Catalano from Scottsdale, Arizona, flying Bigger Dingo, Lance Air Legacy, back to the front. Okay, now right now, Sean Van Hatten's hoping that Jesse and Vicky will get in a little dogfight of their own.
Sure, yeah.
Because if they start watching each other, he's going to try and sneak away.
He's in race number 3. He started in the pole position. He still remains in first place right now, Sean Van Hatten, with Havoc.
Because not only is Jessie in that white airplane keeping an eye on Sean, she's also having to keep an eye on Vicky. Or I should say, Vicky's going to keep a tight eye on her. Look how close they are. Vicky's trying to make a move up high. Now, if she can get past her, no, she's not going to do it back there.
Not going to happen on this one.
All the passes have to be high or wide. They can't dive to the inside. Because if this was auto or motorcycle racing, Vicky could trade that altitude airspeed, dive to the inside on this next pylon and make a pass. They can't do that because those other 2 airplanes would be to her belly, which would be a blind spot. Cannot do that. So they need about 7 miles per hour airspeed to make the pass. Look at that, Pat. Look at that on the back. Look how tight the second.
Oh, that is so close.
There for second place. Vicky's trying to do it. Now, where they're on the back, they're about the 11 o'clock position on the race course, which means in just a second they're going to go into the Valley of Speed. The Valley of Speed is a drag race up the west side of the course. They're going to go from north to south on the west side of the course. You see how the wings are level now? This is a drag race until they get to pylon 7. You're going to see them rack up in another sharp left turn when they get to pylon 7 as they come around 8 and 9. Again, very, very critical turn. That's where all the observers are watching to make sure they don't go too high or too low because of the scatter field should there be an incident on that turn.
Vicky Benzing working hard to get past into second place, and may have looked from that angle like she'd done it, but she still is lagging just a bit.
But she's flying a longer course. You can really see it here. Now look at this. Okay, Jesse Panzer is really putting a move on Sean Van Hatten. And Vicky's saying, okay, if I can get those 2 in a dogfight, then I will have the advantage.
Slip through there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
A lot of strategy goes into these races. Now look at the 4th place plane sneaking up behind. Absolutely, George Catalano. He has been, as they are fighting in the front, he's been slowly moving Bigger Dingo, his little Lance Air Legacy up, moving in. Now keep in mind too, Carl Grove has one of the fastest airplanes out there. Was that Carl moving in? We got to check that number as it comes up. Because race 181, okay, it is race 4, George Catalano.
I think it could be.
But keep in mind that Carl Grove, 181, he could easily move through the pack on this one as well. Okay, let's try and figure out, let's get some numbers on these planes as they come by, because it looks like we may have had a pass in the back there.
Sean Van Hatten.
Looks like Sean's kind of backed off a little bit.
Yeah.
If that's the case, Jesse Panzer just made one heck of a pass on him, because that does look like the glass air out front, or is that the glass air?
Boy, it's hard to tell. You can't see the bottom.
Kind of looks like the glass airs in 3rd place. Might be our 2 Lance Airs, so that might have been Vicky Benzing made that pass back there. Wow, it is. That's Vicky Benzing and Lucky Girl. She's the lucky girl, all right. She just made the pass, but look how close it is. Jesse said, no, you're not getting away yet. It's Jesse getting on her now. Wow. Okay, so we've got Vicky Benzing out front. We have Sean Van Hatten, and then Jesse Panzer with George Catalano sneaking up on them. So now we've got a 3-way race for second. And right now, if that is, I think that's Vicky that got out front. So Vicky's saying, okay, you guys sit back there and battle all you want. I'm going to slide this thing on home. So what a race. Wow, what a move by Vicky Benzing.
Vicky Benzing, race 15, the lucky girl. And now grinding out a little bit more of a lead at this point.
At the 12 o'clock position on the race course, the far side of the track out there. This should be the final lap, I believe, isn't it?
Lap 4 we're in now, I think.
I'm looking for a flag down here at the steel start finish pylon. They've already put it away, so we'll see if they bring a checkered up here in a second.
All right.
See if they bring the white or the checker up looking out the steel start finish pylon. Okay, that is the Glass Air. Looks like the Glass Air is in third place. So that means we've got, looks like Vicky Benzing in first place, Sean Van Hatten, and here's our leader. That should be Vicky Benzing and Lucky Girl. Race number 15. See if we get a number as they come by.
Yep.
That is Vicky Benzing, race 15. Wow, good job, Vicky.
Oh, and she's putting a little bit of space between herself and her pursuers.
They're on the bell lap now. White flag just waved. Okay, so she's going to stay out front. Now she has to make sure she doesn't beat herself by cutting a pylon.
White flag.
Her crew's on the radio now saying just fly your course. They're no factor. But look at the race going on for second place between Sean Van Hatten, Jesse Panzer, and George Catalano. Look at that. Line abreast at 300 miles an hour for second place. Looks like George may have just snuck around Jesse in that Glass Air.
He's taking it down now, and he's taking the lead at this point, it looks like. Yes,
it looks like he's a solid move into second place on the back. Vicky's crew saying, okay, somebody's coming, but I think you're okay. Let's go back front. Take a look at Vicky. She's all by herself out there. But again, George Catalano and flying Bigger Dingo, the Lancer Legacy out of Scottsdale, Arizona, has already made his statement, moved into a solid second place, and is still pulling her way.
He's making up a little bit of time, perhaps on Vicky Benzing. It's hard to tell from this point.
They're at the valley of speed right now, the 9 o'clock position on our course. Vicky's got to get around pylon 7, 8, 9 one more time, push the nose down on Lucky Girl, and collect another victory right here at National Championship Reno Air Races, courtesy of STIHL.
Vicky flying in multiple classes here in Reno.
Yep, she's flying the sport class as well as jet. There she is. She got the nose down.
Checkered flag.
Checker flag. Vicky Benzing, second place. Unofficially, George Catalano. Look at the race. Oh! Jesse Panzer at the steel start finish pylon. Jesse Panzer moves into third place and bumps Sean Van Hatten back.
Boy, exciting racing in the sport class B.
Wow.
Just about as good as it gets here in Reno.
Okay, race on right now. Okay, you see his hand go in. He's running the boost up. Throttles all the way to the firewall. He's running the boost up. He's keeping an eye on Lavelle and the other airplanes off the left. He wants to get ahead of these guys, so that once he gets to the guide pylon, see what he's doing? Because he's in the 6th spot. There's 5 guys on the inside of him. He's probably pulled ahead of most of them at this point, except Jeff Lavelle. Watch for Jeff Lavelle to show up on his left. There at the guide pylon. He's starting the left-hand turn. He's still watching airplanes ahead of him. See, he's looking for the pylon. Now look at the sharp bank. He's probably about 6 Gs right there as he racks it up, almost a 90-degree turn. Again, watching for other airplanes. You can see him way out ahead of us out there. Okay, I can't tell where Andrew is. Looks like he might be in about the 4th position now. Hard to tell without having the orange on his wings like we used to have. Okay.
They will come closer into our view. We'll be able to identify. We pretty much know that Jeff Lavelle is going to be out in front.
Jeff Lavelle
That's a given.
Should be out in front. He's in the valley of speed right now. This is about the only straightaway they have where they can really drag race, put the nose down, get the wings level, and really capitalize on it. Now they're going to come around turn 7, 8, 9 here in a second. They'll be right back in front of us. Here he comes. Let's see, it is. Sure enough, it's Jeff Lavelle. Look how fast he is making tracks.
Is that not race 30 behind him? Has he
sure
made it? Can it be? Andrew Finlay has gone from 6th place all the way to second place.
Lap.
Hey, that's some moving right there, folks.
So I'm saying whatever the problem was yesterday, they fixed.
They've got it straightened out. How about that? Don't take your eyes off these two right here.
Okay,
they may have a different story today.
1 o'clock position on the course back there. Look at that. You can throw a blanket over both of them. Jeff Lavelle's going, son of a gun. I thought I had a break yesterday. He's back.
And look at this, closing still. Andrew Finlay around Jeff Lavelle.
They're about the 11 o'clock position right now. They've got about one more turn. They're going to go around pylon 6 here in just a second. Once they clear pylon 6, now they're going to go into the valley of speed one more time. This is going to be the drag race. In order to get that first spot, Andrew Finlay is going to have to get about 12 miles an hour faster than Jeff Lavelle, which is almost impossible. But look at that. Look how close they are coming around. They're hitting pylon 7, 8, and 9 real quick, coming back for the grandstands. Look how he's getting bumped around, pulling G's about 6 times his body weight packed in the cockpit. Look at the drag race to the steel start finish pylon. Oh, yeah.
We have got a race on, folks, right now into the second lap.
If that was the last lap, he would have won, but they've still got 5 more to go.
At which point did Jeff Lavelle become aware of Andrew Finley out there, Steve?
Oh, I guarantee his crew was talking to him right from the start that, okay, you've got company. Hold your line. You know, and not to take anything away from the rest of our flyers in this pack, because they're all doing well over 300 miles an hour in airplanes they built in their garages. But look at this race for the front. They're still on the backside of the course. It almost looks like Andrew Finley may have got ahead of him from where we're looking. They're at about the 11 o'clock position on the course, rounding pylon 6 right now, and it almost looks like the darker airplane from Andrew Finley may be in the lead at this point. It's hard to see at this point. They're going into the Valley of Speed one more time.
Now he's taking it down, getting down flatter. He's gained a little speed there for sure.
This is looks like he's on the inside. If he is, he made that pass. That gives him the inside line, the shorter course. Andrew Finley did it.
Oh my goodness.
Here he comes, pylon 7, folks. Here, let's take a look at this. Andrew Finley in one moment has taken the lead. Jeff Lavelle is going, who is this guy?
What is going on right here?
Oh my goodness.
Unbelievable. From 6th place starting position, from 6 positions, he moves up 6 spots into the first place.
Unbelievable. I guarantee you right now he's smiling so big he's about ready to swallow his microphone. What a race by Andrew Finley.
Oh, he's got the clean air. You can see it ahead of him right there.
And that's huge.
Yeah.
That's huge. As rough as it is for them out there right now, to not have somebody else's turbulence is huge. Now, Jeff Lavelle, this is the first time he's been in 2nd place that I can remember in recent years.
Well, he's going to have to get used to it for the time being right now. Andrew Finley certainly.
Well, not only is he in 2nd place, he's in 2nd place by quite a while. Andrew Finley is holding a clinic on air racing right now. Okay, they're going into the Valley of Speed one more time.
Could it have been just a little too much caution on the part of Jeff Lavelle due to the wind?
I don't know.
You rack your brain, you try to think of what's happening here.
Jeff Lavelle is a 6-time champion. He knows how important that pole position is for tomorrow's race, for Sunday's gold. But look at the lead Andrew Finley has.
Man, oh man, this is impressive. Great work, from position number 6 to start. And it took him about a lap and a half to get this job done.
Unbelievable. I mean, my hat's off to him and his entire crew.
Be assured the race is far from over at this point right now, but boy, we have seen some fireworks here in the first half.
My only concern, and I don't want to jinx him, is rumor in the sport pits is he's not beyond pushing it a little harder than he should.
Okay, remember.
So maybe Jeff Lavelle knows Andrew's reputation and says, okay, if we give him enough rope, he'll hang himself, and we end up on pole anyway. So let's see, because we know in last year's gold race, Andrew Finley made 8 out with an engine problem.
Man, we got a bunch of stories working here, don't we, Steve?
We do. Andrew Finley, again, last year he made 8 out in the gold race. Yesterday's race, he came in 6th, and now he's out in front by a good lead over the reigning champion that has been uncontested for years. This is a great race.
Just can't take your eyes off of these two right here. This is the story of the day. That is for sure.
So remember that. Be sure to take the graphics off your wings in the future, Tommy.
That's right.
Don't put a wrap on your wings. Boy, Jeff Lavelle's still sitting there. At this point, Jeff Lavelle's saying, okay, I know I can't catch him in one lap. They're on the bell lap. White flag just came out for him, I believe. Yeah, white flag's out, so they're on the bell lap. They've got about 5 miles to go on this course. Jeff Lavelle saying, I know I can't catch him at this point without damaging my airplane. My only hope is that he's going to damage his trying to stay ahead of me. But look at that. He's got a couple 100-yard lead on him out there at the 12 o'clock position as they prepare to go around pylon 6 in about 3 seconds.
All right, well, Andrew Finley in the catbird seat, as you might say, on a windy day. He's out there in the clean air running to the utmost right here. I'm sure he's given it everything he's got. And
it'll be interesting to see if we get a fist pump after the finish line, because this will be his first pole position that I can remember for Andrew Finley.
Bouncing around in there, but boy, those are happy bounces at this point. He knows what he's on the verge of doing.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, maybe he's got some steel technology going on under that cowling.
He may have an 066 running somewhere under there.
Okay, here they come right now. Drag race to the finish line. Unofficially, your winner, Andrew Finley, in one moment. Okay, followed closely by Jeff Lavelle, our reigning world champion.
Pace is about 8,500.
And then a couple lapped airplanes right behind them. Wow, what a race, Tommy.
Boy,
Andrew Finley, my hat's off. There's no oil on his windscreen. There's no smoke behind him. But, boy.
He's kind of looking around just to make sure that he's not dreaming here.
Exactly, yeah. He's saying, look
at him slapping
Can I start breathing
there.
yet? I think maybe I can say this crew's going, breathe. You've got to get it back on the ground. Breathe. It's okay to breathe now.
Oh, great stuff from Andrew Finley. Sort of got his comeuppance yesterday and roared back to a win today. The penultimate day of racing here in Reno. Tomorrow he'll have the pole position for the gold round.
Wow, and that's a great place to be because now we know he can beat Jeff Lavelle. Because Jeff Lavelle wouldn't have, he may have set him up earlier in the week, but he wouldn't set him up on a race where you let him have pole in the big race, in the money race. So I think if Jeff could have stayed ahead of him, he would have. So, boy, oh boy, that's we've got a story here, Tommy.
Yeah, it wasn't a dogfight all the way through like some races we've had, but I still think it might be race of the week so far. There's your unofficial results. Andrew Finley, race 31 moment. Jeff Lavelle, second place. Something we don't hear very much around these parts, Steve.
We haven't heard it in years, as a matter of fact. Race 39 in second place. Unbelievable. What a job by Andrew Finley and the Steel team.
Mills, Rust, Balmer, Walker, Haid, and Sutter will round out our unofficial results in sport. Heat 3A, we are set up for a great gold finale in sport tomorrow here at Reno. We've got more racing coming up from Reno. We got Unlimiteds, and before that, some jet action when we return. We'll take a quick break, and we'll come right back.
The STIHL National Championship Air Races it's the longest lasting now and really one of the few major air race events left.
Air racing goes back to the early 1900s, back to the Cleveland air races and a number of others.
As long as pilots have been flying, they've been racing airplanes too.
You know, the legacy has been a legacy of innovation, of competition, and teamwork. It was the revival of unlimited racing in the United States, which had been suspended, and it was just delighted to bring it back here in Reno.
The National Championship Air Race is taking form in the early 1960s. We now have a 57-year history, 56 events at this point, here in northern Nevada, and so we are now the only air race of our kind in the world. So from a legacy standpoint, it's a national treasure. It's been around for over half a century, and it's the only thing like it left in the world.
The people that race and the whole week that comes, it's like a family getting together once a year to come and do the thing they have a passion for, and that's racing each other.
It's a place where people can come and race airplanes, from experimental airplanes to the kind that we fly daily if we would, to warbirds and to jets and to biplanes. It's just a fantastic place to do it.
And even though they're racing each other, race for money, they're racing for trophies, there's a real brotherhood there of everybody getting along and enjoying what everybody else enjoys. And you can't do that anywhere else in the world.
And the community support that we've had and the economic impact that it has for the community in return has been very significant over the years. And it's just our honor and pleasure to be part of this community.
The economic impact overall to the Reno, Sparks, Tahoe community came in at between 90 and 100 million between the 2 years. So the economic impact is huge. We have roughly 110 to 120,000 in total attendance, and 70% or so of those people come from out of town. So when those people all come from out of town, they're bringing money into the city, providing money to our businesses. There are some restaurants that we talk to, half of their income for the year comes from our race week. So it's just so important to this community from a economic impact standpoint.
Just like the rest of the world, the STIHL National Championship Air Races has been through some really tough times in the past few years. 2020 has been challenging, difficult time. It was an amazingly difficult, incredibly difficult decision to not conduct the air races this year. But it was the safest, best way to not only ensure the safety of the fans and the pilots and the racers, but also just to keep the air races alive. Financially, times are tough, just like everywhere else in the world. So the Reno Air Race Association and the air races themselves are hurting.
This year, we're going to miss all our fans. We're going to miss the camaraderie with the fans, with the other pilots.
And we recognize that until we're able to hold a safe, healthy, secure event for our fans, for our pilots, for our crews, for our volunteers, and for our staff, then we can't proceed.
The amount that we really need is about $500,000. As you know, the income was down roughly $1 million by not having some of the costs associated with holding the event. That number comes down, but it's about $500,000 that it's cost us through this COVID problem. Even if we could raise $300,000, that would be great. But truly, the number of need is $500,000, $500,000.
And it would be wonderful for pilots around the world, air race fans around the world, if they see fit to donate or contribute somehow to the Air Race Association. It would ensure that this continues, that we don't lose this very, very special event and this unique way of preserving aviation and sharing aviation with the world.
We got to keep this one-of-a-kind event in this world going. If we stop, air racing goes away, we'll never recoup it, and that will be a national tragedy. I ask if you're an air race fan, if you can, and donate whatever you feel financially able to donate. And if everybody does that, it might be $5, it might be 10, it might be 200, whatever the case may be, that's all going to add up and it's going to help us out.
The easiest way to donate is to go to airrace.org and click the donate button, and it'll walk you through the online donation process. It's very, very simple.
If it's in your heart to help the races continue and you're excited about doing that, we can't say thank you enough if you click on that donate button and donate what's in your heart to be able to do.
Gosh, that sound is like nothing you've heard all day. Got Dreadnought in the lead, Sawbones right behind him, Miss America right behind him. Then Sherman Smoot with the camera plane and Argonaut. Mark Watt, number in the 924. Let's see as they kind of balance out a little bit. There's Joel, he's still in the lead. Sawbones right behind him. Gosh, you could hear the...
Boy, the sound and the fury is something to behold here. This is what sets the crowds on fire at Reno.
So it's Dreadnought, Sawbones, Miss America, and right behind them is Sherman Smoot. Coming down the Valley of Speed for the first time.
Joel Swager and Dreadnought. Not yielding to anyone here at this point. Stepping off a decent little lead right now, but nobody's safe until we get closer to the end.
Checkered flag is all you need. So this is our buddy Dreadnought. You'll love that sound.
Wow.
Right behind him, Sawbones. Right behind him, Miss America. Right behind them, Argonaut and Mike Brown made a pass on Mark Watt on the backside of the course. And here comes Graham Frew. Unofficially after the first lap, it's Swager, Brown, Heisey, Smoot. And here's a view of what Smoot is looking at.
Smoot is a view from fourth place right there.
It's a better picture today than we had yesterday. Yesterday was wearing some weird beard. So that's Sherman Smoot, 114 Argonaut, also owned by the Sanders family, same as Dreadnought and 94.
Boy, that ground moves by fast.
No kidding.
You're looking at it from that angle right there.
Find the pylons.
Fast planes, very agile.
You could see them all in see the pylon he just passed. These are great shots. And here comes Dreadnought one more time. Coming around pylon 9. Going towards home.
Race number 8, Joel Swager.
Yeah, that's not smoke coming out of the back of his plane. That's what they call ADI. He's trying to keep, that's Kurt Brown. What we're looking at is Sherman Smoot's onboard camera. Pylon. Yes, second place is
Kurt Brown, Hudson, Wisconsin, right there on the St. Croix River.
Yep. I just don't know. Could be, I think Kurt Brown might have something to push Joel a little bit farther. But they're just got in the backside of the course. That's Kurt Brown right there on your screen. No, that looks like.
Yeah, that's him.
That is.
He's losing a little ground to our leader, Dreadnought Joel Swagger.
It's back to our leader, Dreadnought Joel Swagger.
Absolutely flying his line, doing it his way.
Red spinner is Dreadnought.
Race number 8.
Race number 8, yeah.
First to launch into lap number 3.
First time dad this year. That's our astronaut, Kurt Brown, in Sawbones with the red and white spinner.
About a 20-mile-an-hour discrepancy in the qualifying times between number 1, race 8, and number 2, race 71. Dreadnought and Sawbones.
And that's our Dreadnought.
Joel Swagger keeping it down low there.
Mike Brown is still ahead of Mark Watt. Miss America, 3rd place, Brent Heisey, Miss America, number 11. There's Joel Swagger, red nose, Dreadnought. Let's see what they're doing in the back. Yep, this is Mike Brown in the front, and that's Mark Watt behind him in 924. Mike Brown is in Goldfinger. It's a heck of a paint job.
92.4G. Not hard to pick out Goldfinger.
Wonder if Mark's going to push it today or wait till the weekend. It looks like he's going to push it today.
He's pushing it right now.
Yes.
My goodness, closing on Goldfinger very, very fast here. Of course, the angle contributes some to that, but that was a big-time move right there.
That looked like a pass to me.
Yeah.
He just took his place back because he lost it earlier in the race in lap 2.
Battle right there.
Oh, no. I hate this parallax thing.
I know, it's a little deceiving.
Okay, so that looks like that's Argonaut.
They're going to come by the start-finish line right now, and there's, boy, they're neck and neck.
Oh, is that Mark? That is Mark going. But there's here's Dreadnought out for his Sunday drive at 440 miles an hour or something like that.
Yep, just trying to be low-key, keep it low, and bring it home, put it in the barn, and you got to win.
So of all the Sea Furies that are here, Dreadnought has the largest engine. It's the R4360.
White flag, white flag.
White flag lap.
Dreadnought into lap number 6.
This is it, final lap. Let's see what they can do. You can see some action on the backside of this. Mark Watt is going for the, and that Dreadnought is passing. That's Mark Watt trying to get a pass on Mike Brown. And we just saw Dreadnought going to pass to lap Graham Frew in the Yak. A lot of action in this race. The little sub races like this one.
Yeah, this little battle continues right here. It's been good so far.
Might have it here. That's Argonaut with Sherman Smoot just went by. He's on his final lap now. Next flag we see is the checkered flag. Let's see what we have.
All right.
Where's Dreadnought coming around? Oh, here he comes, right down. This is our checkered
flag. Checkered flag, recovering runway 26.
Dreadnought Joel Swagger taking the win. Unlimited Heat 2A with 2 more days of racing remaining.
No problem at all. And here comes Kurt Brown, is number 2. Graham Frew was lapped by the leader.
Gentlemen, we have a race.
All right, they have got them lined up, and we are racing right now. Should be appearing, coming over the crowd here in just moments. There they are, underway with Unlimited Heat 2B. So they got to hold that line for how long, Andrew?
Yeah, you try to maintain your lane so you get past that guide pylon. And really, you're still in formation at this part of the course coming down. You're trying to keep it safe, trying to give everybody a chance to stretch out a little bit. And then as you roll up into pylon 4, then you'll start seeing some passing, see who's got the speed out there. So it looks like Dennis is up high. Those Mustangs are down low.
We got 2 silver planes out in the lead. They get on the other side of the course, and it's kind of hard to see who's who. So we'll just be patient and let them come into range enough so we can see who is actually out there.
So on that first lap, it's a ton of fun coming out in outer 5, outer 6. You have a lot of energy, and you're pushing it down to get wings level through the valley of speed. Really watching the airspeed come up. You can drop it right down on the deck and watch the sagebrush zipping by.
I believe that is Dennis Sanders, is it not, out front there in the Sea Fury? Race number 3. I heard just a little sample of the audio. We're going to bring you right there.
Exactly, here it comes.
Yep, there comes Dennis Sanders. Eagles wings taking over. What advantage is it? I mean, and it's huge, really, getting that early lead, right, Andrew?
Absolutely, yeah. Getting out in that clean air, especially with the Unlimiteds, there's a lot of wake turbulence in there. So you'll see the second place guy, the line he's flying, he's going to get bounced around a little bit out there. So yeah, if you get at that start, you get that clean air, it makes it a lot easier to fly a good line.
That roar as they come across the start-finish pylon, there's nothing like it. You can sort of feel it down deep in your chest for everyone who's out in the grandstands here today. Glad you're able to experience it with us at home as we bring you live racing. There's our leader again, Dennis Sanders. Looking about as comfortable as he did in yesterday's heat.
Absolutely.
Down low out front, Dennis is making statements right now. Back behind him, we have Dan Van trying to move into second place as they pass the steel start finish pylon. Right behind him should be Brant Spaghetti in Blondie. That is the Spaghetti family airplane.
Dennis down there in the Valley of Speed.
Look at him, just very efficient, perfect line. This guy's been there before. He has got the experience, the time in the seat, doesn't he?
Absolutely, yeah. They have a long history here with Dreadnought, Argonaut, 924. This is the beginning of the Sea Fury. Dennis is the place. Here he comes by home pylon.
Oh, that sound coming through is unmistakable. That's what puts people in the grandstands. We can't say that.
It's like Dan Vance is pushing it up a little bit, trying to catch him. He got past Brant.
It's Dan Vance, the Speedball, Alice, the P-51 Mustang. Not troubling our leader as yet. Still got the leader in our sights there, and that is Dennis Sanders. Ione, California on Eagles wings. The Sea Fury had no trouble winning this heat yesterday. Here's second place, Dan Vance.
Coming around outer 5, rolling into the Valley of Speed as well. Yeah, as the speeds go up, you'll see these guys kind of start to roll level in there, but as the speeds get faster and faster, you're almost in a constant bank that whole time. You can see it down nice and low.
Aircraft emergency in progress, wind 110 up 9.
Okay, we heard the traffic there. Is maybe an emergency on the air.
Yeah, it looks like somebody pulled off the back of the course there.
Going to leave the race. And we'll try to run that down for you as fast as we can. Let's go back up to our leader right now. It remains and has been since the start of the race. Dennis Sanders, race number 3. Beautiful, perfect day for racing out here. Had a light breeze compared to Wednesday and Thursday. It was a little bit rough. In fact, you guys couldn't race on Wednesday.
Yeah, they had the lighter guys there on Wednesday, and it was a little too rough for them. Monday, Tuesday was pretty bumpy qualifying. So it looks like they're overhead. They got plenty of altitude. Yeah, look at that.
And Vance and Brant Spaghetti. 2 and 3, race 31 and race 44 going at it on the racetrack there for second place. Already into lap 4 of our 6 laps.
Here comes Dennis, about to finish up.
There's Dennis Vance. There's your winner. Oh, no, sorry. They're just finishing lap 4. This is the white flag lap here. Should be coming up here. 3rd and 4th right here.
Looks like the King Cobra and P51 going at it on the backside of the course there, bringing up the tail end. Looks like those guys are just having fun out there.
Yeah, they're not getting too worked up about it. Yeah, no, why not? You're here to enjoy the experience.
Oh,
right?
Absolutely. It's great to see these old warbirds out here and pushing them up. It's not just an air show. They're out there pushing them and making noise and turning fast.
A museum where they race. Now, how are you going to beat that? Huh?
Exactly, yeah.
Just a perfect situation for everyone who's a fan of aviation, or racing, and motorsports in general.
That's right. Look at this, coming wingtip to wingtip right by the home pylon.
Well, that one's far from settled, that place right there. We're going to back to our leader right now.
Here comes Dennis.
Dennis Sanders, race 3. Sea Fury just absolutely in charge, as it was in the first lap.
Yeah, white flag lap.
One more to go.
So as we come around home pylon, we can see Dennis here. As he goes up 2 to 3, you kind of start to climb. There's about a 200-foot climb as you come up between 3 and 4. Then you're looking for a couple of pieces of sagebrush and little white spots down there on the ground for your sighting. Because when you're at 3, you can't quite see 4, so it's a little bit over the hill that he's looking for his reference point.
So you got a few markers along the way.
Yep. Yeah, you got a few road crossings, a few pieces of sagebrush that are your favorite lines. You pick those out, bring it on around.
Experience helps. Time in the seat, time competing here at Reno has got to help anyone who wants to take home the gold at the end of this special week in the high desert.
Starcraft aircraft emergency has been terminated.
All right, our emergency situation has now been terminated. We'll get the details for you on that as we receive them.
Comes Dennis into the Valley of Speed one last time for this heat.
All right, and he's lapping planes right now, and Dennis Sanders is going to put a bow on it and wrap it up.
Yep, catching up to that King Cobra by the steel home finish line.
2 victories right there. Now we're looking for 2nd place and 3rd place. The battle right now, it's between race 31.
Dan Vance bringing his P51.
And Vance holding it down. All right, so 1st and 2nd are in the books unofficially right now. The race for 3rd and 4th still on the back of the racetrack right now. There we go.
Again, they have to stay in their lane until they get to the guide pylon, and then it's a race. You can see Sherman.
This is the look on board from the 4th position. We ideally could see 3 planes in front of Sherman Smoot.
The race is on.
Everyone in the start now, 7 planes, and we are going. 6 laps, 47 miles.
Dreadnought headed to the Valley of Speed for the first time in this race. Let's see what happens.
Dreadnought through the Valley of Speed. As we go around, they're going to head to, of course, around the course to our steel start-finish pylon. Get things started proper, but we are racing right now, make no mistake about it.
Looks like Dreadnought, Sawbones, number 2, Miss America, number 3, as they started. Behind them is Sherman Smoot, number 114, Argonaut. Mark Watt, 924. Listen to those planes go by the pylons.
Joel Swager in the Dreadnought, race number 8. Not what you call a super comfortable lead that you can just retire on, but a good, healthy lead this early in the race.
He's got the most power, he's got the most wins of this group. Not Joel himself, but that aircraft has won twice before here at Reno.
Certainly one of the favorites coming into this all-important week here and living up to the billing so far.
He's coming back to the steel home pylon.
He's the winner of race 2A yesterday, and right behind him, Kurt Brown and the Sawbones.
Here comes Miss America with Brent Heisey. Showing up from the pylon cam, you can see Dreadnought coming over the hills.
Just about at the straight up 12 o'clock position on our round race course here, or oval, I should say.
Roundish oval.
Roundish oval, good way to put it.
Coming back down the Valley of Speed, here he goes.
Still sporting a comfortable lead ahead of Kurt Brown and Sawbones.
That's a very big lead at this point.
All right, as they head to pylon 7, 8, and 9, give a listen.
Right behind her is Argonaut with Sherman Smoot. Mark Watt, 924. And our little Yak That Could, full noise.
Goldfinger also in the mix there. We are looking at the same order we started with at this point. No one has been able to shake up that lineup yet, but we got some more laps left to go.
Dreadnought coming back down the Valley of Speed. It's just pulling out in front of Sawbones.
It's running like on rails, as they say, despite these windy conditions. They're doing a little bouncing around. We can't really see it here.
Did see Sawbones caught a little bad air coming around 8 and 9 in the previous lap. Let's see what he does here. Oh, he's back on his rail. And here comes Miss America. Dr. Heisey.
Out of Oklahoma City and back to Joel Swager in race number 8, the Dreadnought. Top billing coming in here and still hanging in that first position.
Back in that 12 o'clock position, getting in even lower than he was before. Headed towards the Valley of Speed.
Halfway through wrap, more than halfway through lap number 4 right now.
Dreadnought has it in the Valley of Speed. Sawbones is still behind him, but doesn't look like it's much of a race for first.
Top 7 are just kind of spread out. It's like they started together and all decided to put some space between one another.
In this weather, it's probably a good idea.
Not a bad idea. It's really safe.
This is our white flag lap. That's we just got the white flag call. Dreadnought, Sawbones, Miss America.
Joel Swager just keep it between the ditches, take it on home, and collect another win here. That's the plan anyway.
See her over there in the back of the course one more time. Heading for that Valley of Speed. One thing I'm noticing about this race, no lapping anyone.
No, I was kind of wondering at the midpoint, would it be possible? I don't think he's going to quite get there, Joel Swager. Going to be able to take over race 35.
Maybe I spoke too soon now.
Uh-oh. No, not going to quite make it, but Labbit, but boy, is going to make it in first place with a comfortable margin. Dreadnought Joel Swager, race 8, taking the win again.
Checkered flag.
Stead 1, race control.
This will be the biplane silver. 6 laps, 3 miles laps, about 18 miles total, and this will be for the trophy.
Our top 2 qualifiers, Jeff Lowe and Anthony Oshnuga, have been the story so far in silver this far. There's been some great racing in biplane. It always is.
Absolutely. And it looks like Jeffrey Lowe is, he'll be on the inside, he'll be on the pole, and he always gets off the ground quickly. So I think that that's one of the reasons why he's on the pole today.
Are you on frequency?
But what happens is we get them started on the ground, and they warm up their engines, get their oil going, kind of get the pilot ready, and then they start you'll see the crews holding them down, let them run their engines up, and then at the 2-minute warning, the crews are off the course, and then then there's a 1-minute warning, and then it's the takeoff. You'll see how the flags work in a minute. This is Kevin Harper with the Yellow Bomber. He's a rookie this year, along with Scott McDonald in 247. He's also a rookie.
It's really enlightening to watch the race at this point because we got some humans standing by the plane to give you an idea of scale.
Exactly.
If you're used to seeing biplanes spraying some beans out in the field somewhere, those are going to be a lot bigger than these biplanes.
Yeah, these are very
little.
little.
Race 270, texting southbound on Bravo. He's not talking to us.
There's a Robert Austin, dentist out of Canada in Freaky, number 73. So those 3 eagles in the back, the beautiful paint jobs you'll see, we're going to have their own race. And we'll see them
Do you have a lineup by chance?
competing against each other.
They've got their own fans, right? They've got their own fan base, the Kristen Eagles.
Yeah, I have a lot of time in Kristen Eagles. They're a lot of fun to fly. 2-seaters, so they're a little bit slower than the others. Checking for oil pressure, checking for oil temps, make sure everything's good. This is our biplane silver. And you'll see a green flag go up. And when that drops, the party gets started.
Now, when they come around here, the first time you come down the runway and pass the field pylon.
Here they go.
That's simply.
Let's see who gets off the ground first. Looks like Anthony may have a lead on that.
Anthony Oshnuga just making up a few feet there on Jeff Lowe.
Casey's way in the back there. Oop,
oh boy, a
geez.
little bobble right there, but he's gotten through it. That was Jeff Lowe there. Scary moment for a second there.
Yeah, what happens is you get such dirty air from the prop right next to you that it's just crazy. So it looks like I still think Jeff's going to have that pylon. He's going to be on home. He's in first place, and as he gets to pylon 1 first,
he's entitled to his line until pylon 1.
Well, he got it.
He's got it.
Yeah,
he grabbed it then.
Right, and Anthony's right on his tail. They're going to make it interesting for sure. And I believe Casey is in 3rd, and then Kevin Harper in 4th. Let's watch this. So Jeff is a veteran out here. He's been racing longer than I, and he's very low and tight on the pylons. He knows what he's doing. He's going to make it difficult for Anthony. Oops, listen to that.
Jeff Lowe from just down the way, Bay Area, San Jose, California, the Miss Diane. That's the blue and yellow plane that is in first place right now. The red one is Anthony Oshnuga. You see him in the background.
Listen to those planes go by that pylon. Let's see what's going on in 3rd and 4th. It should be Casey Erickson, yep, right there in the blue and yellow plane. The yellow plane is Kevin Harper, one of our rookies.
Kevin Harper giving chase. He came from the 2nd row there.
Yep, so our leaders are still Jeffrey Lowe and Anthony Oshanuga. Second place is hanging in there, but he looks like, can't tell you. You know, he may have it to give him a little bit of a struggle, but he may not. But we definitely have, number 1 is Jeff Lowe, right there on your screen.
Jeff Lowe is unmolested at this time, but that can change at a moment's notice. We're going.
There's Casey Erickson.
6 laps. Casey Erickson, the bat plane.
Just got a little bobble there. And our leader still is Jeffrey Lowe.
Comes across the STIHL start-finish pylon right there, and not too far behind is Anthony Oshanuga. Jeff Lowe not out of the woods yet.
Yeah, this is lap number 2. Yeah, it looks like Anthony's actually pedaling a little faster right here.
Got some ground to make up. Again, we're only going 6 laps here, so
make your move
no
early.
time like the present,
Absolutely. We're watching this race. That's a couple of our 2-seaters. That's Tommy Sewell on the top there, and Scott McDonald underneath him.
Kristen Eagles, the 2-seaters. We're watching that one as well. A lot of pride on the line in that race.
The pride of the Eagles.
Yeah, there you go.
Listen to that. Wow. You hear the whistle of the propellers.
That is thrilling. That's why people come to Reno. Back to our leaders right now, and it's still Jeff Lowe being pursued by Anthony Oshanuga.
And there's Anthony, there's Jeffrey. That's our leader. San Jose, California. When I started racing, he was very helpful to me. We did a lot of formation practice together. I always appreciate that. He's pulling out his lead now. You can see how much that lead is stretched out. The only thing that he's excited about now is that fire truck ride with his whole crew.
Oh yes, that's going to be fun.
Yes, Anthony Oshanuga in second place, number 33 Blackhawk.
Halfway through this race, in the 4th, 5th, and 6th laps is Anthony Oshanuga. Falling behind to our leader, Jeff Lowe, at this point.
But now, Casey Erickson's picking up the speed.
May have a race for second, huh?
Yep, there's our leader, Jeffrey Lowe. Out for a Sunday stroll on Saturday. In this class, we have several different types of propellers. You can see that Jeffrey's using a metal propeller, and that's why you can see the sun glistening on it. Very different from the other ones. A lot of them are carbon fiber propellers. He's coming up on some traffic. He's going to lap these guys in the Kristen Eagles. He's talking to him, stay low, I'm coming around. Yep, so second place is going to come on him now too.
Oshanuga will have to get past that plane as well.
I thought the balloon races were last week.
Well, that would be nice. Come on.
Yeah, so Anthony's doing the right thing. Just go wide, go high and wide, keep him in sight. Listen to that. Yeah, it looks like Anthony was held up by that traffic a little bit more than Jeffrey was.
You got to go a little wider and travel a little farther, so you're going to lose some time.
And now he's on a straightaway, so he's trying to build up some more. It's our Eagle fight. This is Tommy Sewell and Scott McDonald having a heck of a time out there in their 2-seaters.
Good race right there. Let's get back to our leader. There he is, Jeff Lowe.
White flag, white flag.
One more lap for Jeff Lowe, and the silver is his.
Right behind him, Anthony Oceanuga. And not far behind Anthony is Casey Erickson. Anthony getting held up by those Eagles really helped Casey's race.
See how close she is right there. It can be done, but boy, she's got to get on her horse right now.
She will. Look at her go.
Here's Jeff Lowe just clicking off the meters as we get closer and closer to the start-finish line.
He's having a fine race. This looks like our Eagles, and there's our leader.
Jeff Lowe making it around, heading for home.
Here he comes.
We'll stay on him. We get closer and closer to the steel start-finish pylon. He's almost there. He's almost got it. And he has done it.
Checkered flag.
Checkered flag.
Second place, Anthony Oceanuga.
Right on him is Casey Erickson. She almost caught him.
Needed just a little, maybe one more lap. Silver race is done, and there are your unofficial results right there. And Jeffrey Lowe, start to finish, making it look like a little bit of a walk in the park. A great, great team and a great effort to capture the silver. Anthony Oceanuga, race 33 in second place. Casey Erickson, race 8, a close third place for sure. Kevin Harper, race 69 in fourth. Tommy Sewell, 44, fifth place. Scott McDonald, 247 in sixth. Robert Austin, seventh place. Andrew Bueller, rest of the Kristen Eagle. Andrew Bueller was a scrap.
And there's Jeffrey Lowe coming in for his landing. Watch how he keeps his tail up all the way.
44, babe.
Ooh.
Good Sunday morning to you. If you've never seen biplane racing before, you are in for a treat. This is not biplanes as you may know them. No surprise, it was the Phantom last year in 2017 here at Reno at the STIHL National Championship Air Races for the gold on Sunday 1 year ago today.
There they are all lined up, getting everyone in position.
It won't take these planes very long to get up to full speed once they become airborne. They're very agile planes.
Here goes that red flag down. He's going to pick up that large green flag. First time I was ever on the pole, I went on the red flag because I didn't know there was a green flag.
Lesson learned?
Yeah, well. Here goes the red flag down, and he's going to pick up that big green flag. Make sure that everyone sees it.
Ready to go for the
waves
gold.
It slightly, and then he drops it. And now we have a race.
Underway for the gold, the national championship in biplane.
Looks like Scott is going to get John on the runway. Scott Thompson and John D'Alessandro, but I'm very surprised at Phantom's start on the runway. Usually they have more trouble getting off the ground because of their unusual propeller. But he's in it from the beginning.
Neck and neck, Phantom and Second Hand right now as we watch it go.
Wow. Going around pylon 1, and it's Phantom in the lead, Scott Thompson and John D'Alessandro's right below him.
This is the last day of racing. You don't leave anything in the tank today. You give it everything you've got.
Listen to that.
Starter race control. Quad is down here by the fuel pits. It's going to reposition to the west ramp.
He's already going gangbusters. He's already pulled out in front of everyone. The real race in this one is going to be for second place, it seems, because Phantom's already coming around 4, 5, and 6 and headed for home pylon.
Here's that second place race right there.
John D'Alessandro.
Scott Thompson in Second Hand. We'll be watching that one. It's going to be good stuff.
Putting a lot of pressure on Scott, and it looks like he has it. Here's our leader. Let's see what's going on in second and third. Scott Thompson on the inside in the white aircraft, and John D'Alessandro in the red aircraft on the outside. And it looks like John has it. Let's see if he can hold on to it going around the turn.
These two within 1/10 of a second speed-wise in the preceding race.
Hear the difference in each one of those planes. I wanted to give the fans a chance to hear that sound coming from the pylon. they have basically the same engine, and it's all the props and everything else about how they do it. Here comes Phantom.
John D'Alessandro's having pulled away from second hand in the RB Special, and there's your leader right there, pulling away from everyone else. Just a show of force today with Andrew Bueller in the Phantom.
He's flying a lot lower line than we saw in the past because he had to come out from the behind and pass everyone. So we're going to see him probably go up a little bit higher as he tries to pass lapping traffic. That looks like Scott Thompson. Oh, that's still the Phantom.
The Phantom just flying his race right there. Just the way he wants it. Out in front of everyone. He's got to negotiate the traffic. He's lapping.
And clean air. You like the clean air. So that's John D'Alessandro, the number 18, RB Special. And he's has second place all tied up right now.
Pulled away from Scott Thompson in the second hand. John D'Alessandro got a hammer down situation himself now.
He's coming across home pylon.
Oh, this is the race of the year in the biplane class. Make no mistake about it. These teams have been waiting for this day since, well, this day a year ago in 2017.
Right, so there's Phantom's going to start coming up on these slower competitors. We're going to start seeing making a pass. That was Eric Zine that just pulled ahead of Tony Higa and Alan Hoover. 3 wide.
You can see the turbulence up in the air when they get tight in these turns here. It's a
Watch this. You're going to see the 3 down low and Phantom up high.
Phantom being a little circumspect about this pass right here. Now he's going around. Held off for a second, picked his mark, and went on through.
He probably made a call to the other racers to say, I'm on your tail and I'm coming by, so keep an eye on me.
Well, good stuff in biplane gold. Just a dominating performance by Andrew Bueller.
Look at them all lined up. I believe that's for 5th place. Tony Higa, Alan Hoover, Eric Zine.
Zine was trying to pass Hoover right there. Back to our leader, the Phantom.
He's cruising to a final. He's just passing all the other traffic, doing what he needs to do. Keep it down, keep it safe.
They're holding the checkered flag at the ready there. Won't be long.
He's coming around to pass number 2 and 3.
White flag.
So white flag left. This is our race for 5th. We've got Tony Higa down low, Alan Hoover, and Eric Zine still struggling to get by the other 2.
Eric Zine still outside and up from those as these 3 planes get ready to enter their white flag lap here, final lap. Which they will start right now.
Again, we're watching Eric pass everybody on the straightaway and then lose it again in the corner because he has to go high.
Back to the leader right there. Cruising on in, getting ready to take the checkered flag after this lap.
He's right now passing Scott Thompson in 3rd.
Wow, when you're lapping 3rd place.
Crazy.
You're getting on out there, and here he comes. Checkered flag for Andrew Bueller, the Phantom. Going to be your national champion biplane racer in 2018.
There's still a race on the course, though. That's Tony Higa down low, Alan Hoover, and Eric Zine still going for it. They're not done. This is David Roloff's having a nice quiet time in the middle of all the mayhem. He wasn't in the lead and he wasn't in the back, but he was a solid 4th place, or 5th place, excuse me.
5th place for the purse snatcher pits.
And this is for 6, 7, and 8.
Like you said, Eric Zine doing good on the straightaway. He may have just gotten close to one of our 4th and 5th place.
going to have to go to the videotape on that one.
Yeah, I think so. Not going to call it. Everything's unofficial as it stands right now, but we've officially got a dominating race by the Phantom. Andrew Bueller, and it started right at the very start.
Right, you can see that Andrew had a much better start than normal because that propeller must have been changed slightly. And he pulled away from it from the beginning. He's got Scott Thompson tight on him here, but we're going to see him just pull away from the rest of the pack. A dominant aircraft in this race.
Secured a great distance between himself and all the other pursuers, the other 7 planes after, well, less than before the first lap, we'll say, right, the first official lap was over.
And he ended up lapping everyone. This is probably our second lap, and he's already has a huge lead on the rest of the pack.
Early, we had a good battle for second place. John D'Alessandro and Scott Thompson, the RB Special in second hand, the white plane there. Scott able to hold him off for a while.
And then on this pass right here, takes second place and doesn't let it go.
The RB Special was good to go for today.
There he is. It's our RB Special.
Race 18, John D'Alessandro from right here in Reno. And once again, your winner. A dominating performance by the Phantom, the modified Mong Sport. Andrew Bueller, Olala, Washington, taking the gold here at Reno.
Watch him pass all the slower traffic. He's lapping traffic. Nice silhouette of the airplane. And see how different it is.
The most striking design of all of our biplanes here, maybe the most untraditional in some ways, but sure reflects a lot of advancement and a lot of speed.
Absolutely. You can see that struggle for 6, 7, and 8. Let's see who got what. That's Tony Higa in the lead.
Eric Zine can nip Tony Higa right here. I believe he might have. He might have. The angle's a little deceptive. Again, we're not calling that one, right? Oh.
Here comes Phantom in for a landing. Our unofficial biplane winner. Gold.
And a successful defense of the title as well from last year.
Nicely done.
Again, all the results are unofficial, but right now we're going to show you how it sorts out. And Andrew Bueller, race 62 on top. John D'Alessandro, that red plane, able to hold down second place for the entirety of the race. Scott Thompson, good fight with him at the first couple of laps or so. He will wind up in third place in second hand. Sam Swift, race 3. Dave Roloff's 11X, fifth place. Alan Hoover, race 32, followed by Tony Higa, race 31, and Eric Zine.
So it looks like Alan Hoover got Tony Higa at
the end, and Eric Zine did not get into that 7th position.
That's smoking hot. Number 3, Sam Swift.
11 X-rays in the queue, midfield.
His prop stop. That's unusual.
Should it be turning?
Oh, yeah. It's the easiest way to fly it.
11 X-ray, where you at?
Real STIHL. Find yours. Our battery-powered 8K Homeowner Series has everything you need to take on your to-do list. Battery power made by STIHL. Not sold at Lowe's or the Home Depot. Pick up at over 9,000 local STIHL dealers. Find yours at STIHLdealers.com.
And here we go. We are racing 8 laps on the way, and part of it takes place on the ramp.
Right. So what we do is we take off in what they call a horse race start, and all the aircraft, there's like 6 aircraft, I guess 7 in this race right now. This is our bronze race. And we have a couple of fillers. That's why we were a little confused at the end, because the fillers came in at the last minute, so we're not sure who was joining us in the end. But it looks like Paul Newman got off the runway first, and he's our leader right now. Rob Mickey, and then Steve Tumlin after him. So that's our 1, 2, 3 right now. We're looking at Paul Newman. You just saw Rob Mickey go by. So what I was going to say is that the propellers really help a lot to get you off the runway quickly, but then the different propeller could help you in the race. So it depends on which way you want to go with the propellers.
These are the smallest planes, the smallest of all the classes. Of course, the sort of the descendants of the original midget racers from back in the first part of the 20th century, the 30s, in fact.
Yeah, this is Paul Newman again. This is our leader. And you can see most of the wings are the Hershey Bar wing. They have a special event each year for the Hershey Bar wing aircrafts. And we have a pass on the backside of the course there. Yeah, that looks like Steve Tumlin is coming up on Rob Mickey. So feisty. Yes, our leader is still Paul Newman. He's coming around pylon 1 for his green flag. This is the actual start of the race. We do a lap 0 when they start on the ground like that.
Race control, the runway is clear.
So Paul Newman is, that's Paul. Well, Paul Newman's on first, and now it looks like Rob Mickey just took back the second place from Steve Tumlin. I think they're going to have some fun with this one. It's going to be one of those tight races.
Some of the best racing now, you'll know if you've not joined us before, happens not at the top of the pack, sometimes right in the middle, even at the back of the pack.
Right behind them is Jason Barksdale in Acme Special.
That's the yellow and black plane.
And we have 4 fillers, and who knows who they are. Okay, so on the screen we have, that's Rob Mickey in 46, and Sassy, and then feisty is Steve Tumlin. So you see Rob Mickey is trying to hold his line. He wants to get as close to the pylons as he can and stay as low and tight as he can, and make Steve Tumlin actually work for that pass. So what Steve Tumlin will need to do is go high and outside and pass safely. He will need to keep an eye on Sassy the entire time going around, make sure that they are safely competing.
It looks like feisty is holding on just barely, though.
Yeah.
Feisty, the yellow plane, Steve Tumlin.
They're jockeying for position. Second place seems to be a very important spot for these two.
Absolutely.
Looks like Steve is in the lead. Now he gets to hold on to those pylons and makes Rob work hard for his pass.
Right, expect these two to be back and forth all race long.
All race long, you bet. Look at Steve staying low and tight on the pylons. Make Rob work for his pass. Let's see what's happening with our leader. There he is, Paul Newman. In Fast and Easy, number 26.
Top qualifier by about 10 miles an hour. Yeah, most of those planes at the back of the pack are the placeholder planes, but also in there we will find Jason Barksdale and the Acme Special.
And the 4 in the back will they're having their own kind of race because they can't pass any of the true competitors. So they're having their own race in the back. And one of the good things is that Phil Goforth is out there with Annie, and he asked me to say hello to Brenda.
All right.
So here we go. Yeah, so we have, that's Steve Tumlin and Rob Mickey again.
These two battling it out for second place, and it has been back and forth. The status has not changed much.
That's great. So lap 3, Steve still has the lead. He's still in second place, but Rob is not giving in. And it looks like he's going for another pass on the far side of the course, on the backside.
Yellow plane is race 52, Steve Tumlin, feisty. Red plane, Sassy Sangoma, Rob Mickey.
It looks like Rob Mickey's got this one. Let's see if he can hold on to it in the turn. Yes, it looks like he really does have it this time. So Rob Mickey is, he's past Steve Tumlin, going around pylon 4 on the west side of the course. Coming around towards home pylon again. It looks like I hate to say that he's solidly ahead he is solidly ahead.
Yeah, sometimes you get deceived at that turn right there.
They're having a good time back there.
Yeah, these won't post a place or a time, but they're out there having fun. Right?
They'll post a place, but it won't count.
It won't count,
yeah,
okay.
But these guys are having more fun. That's great. And not far behind them is our leader, Paul Newman, having his own race. Looking good, coming down the valley of speed. Now he's going to have to come onto that gaggle and try to get around them. So what he's going to have to do is basically communicate with them, ask them to keep it low and tight so he can pass on the high and outside. Yep, here we go. You're watching the pass. He's got a lot of traffic ahead of him. That sound is awesome, isn't it?
It's Absolutely. Paul Newman launching into lap number 5 already.
So again, he's going to have to go high and outside to keep them in vision. He has to keep his eye on them the whole time. So, and you can see them all kind of straggling about.
Can't see how wide they all are spaced out until they take that first pylon there.
So he's on the back of the course. He's right behind that whole gaggle, and they're all staying really tight. So he's going to go a little far outside. He's got him right there. So now we don't have to worry about passing the 4 fillers, and he's going to have an easier race now. Second place and third place are all going to have to do the same thing to get around that gaggle of intruders. There's Rob Mickey and Sassy. Looks like he's a solid second place.
Yeah, he's made some ground between himself and Sassy Sangoma, or he is Sassy Sangoma. He's made some ground between himself and Feisty, race 52.
Right. And there's our leader, Paul Newman, coming in, and he will be, when he passes home pylon, will be on lap 6. He's going to have to pass right here. I think that was Acme Special he just passed. Second place, still Rob Mickey and Sassy. He's coming around home pylon now too.
2 more laps for race 46. First race of the day. This is Formula One bronze racing here. If you're just picking up with us in Reno, the STIHL National Championship Air Races.
Yeah, this is our bronze race, and there's Steve Tumlin just came by. So it looks like Rob Mickey has really pulled out. Yeah, so that's Rob flying a beautiful line. He's had some trouble with his aircraft earlier in the week. Got it all sorted out. And we're going to go, there's Paul Newman passing Acme Special with Jason Barksdale in the seat. Now he has lapped successfully the final person, number 4, in the true race. So he's coming on. The next thing we know, he's going to be by Steve Tumlin. He's flying a beautiful course, beautiful race.
He's going to be in his 7th lap now.
Let's see where he is. Oh, he's just coming on to home pylon. This is lap 7.
Sassy Sangoma solidly in second place, race 46.
Let's see what Paul Newman's doing now. Yeah, the biplane course is only 6 laps. These guys do an 8 lap, and it definitely seems longer. But this is Paul Newman going through the back side of the course, making the big turn around about 4, 5, and 6.
It's really a walk in the park for Paul Newman today, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
And that's what you want.
When he comes by, we're going to see the white flag.
White flag, white flag.
Right behind him, we have Rob Mickey and Sassy. Yeah, he's getting through the gaggle.
He's got some traffic to negotiate here for sure.
And then Steve Tumlin has a firm grasp on 3rd.
First race of the day, probably the best air of the day. These guys taking advantage of that.
You always want to have the first race. And Paul Newman still in the lead. This is his white flag lap. He's on the backside of the course. We will see that flag man pick up that checkered flag. He's coming around pylon 5 right now. A lot of photographers out on pylon 5 right now. You can see the big bus. So here they come. He's coming down the straight going towards home pylon. Final lap.
Checkered flag.
It's all Paul Newman in Formula One bronze. He takes the top spot. Fast and easy, race 26. Takes the first race of the day here on Saturday Racing, a big day for racing, like every other day at Reno. Run down your unofficials one more time. Paul Newman, race 26 in first place. Rob Mickey, race 46. Is able to close out Steve Tumlin for second place. Steve in third place in race 52. Feisty, Jason Barksdale, the Acme Special, was 4th.
And then the ones that had fun in the back were Kent Jackson and once more, Steve Templin, Pooter, Philip Goforth, and Annie, and Scott Holman, Outlaw. And it's a race. So let's see, we're going to see who accelerates first. It looks like Justin is first off the line. And I said before, Senegal is a little bit slower to get off the runway because of his propeller, but he gains it in the air.
Justin Phillipson moving out pretty nicely here on the ground. That's a component of this race.
Absolutely. And you can see Pooter's really challenging last lap player as well.
All right, we are underway and starting to get in the air here. This is for the silver trophy. Look at that good lead for Justin Phillipson, race 81.
Headed for pylon 1. Hot on his trail, we've got Pooter and Steve Senegal in Endeavor. Right now, those are the top 3. So it looks like Justin Phillipson, Steve Senegal, and Pooter.
First pylon. Toward the middle of the racetrack there.
You listen to that as it goes by the pylon microphones.
Justin Phillipson, and pretty soon you'll see who's right on his tail there with the white wings and the red airplane. That is Steve Senegal closing.
This is going to be an exciting race between these two, but I do believe that Steve Senegal will have it. Coming around pylon
now,
6.
big move in progress right now for Steve Senegal. Check this out as they go past the start-finish pylon, and there he is, Steve Senegal. Didn't take him long, Marilyn.
Green flag, start of the race. Lap 1. He qualified 20 miles an hour faster than Justin Phillipson, and that's why I was so sure that he would have it. This is definitely his race.
You heard the story behind. Steve Senegal had to drop down in class because of a DNS the previous day, and has a chance, if everything works out properly, to move back up into the A class.
Right, he has a huge lead already. He's pulling ahead. He may be lapping the back of the pack here in the next lap.
6 times the champion here, Steve Senegal. He's got a long way to go to add a 7th, but he's taken the necessary steps here in this Formula One silver race.
Tenacity. Here comes Justin Phillipson in our second place racer, coming by home pylon. Okay, back up to Steve Senegal. Very identifiable body. It's the only one like it in the world. It's a one-off design built by Mike Arnold and David Hoover.
Steve Senegal moving on out. Absent Steve Senegal, this would be Justin Phillipson's race.
Yes.
I mean, completely in control, but things have changed. The circumstances have certainly changed the outlook for this race.
Steve Senegal is absolutely running away with this race. He's just about to lap the slower players in this race. He's coming by home pylon once again. And now he's going to have to struggle to get by some of the other slab wings. His goal is to go high and just keep them in sight as he passes the lapping traffic. Listen to that.
Boy, everybody's being passed at a high rate of speed. Who was that guy? That guy was Steve Senegal.
He just has to be careful not to go above the 250 mark as well, because he could get DQ'd for high flight.
Above 250, below 50, you get penalized for both directions.
He's coming around pylon 1 again. He's already lapped Scott Holm and looks like Sonic Boom. Where do we have him now? Yeah, he just got by. Or he's getting by. There's on top there is Lionel Mogul, who we missed on the first round because he was out of order. And then that's last lap player, low and tight on the pylons. And that's Richard Zato.
Right behind him, our leader, Steve Senegal. He's got them in their sights now. He's got to get past these planes. There he comes.
Beautiful aircraft. I love that plane. And it's fast. He's coming up to pass Kent Jackson, Jet Law, pylon 1, staying high and out of everybody's way.
Just a masterful performance by one of the perennial top racers in this field, Formula One. Here's Steve Senegal, already on lap 5.
He's coming down the biplane Formula One Valley of Speed, the backside of the course. He's headed over to 4, 5, and 6. He's got additional lapping traffic. Going to add a little bit more complexity. He's probably on the radio saying, I'm coming on, you know, I'm coming behind you, and just hold your line.
He was staying above the fray, dropping down a little bit. Would like to add a little more speed. Why not? I mean, that's why we're here in Reno.
Right, he's passing Hysteria, and he's passing Outlaw right there. Excellent job. He's doing exactly what he needs to do to win this race.
So much speed at his disposal with this incredible airplane. Steve Senegal just putting on a clinic here.
Just a terrible situation that he had to start in the back of, in the silver when he should really be in the gold. Coming around the 4, 5, and 6 on the west side of the course. Headed for the home pylon again.
Here he comes right in front of our STIHL start-finish pylon. The crowd getting an eyeful here today. First race of the day. The STIHL National Championship Air Races final day, championship day.
These guys always put on a show. It's always competitive. We're looking at Lionel passing Scott Holm in Outlaw. Lionel Mogul.
One of our 3 international pilots in the field here for this one race.
Right, this is the classical international Formula One.
Fastest growing segment out here, at least over the past couple of years. It had gone down in numbers, and now they've got more planes that they can actually enter in the races here.
White flag lap. Here comes Steve.
One more lap for Steve Senegal, totally in control. Just connect the dots and finish that last lap, and he will stand atop this field.
Got 3 more pylons to go, and then he's going to get his checkered flag, and our first checkered flag of this year for a gold or for a silver race. Coming again, west side of the course, 4, 5, and 6. Staying up and out of the fray.
Steve Senegal didn't take him long to knock out that last lap, the 8 of 8 laps, and your champion in silver, Formula One, Steve Senegal.
Second place is Justin Phillipson in sleeper, number 81. And we may end up seeing both of them in the next race. It says Justin Phillipson will be racing his other aircraft, no strings.
Oh, that's right, that's right.
Here comes Richard Zeddo and Lionel Mogul. So it is Steve Senegal, Justin Phillipson, Richard Zeddo, and then I'm going to say Leo Mogul, and then not sure if that was lap traffic or not.
Was that? Yeah, it might have been once more.
And there's Pooter. I love the paint job on this. It's painted to mimic a Stearman, World War II trainer.
A little bit of history in that.
5 downwind of beam. Base on 1, base hit.
We cannot call it official just yet, but there he is, race 11. Steve Senegal, 6-time champion here in Formula One, possibly finding a way to move closer to a 7th championship. 81, Justin Phillipson. Richard Zeddo, race 15 in 3rd place. Leo Mogul, 22. Kent Jackson, race 27. Joseph Clark in 6th place with race 58. Scott Holmes, race 9, 7th place. And Steve Temple, race 20. Glad you're with us on this Sunday morning. This is the big day of the big event of the year in air racing. Reno STIHL National Championship Air Races. We have new pairings right now, and like we were saying, Justin Metters right on top in race 34. That moves up Matthew Coughlin right behind at 44. Justin Phillipson now in 3rd spot, 79. Jerry Marshall moves up, as does Philip Goldforth, Ross Killen, Anders Trigg, and Steve Senegal now has moved into this race fresh off of his victory. Formula One silver. Steve Senegal, a very fast plane. Steve Senegal, a 6-time gold champion in this one, so the plot thickens.
Green flag is up, and it's gone. Here they go.
Front of the field is underway.
Breathe, breathe.
Justin Metters and Matthew Coughlin taking off, see who gets the upper hand from row number 1 here.
And you start looking for people behind them that are going to start crowding them. Justin is off the ground.
Coughlin making some good speed on the ground. He is now up and going and in the lead right now.
Wow.
Race 44, Matthew Coughlin.
Our rookie in Judy. And behind him, Justin Metters in Limitless, and behind him, it looks like No Strings Attached with Justin Phillipson. Jerry Marshall in 4th. I think that was Goforth in 5th. We'll see a
Be
little
a
bit
red
better.
plane in the background too. The final position that we will be quite possibly checking in on here, and that would be the plane of Steve Senegal.
And there's Judy. Matthew Coughlin flying Judy the Wagner Special. He has the lead right now.
One of our international racers here in Reno this year. Looks like he's got everything clicking today.
Looking good.
This is for the goal. This is for the championship. And Matthew Coughlin, the early lead.
So that airplane is named after a woman named Judy Wagner, and it's a Wagner Special. Let's see what Senegal's doing.
We mentioned Steve Senegal, who is drawn into this race, bumped himself back up into the gold class, and he's at the back of the pack right now, so he's got his work cut out for him, but he does have that opportunity.
He's coming fast on Anders Trigg already, and that's our leader. Well, that's Justin Metters right now.
Yep. Justin Metters, you see him there in 2nd place, pursuing Matthew Coughlin. Justin Metters started with the pole position, but quickly overtaken by Coughlin.
Wow.
Steve Senegal making a pass.
On Anders. That's Anders Trigg that he just passed, the only yellow airplane in the group now, and now he's coming up on Ross Killen in the Kraken.
The Kraken.
He's making some pace. Justin Metters is really taking it to Matt Coughlin, our rookie.
Yeah, he
Judy.
lost some ground, gained it back now. Look at him up high.
I told you that sometimes these propellers need like a lap or two to really get going, but this is the pass. Watch this. On the backside of the course, Justin Metters high, Matt Coughlin low, and Judy.
Boy, Justin Metters making a bold statement right here if he can pull it off.
Just hold on to it. Safely doing the pass.
Oh, we have got a race going on here with so many stories working in Formula One Gold.
Don't know where to look. Justin Metters is now our leader.
Grinding out a good lead for Justin Metters. Let's keep our eye on Steve Senegal, the back of the pack. This plane is going to be dangerous for the rest of these competitors here. So much speed for Steve Senegal.
He's coming up and passing Jerry Marshall right there. He's now in 4th place. Amazing.
So he has gained 4 spots already.
There's Justin Metters.
Already lap number 3. Looking strong, having just executed a pass back ahead of Matthew Coughlin. Took the early lead.
Justin Metters is now pulling away a little bit.
Coming past the grandstand here. Baker's going to get a good look at our leader, Justin Metters, Fort Worth, Texas. Oh, you were right. He's getting faster and faster. It does take a few laps for him.
Yep. He's got to wind up that propeller for some reason. It's again, it's a black magic. I don't understand it, but that's how it works.
Matthew Coughlin is the recipient of that magic trick right there. He's on the wrong end of it as Justin Metters continues to stretch out his lead halfway through this race.
Look at that lead he's got now. He told me it was going to be fast. He's coming around pylons 4, 5, and 6, head towards home pylon.
Justin Metters made his first big splash in Reno 3 years back, 2015.
Let's see where Steve Senegal is right now.
Still hanging there in 4th place, trying to overtake 3rd place.
And he's coming up on him pretty quickly. So that's Justin Phillipson in the green airplane, and that's Steve Senegal in Endeavor, the red aircraft going towards pylons 1, 2, and 3. Watch him go.
Steve Senegal now running out of laps. We are well past the halfway point in this race now. Up high though, and he's going to have a chance to draw down.
Making that pass on the backside of the course.
In progress right now, and it's happening.
Oh my, he's got it now. See him hold on to it, going around 4, 5, and 6.
Our leader passing the pylon. Justin Metters looking very strong at this point. Steve Senegal working as hard as he can, as you say, Marilyn, pedaling so fast, but he's still got a ton of work to do.
Looks like he's got Phillipson. Now he's in third place, coming around home pylon.
Oh boy, only 2 laps left to go a long, long way.
2 laps left and 2 competitors left to pass.
He's gonna have to miracle something here, as they say.
He's had all the miracles lined up already today.
That's right, so don't count him out. Steve Senegal in pursuit now, but
he's
Justin
coming up
Metters
on Matt Coughlin on the backside of the course again. You can see him going after Matt Coughlin and Judy.
Still got a ways to go on Coughlin, not many laps left.
This is for second place right here. Unbelievable. Still half a lap down from our leader, Justin Metters, but he's really passing Coughlin right here.
You know he's going to not leave anything on the table. He's going to give it everything. This is the final race of the year.
We've got someone making smoke.
Closing and closing on Matthew Coughlin.
Watch this pass. Again, he's staying high, staying clean air, using that altitude.
He's passed 5 already at Steve Senegal.
Unbelievable.
Oh, he's giving it everything. Matthew Coughlin's not going to go down easy here. He's hanging on as hard as he can.
Yeah, our leader just passed home pylon and got the white flag, so this is the final lap.
Justin Metters on his final lap there. It's almost a foregone conclusion. Just wheel it on home.
Steve Senegal just made the pass at home pylon on Matthew Coughlin.
Steve Senegal, what an effort. What an unusual set of circumstances. Even put him in this race and doing everything he can, but it's going to be, in all likelihood, falling short just a little bit. Look how far ahead Justin Metters is, going around
4, 5, and 6 on the west side of the course. Here he comes.
Way down.
He's headed for home pylon and the checkered flag. His first one.
Justin Metters getting it done. Going to be a popular winner here.
Here comes Senegal. All likelihood, second place.
Got a few planes falling behind the pace, but Steve Senegal, here he comes. He's going to take second place. Steve Senegal, who really had no assurance until just a few minutes ago he would even make it into this race, did everything he needed to do and got some help from other circumstances as well.
Yes.
So many great stories in this race.
So Matthew Coughlin was third, Justin Phillipson fourth. This here is Jerry Marshall, number 4 Tumbleweed. Will take 5th. Waiting on Annie. This is Philip Goforth and Annie, number 17, in 6th place.
6th place.
Look at this.
One more look at this race. We had so many changes of fortune before the race even begun in the seconds before these planes took off the ground. And there you see Justin Metters, race 34, falling back a Matthew Coughlin to start this race.
Yes, Matthew Coughlin took the early start.
Metters started in the pole position because of the unexpected development. Number 1 position, Lowell Slatter and Afraid Not did not start. Had to back out of this race, certainly changing the complexion of it.
Changed everything. Quite a gaggle coming around. That's Matt Coughlin in 44. Justin Metters right behind him. Matthew Coughlin again. Started second, was first, ended third. If I got that right.
I think you do. I think you do. The Judy ending up in 3rd place.
Justin Metters taking the lead right there. Never looking back. And then he starts to pull away pretty quickly.
Didn't take him long to stretch that lead out to an almost unassailable position, way ahead of the pack.
There he is. It's his race now. Clean air in front. It's all you.
Dream come true. In progress there for Justin Metters. Everything worked out to his favor as well. The only fly in the ointment before this race started was the presence of this guy, Steve Senegal, bumping up from the class and getting the opportunity because of race 31 not starting.
He's passing the entire field. He ended up in second place. Passed out, that was his pass on duty of Matthew Copeland.
Well, he did everything he could, got past the rest of the field.
Just not enough to get by our winner, Justin Metters. He
just too much.
Just had it all.
Justin Metters, so much speed. And there he is on the ground right now, your gold champion in Formula One for 2018 at Reno. Justin Metters of Fort Worth, Texas, race 34, Limitless.
Couldn't be happier for him.
There's the unofficial results right there. Everything needs to be made official. Justin Metters, tell you what, this guy has made a big step in Formula One racing. Won the big one here at Reno. Race 34, Justin Metters, Steve Senegal, working as hard as he could, managed to make it into this race. It's been an eventful day for Steve Senegal. Almost got there, but couldn't quite run down Justin Metters. Justin Metters just too strong on this day. Matthew Coughlin, race 44, going to end up in third place.
What do you do after you're the #1 selling brand of gas-powered handheld outdoor power equipment in America? You start making more equipment right here in America. Real STIHL. Find yours.
We have a race coming down onto the race course right now.
Again, we're doing 6 laps around this 4 miles plus course, almost 5 miles.
Okay, you see the flagman already has the green flag out to wave at them. So this is the race. This is lap 1.
Out in front, but just by a nose as they pass the start-finish pylon there. That's Ralph Renna. The yellow plane, again, is Miss Humboldt Honey, race 73.
Right behind him is Lee Oman and Eros. Tight on his wing.
49, Musala Miscellaneous.
Just behind him, you've got Mike Flegler. And that sand-colored number 54.
The Misinformed. Now, I like that one.
Yes.
That's nice.
He had a misdemeanor here for a while, too.
Nice. I love that, too.
Yeah. Witty names.
Ralph Renna holding on to that lead for now. We're trying to click off the first of 6 laps. Bronze racing in the T6 class.
Looks like we're getting some action from Bill Masala. But our leader right now, Ralph Renna, that's Lee Oman, and there's Bill Masala. Excellent racing. Just see Lee going by, then, well, there's Ralph Renna, and then Lee Ullman again. And Bill Masala is in a solid third place. Right there you go, that's Bear Essentials passing Mike Flegler.
Bear Essentials moving into the top 5 there. Top 4, I should say.
Back to the front is Ralph Renna. Looks like he's getting a commanding lead. He's pulling it out a little bit more each lap. Lee is still behind him, and Bill Masala is right on Lee Ullman's tail. But it looks like Ralph Renna's really got this right now, at least.
Yeah, this yellow Miss Humboldt Honey has been the plane to beat in this class all week long, and has been up to the task for sure.
Second lap, he's just pulling it out a little bit more each time. It's interesting to see how they start all in a clump, and then they just really just...
Second and third again. Lee Ullman out in front. Bill Masala. A little bit tighter race in that respect. Leoman and Eros holding on there for now.
So evenly matched, it's very hard to pass at this level.
1, 2, 3 as they pass through this grandstand area here, much to the delight of this crowd. Some great sound from these T6 planes.
And this really shows why qualifying is so important in this class, especially because, you know, Ralph Rinna got a little bit of a bump from being on the pole.
Out front, second place Leoman still in Eros, Bill Masala. Miscellaneous in third place, holding their positions that they started this race.
1, 2, 3, same. 4 and 5 has swapped, but 1, 2, 3 is the same.
Halfway through the race now. This Humboldt Honey, that yellow aircraft there. T6 is in full song. That's hard to beat.
Nice to just listen to him.
Reaching out and getting right into the cockpit there with Ralph Rinna. Man on a mission, man with a plan too, and it's all working out to his advantage right now. Ralph Rinna with a good lead. Second half of this race.
Second and third, it's still Lee Oman, Bill Masala. I still think we should put them on the biplane course and the Formula One course.
Coming up on your right.
Looks like we're going to get a pass coming up here pretty soon.
Rinna, low and steady, flying his line and just putting together a good workman-like week of racing here, really. The STIHL National Championship air races.
Racing is just the last 4.5 days, but all of us are here for about 4 days before that, getting ready and practicing and qualifying. That's pretty fun to watch as well. There's Ralph Rinna. That's a great shot of his plane coming around.
Beautiful spot in the desert out here. Second place, Lee Oman. Arrows the AT6D. Those distinctive markings.
Look what we have going for third and fourth. Looks like Bill Masala's got his work cut out for him. With Chris Lefebvre coming up on his right.
Lefebvre and Bear Essentials.
Keeping an eye on that. We saw Chris earlier this morning in the T6 drag race.
Yeah. Made it to the final and came in second.
Came in second there.
Everybody's giving it all they've got. 4 days of racing. You don't want to break anything, so that's always in the back of your mind. Today, well, everything goes.
Bill Masala, one of the Chino kids racing families. But that's Lee Oman. The red wingtips.
Lee Oman, solo second place right now, but not that far ahead of third and fourth.
They're all pretty tight. You see Bill Masala in the inside low, and that's Chris Lefebvre on the top with the red nose.
All right, Ralph Rinna. Chris Lefebvre making a move right there.
They are bunched up tight right now. 1, 2, 3, 4. Look at that.
Things are tightening up here in the final lap here, so hold on to your seats.
Lee Ullman's making a move on Ralph Rinna right now.
Ralph Rinna may not have this as in the bag as it would have appeared 3 laps ago.
This race is not over. They're really tightening up front. And then look at the pass coming up on 3 and 4. This is anybody's game right now.
Lee Ullman making the move now on Ralph Rinna. 1 and 2, getting tighter and tighter. This is the final lap, folks. This is going to come down to, it's going to be a sprint to the start-finish line.
Look at Lee go high, trying to get around Ralph Rinna. It's Lee Ullman on top, Ralph Rinna on the bottom.
Ralph holding on. The only question is, can he match pure speed?
And look at that.
Final straightaway, and that is coming up most upon us.
We talked about how close this was going to be because there were about a 1 mile an hour difference between everybody on this qualifying times.
All right, get ready now for a tight finish. We are on the way, heading for the finish line. Ralph Rinna.
I'm not making a call on this one. Ralph Rinna, Lee Ullman.
Going to be Ralph Rinna, Miss Humboldt, honey, the yellow T6. Successfully holding off Lee Ullman and Arrows for the victory. T6 bronze. So there you go, T6 bronze, unofficial Ralph Rinna, Miss Humboldt, honey, Lee Ullman. Making a gallant effort at the end, but Arrows falling short for second place, race 69. Bill Masala hanging in there in 3rd place. Exactly where he started, miscellaneous. Chris Lefebvre made the move forward during the course of the race in Bear Essentials, race number 2. Michael Flegger, misinformed, 5th place, race 54. Marilyn Dash, what did you think the first time you saw these planes racing, these T6s?
I just love the sound. I love the closeness of this, and I really love the camaraderie in the T6 class. They're very close-knit. They have a salsa competition each year, which is highly debated.
All right. Debated?
Hotly debated, yes.
Contested, too, I would imagine.
Oh, I bet.
Eric Wilbin getting up to go here. These planes will take off here, and we'll get the whole field in the air. They will go through the route, get routed into a starting position, and we'll be on for 6 full laps. Just short of 30 miles.
Like some of our other classes, the T6s use a pace plane. So we'll see the pace plane will take off first. And they also have a ride plane, which is something that's new in the past few years, and they allow one of the attendees of their air races to purchase a chance to get in the seat. And they sit in the back seat of a T6 during the race and orbit above.
Keep your eye on that plane right there. So far, the dominant in this class. And this is their final race of the week in the silver.
Position number 2, we have Gene McNeely out of Florida and Baby Boomer.
Race 89 in that gray and red aircraft, easy to follow, just like this one, the Honda plane with the Honda wrap on it, the checks on the back. That's the son, Greg McNeely, fresh off his win in the T6 drag racing. Great job there, Greg McNeely.
This is William Walker III out of Louisiana in Big Red. Big Red is named after the I believe it's the Crimson Tide, Alabama Crimson Tide. Gordo Sanders is the owner.
Metairie, Louisiana, down there near New Orleans, and now up here in this dry air. Good job adapting here. Here's Pete Stavridis. Race number 9, gotcha.
And this is Vitaly Pechersky in number 50, Abracadabra, owned by our good friend Clyde Kawasaki. Let's take a look at the difference between the T6s and some of the others and how they enter the course. T6 is a 5-mile course. It's larger than the Formula One and biplane course, but but smaller than the Unlimited and Silver Sport. Pace plane comes down, brings them down from the west to the east, just by home pylon. They go. This is their lap 1. You're going to see a green flag. As soon as they go past home pylon, you're going to see them in a gaggle while they go through 1, 2, 3, and 4 pylon. And then in the back, you'll start to see them stagger a bit. This is very close racing. You're going to probably see 3 different races in this. The first 2, the second 2, and the third 2 are all very evenly matched. You can see them in the air right now, getting ready to come down the chute. Their chute, the T6 chute, which is totally different than the others.
And we got a little bit of a wind out of the east this time, as opposed to the previous days here.
Okay, Eric Welbing on the pole, coming in first. Not far behind him is Baby Boomer. Watch how they take this first corner.
Those orange bars on Eric Welbing's airplane right there. The Miss TNT still hanging on to that first place spot. He's got the front line.
And you'll see as they start to stretch out a little bit, Eric Welbing again in the lead. Baby Boomer, Gene McNeely in second place. Looks like Greg McNeely easily in third right now. And William Walker in Big Red in fourth. And that's how they're running currently.
Gene McNeely right on his tail has Eric Welbing right now, 89. Trying to close in. Trying to not let too many laps get away before you get an opportunity to take a move.
And behind him, behind Eric Welbing, you've got McNeely father and son.
That's right. Gene and Greg both right behind.
Going to be tight racing there, too. Look at them all coming around the other side of the course.
A little bit compressed, but they are close, folks. Still, it's Welbing, McNeely, Walker, 1 through 4.
They currently are exactly the same positions they started.
Into the second of 6 laps right now. Going to be close to 30 miles by the time this race is over. Here's the distance between Eric Welbing and Gene McNeely. Let's take a look at 5th and 6th place. Vitaly Pechersky giving chase to Pete Stavridis.
There's Gotcha, number 9, that classic paint job.
Abracadabra is Vitaly Pechersky's racing airplane there. Tight behind Pete Stavridis and Gotcha.
I told you they'd couple up in this race because their speeds were so close on the last one.
213 miles an hour apiece. You can't get much closer than that.
Vitaly's making a move.
Dropping down, adding a little speed. Let's see if he can overtake Pete Stavridis here. Going into the corner, he's going to lose his advantage. But maybe he can hang on to what he was able to gain there.
What we end up seeing is the passes are initiated on the straightaways and then sometimes lost and sometimes gained on the turns.
We have seen that again and again. These two planes, Stavridis, Pechersky, bringing up the rear, but a good race there for 5th and 6th place. Back to the front, you see the distance now between 1 and 2, 27 and 89.
That's Eric Welbing and Miss TNT.
Again, they're going to be pushing it for everything they've got here. No racing after this for the planes in this class.
All they need to do is get home.
Yeah.
Welbing, Miss TNT, Neely in Baby Boomer.
27 with the Marines markings there, AT-6C. Checking back at the back of the field again, this duel between Stavridis and Pechersky, race 9 and race 50.
Stavridis is still saying gotcha.
All right, going to run out of laps here before too long. We're already in lap number 4 of our 6-lap race here.
If a move is going to be made, this is the time to do it, boys. Watch Vitaly. Let him go.
Oh, he's All right, back to the leader there, and again, it's 27 hanging in there, Eric Welbing. Gene McNeely in race 89, not really able to scratch out much of an advantage here, or at least diminish the advantage that race 27 has.
He's keeping him close, but just not able to pass him. This is where the passing is going to happen right here. Paczerski right on Stavridis.
All of our planes getting ready to wrap up lap number 4. Got a pretty good idea that no plane is going to be lapped in this race here, though. They are too close together.
So close, yes.
Look at this race, 5th and 6th, still 9 and 50. Back to the front of the pack. Hard to tell from this angle whether Gene McNeely's been able to claw a little more back here. Doesn't appear so.
Eric Welbing just needs to hold him off a little bit longer. It looks like Paczerski has dropped back just slightly.
Yeah, he's been trying and trying to get around Pete Stavridis, but that proves to be a pretty tough ask here apparently in places 5th and 6th. Race 27.
Our leader.
Going to wrap up lap number 5 of our 6 laps right here for the 3 planes at the front of the pack. Eric Welbing, Gene, and Greg McNeely.
This is the last lap. They've got to get it done now or wait a year to get it done.
The 3 of them evenly spaced out at this point right here. Back for 5th and 6th there.
Sometimes the best racing isn't for first.
Race 50, Abracadabra just striving as hard as he possibly can, as he has been through this entire race, to get a little closer, close enough to make a run at Pete Stavridis, but still hanging back at this point just by a fraction.
That's our leader, Eric Welbing. Everything he needs to do.
All right, he's got this thing seemingly in hand right now. Once more at the back of the course there. Dueling it out, Pete Stavridis. And that orange and white plane. Gotcha. Abracadabra right above him.
Now.
And back. Here we go. Eric Welbing out of Wisconsin bringing it home. T6 silver belongs to race 27, Miss TNT. Race 89, race 90. Gene and Greg McNeely in that order in 2 and 3.
William Walker Jr., the third in 4th.
Big Red out of Louisiana. And now 5th and 6th, and it's going to be Pete Stavridis holding off Vitaly Paczerski. And there he is, dipping down low, coming in for the checkered flag. Eric Welbing, race 27. And back at the back of the pack, there's Stavridis. Unofficial there, Eric Welbing. Gene and Greg McNeely, William Walker III, Pete Stavridis, and Vitaly Paczerski. Race 27, your champion in silver. Welcome back to the STIHL National Championship Air Races, coming to you live from Reno, Nevada. I'm Tommy Sanders, special guest alongside right now. Always a pleasure to welcome the Wild Thing, airshow performer, and as we say, one of the Mount Rushmore guys as far as air race announcers, Steve Stavrakakis. Steve, thanks again for making it one more day with us, huh?
Tommy, I wouldn't miss the next couple races here. This T6 race promises to be every bit as exciting as it was last year. John Lomar, 2017 gold winner. We've got Chris Rushing, and my sources in the pit say he's the one to watch for this race. But keep in mind, we've got Nick Macy in 6 Cat when Dennis Buin and Midnight Miss 3. They both have 6 victories, and they both want one more to tie Eddie Van Fossen's record, 7 victories. Now they're going to be coming in from left to right, from west to east. Just told Chris Told Chris Rushing to go forward. He told Chris Lefebvre to go forward. They're trying to get him his lineups. There it is. They're released on the race course. They're a straight enough line that our pace plane felt that they have a race. Now they can accelerate. They can drag race all they want. They cannot change their respective lanes. They can drag race ahead of the airplane next to them, but they can't change lanes until they get to that first pylon. And it's nothing but fuselages wings. There's a great shot from Nick Macy's airplane looking at the wing. You see how evenly matched they are. Okay, they've already had a quarter-mile run, and they haven't changed positions yet.
Chris Rushing, John Lomar in the side of our cockpit camera right there. Some incredible shots.
And Chris Lefebvre and Dennis Bune got what they call sucked on that one, which means you know they got a little bit behind when everybody else dove into that left-hand turn. They weren't in the position to go with him. But now Dennis Bune is making a pretty good move. He's going low. He's shooting for under Nick Macy out there. He's the red and white airplane going for the black one. Way out front though is John Lomar. They better reel him in now, or he's going to check out. He's going to put too much real estate between them. They're not going to catch him. But again, the word in the T6 pits was watch Chris Rushing in Baron's Revenge, the airplane in the second spot.
You can see him right there, that white airplane with some of the, or gray with some red markings there, light gray.
Great shot from Nick Macy's airplane looking down at the terrain out there.
1 and 2 right there, race 88 and race 14. John Lomar, the defending champion, and Chris Rushing staying close behind.
Now, I asked Chris Lefebvre one time, I said, flat pitch is high RPM. RPMs are horsepower. But then again, it's like running around in first gear. I said, when do you start rolling in the prop? He goes, I can't even tell you that. It's just you do what you need to do when you need to do it.
There's no way to map it out at the start of the race, right?
Not ahead of time. You can't. No, you pretty much, that's why they do a lot of training, a lot of practicing, so that it becomes second nature as far as what they need to do. If they need a little more thrust versus a little more horsepower, they play with that prop control. They change the pitch of the prop, which is like changing gears in your car. Okay, John Lomar is the back straightaway now. He's still leading. Second place is Chris Rushing from Mount Juliet, Tennessee, and Baron's Revenge, trying to reel him in. He's got the best shot at it. We've got Dennis Bune right underneath, right behind Nick Macy, our two six-time national champions. Each one would love a win today to tie Eddie Van Fossen's record of 7 that nobody's been able to get to.
On the left, the view from Nick Macy's airplane. He's currently in third place where he started the race. There are our front runners, 1 and 2, Lomar and Rushing on the right.
Number 6, Nick Macy's black airplane.
Here's Nick Macy, Dennis Bune, and Chris Lefebvre joining the fray.
Okay, they're coming back in front of the crowd now. Drag racing, they're going to drop the noses. This is one of the first straightaway, I should say, that they have is a drag race to that steel start-finish pylon. You know, it looks like Chris Rushing has pulled a little bit of space, out there. He looks like he's a little closer to John Lomar than he was last lap. They're real close in that turn out there as they go around the 1, 2, and 3 pylon.
All our planes in the starting position so far as they were lined up to start this race. Still occupying those spots.
We've got a drag race on the backside because this is our second drag. It's more of an oval course here for these guys, so they can actually drag race. They get the wings level and drag race out there. Look at the race going on between first and second. John Lomar with Chris Rushing trying to reel him in. Now, they probably can't overtake just based on horsepower, is what he's going to be trying to do. He wants to see where he is right there? He's going to want to be right there, high and to the right, when they make the final turn. So we still have a few laps to go. He's got to make sure that he doesn't let John Lomar get too far away, but then again, he doesn't want to tip his hand yet either.
Well, more than once just today, we have seen 2 planes in that position through the majority of the race, and then it all goes down in the final lap, the final straightaway, as a matter of fact.
If you can be where he is right now, get a little bit of altitude, but be just off his right quarter panel, you do that, you've got a real good chance of slingshotting that drag race to the last, to the checkered flag when we get to that lap. Okay, so it's still John Lomar from Dallas, Texas in first place, Chris Rushing from Mount Juliet, Tennessee, right on his right wing, Nick Macy in the black 6 Cat from Tule Lake, California, and actually a ways behind him now. He's kind of pulled away from Dennis Bune from Fallon, Nevada, and missed Midnight 3. And then my good buddy Chris Lefebvre, pedaling as hard as he can, is just not competitive in this class this year.
That shot you've been seeing it coming out of this plane, the plane of Nick Macy, that black one right there, the 6 Cat. Get a great idea of what the desert floor looks like rushing by about 50, 60 feet above it.
You know, that really puts it in perspective. You know, speed is relevant. When you're up high, you don't even notice it. You want to know how fast you're going, get down where the sagebrush is going by you at about 200 feet. Okay, they're coming around the west end of the course one more time. Now again, Chris Rushing's going to want to stay as close as he can so that he can slingshot him on the last lap. He knows he probably can't get by him just in a flat-out clean pass. But if he can be there for the last lap, slingshot that last turn, and drag race him to the steel start-finish pylon, he may have a chance.
Can't afford any wobbles or slip-ups at this point. They only have 2 laps left in the race.
Well, another thing, too, is John Lomar has to really concentrate on flying his line. He knows he's got company to the right, but worse than that, he's got pylons to the left. He can't focus too much on Chris Rushing and end up cutting a pylon because now he just beat himself and he's giving it to Chris Rushing. Okay, it looks like John Lomar may have pulled away a little bit on that last back straightaway now.
Yeah, he dropped down a little bit and gained a few feet on Chris Rushing.
And Chris Rushing's trying to stay with him now, kind of like sailboat racing. You stay in the same wind as your competition. Well, that's what he's doing right now, but let's see. We should be getting pretty close to the white flag lap, the bell lap. Once that happens, you're really going to see him try and move into that right quarter panel of radial velocity, John Lomar's airplane. Okay, here they come around toward the crowd one more time.
So John Lomar maybe he's clawed a few feet back
away from Chris Rushing. Back. Yeah, I think he gained some back.
There goes the white flag. So
white
these 2 planes
out.
And all our planes entering the final of 6 laps.
They're on the bell lap now. John Lomar's got to fly his line, stay away from those pylons, and make sure. I guarantee his crew's on the radio right now telling him where Chris Rushing is at every moment. Now, Chris Rushing has to try and creep up on him. He's got to creep up a little bit closer, and if he can get a little bit of altitude, because, again, he's got to be able to trade altitude for airspeed on that last straightaway drag race. They're abeam the steel start-finish line right now on the backside of the course. They're in a drag race. They're both wings level. Getting ready to roll into the 9 o'clock position in the Valley of Speed out here. Okay, they're close. Okay, Chris Rushing's sneaking up a little bit. He's got to get a little bit of altitude and reel him in a little bit closer. I don't know if he's close enough, Tom. He needs a little bit. He needs to shorten that gap a little bit more because when they turn this corner right here, when wings go level, they're drag racing. They're not racing. They're not air racing. They're drag racing from this point on. They're drag racing. Can he do it?
Final straightaway. Watch Chris Rushing as he tries to close.
He's coming in on him.
He's closing, but he's not going to get it done. Successful defense of the gold title for John Lomar, race 88 from Dallas, Texas.
You know, give Chris Rushing a lot of credit. He did everything textbook. He was right where he needed to be. He just didn't, he ran out of real estate. The racetrack ended 100 yards too soon.
Chris Rushing will get second. Nick Macy, third place. Dennis Buin, race 43 in fourth place. And Chris Lefebvre in Bear Essentials.
Eddie Van Fossen's 7-win record is still intact.
For another year.
For another year, exactly.
Another look at this race right here. That's the way they lined up. That's the way they came down into the race course.
Like I say, watch the shadows. The shadows don't lie.
John Lomar doing his best throughout the course of these 6 laps to make sure that no one is in position to do what he did to Nick Macy last year. All through the race, second position, Chris Rushing, trying as well as he could to stay close enough, stay in touch with the leader, John Lomar. About mid-race, he was right in position. You expected any moment him go a little higher, drop a little lower, gain the speed it takes to outrun on the straightaways and hold the position in the turns, but he never could get ahead. Yeah,
that's a case where John Lomar was thinking the course was infinitely long wishing it would end at any time.
Yeah.
And Chris Rushing saying, my God, this course is too short. We need a longer course.
Time creeping by for John Lomar, no doubt about that. As you say, his crew making him aware of what was going on right behind him. Came down to the final moments here, and John Lomar able to hang on against a charging Chris Rushing. There's your T6 Gold Race unofficial results for 2018. John Lomar defending his title. Race 88 in radial velocity. Barron's Revenge, Chris Rushing, race 14. Could not get it done in the final moments of this race. Nick Macy holding in third place throughout the entire race. In 6 Cat and providing us some great pictures. Dennis Buin and Chris LaFave rounding out the field here in Reno.
The great American outdoors are closer than you think. Choose STIHL and create the outdoor living space you've always wanted. Not sold at Lowe's or the Home Depot. Pick up at over 9,000 local STIHL dealers. Real STIHL. Find yours at STIHLdealers.com.
Up and going all day long. STIHL National Championship air races from right here in Reno, Nevada. This is the place to be in this part of the world. That is for sure. Jet Bronze is going to be awarded today. We're getting ready for that race, and there's your number 1 qualifier right there, 32, race 32. Zach McNeil in the Invictus. That'll be one of our 2 camo planes up front. Zach McNeil's is the one with the yellow trim on it.
Right. And Larry Labriola is in Serrance, number 7. He's the one with just the red star on the tail, no yellow.
There's Joe Gano and Sluggo, the L29 Delphin, or Dolphin, whichever you prefer. White and red, and our top 3 qualifiers right there, within about within 3 miles an hour of each other as far as their qualifying times.
Yes, coming up is James Byer in Pokey, Orange Nose.
That'll be the silver plane in this race right here, race 41. There's Kevin Roll in Independence. Kevin Roll from Tulsa, Oklahoma, out here in his L29. Race 61. 5 jet airplanes, so fast. Such great racing here. Big crowd pleaser. A special week in the desert. Here's the race for bronze in the jet category again. Looking at it with Zach McNeil on top. 32, race 32.
Right, look for the yellow wingtips on Zaxman. Larry doesn't have those. Larry Labriola out of New York, upstate New York, number 7, Serrance.
Red and white planes going to be Joe Gano. Joe Gano from Reno, Nevada, and Sluggo.
Jim Byer and Pokey, that'll be the silver L29 with the orange nose.
And the blue jet in this race is going to be the 5th position, race 61. Kevin Roll, all the way here from Sooner Country, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Such a huge event here in Reno, Nevada. The whole area is just a magnet for people who want to come and have fun, and in so many different ways. The outdoors plays really big around here. But boy, for this special week, people from across the everybody's here.
This guy's been coming out to the races a long time. He's got all the little patches that you get each year, and that dog's been with us a long time too.
The dog's as patched up as anyone else out here. These 2 win the patch prize.
Seen him every year. He's got a golf club.
Yeah, he's got a 6-iron for some reason.
No
I don't know.
idea.
I guess he's got a medium-length shot he's going to try at some point during the day.
He's a fixture here. I see him every year.
Oh, those folks, family event here, old friends reuniting. Everyone in the international family of air racing certainly shows up here to really revel in the miracle that this event is and has been now for 55 years.
Here they come.
God pylon, a couple of really bright lights out there in the green part of the hill beyond. You'll be able to see it when they get closer and closer. Going to hold their spot until then. Zach McNeil, 32, with post position number 1. He'll be on the inside.
Completely different sound from all the races we've heard already today from our pylon microphones. Yep, they're just hitting the guide pylon right now, coming back to the back of the course. Looks like Larry Labriola is slowing down and going up. Let's see what happens here. But looks like Zach McNeil, yellow wings, little yellow wingtips on that L39, coming down to the Valley of Speed for the first time.
Again, both 32 and race number 7. Zach McNeil and Larry Labriola in the camo planes and the yellow trim, the yellow wingtips. That's how you can distinguish Zach McNeil. He's that one right there in the lead as we stand right now.
Goosebumps. Coming across our home pylon for the first time.
Crowd's first taste of jet racing for this day, and this crowd at Reno is going to have the adrenaline rolling here. We know these pilots have. They're the best in the world, and right now Zach McNeil is trying to make some distance between him and the other 4 planes in the field. There's second, third, and fourth right there. Larry Labriola, Joe Gano, and James Byer.
Looks like Joe Gano got by Larry Labriola. Let's look and see if really tight racing right there. Looks like Joe Gano down on the ground, or down on the lower part of the screen, left side of the screen with white and red. That's Sluggo. Larry Labriola is in the middle there, and right behind him, you'll see James Byer.
So we got Joe Gano in second place right now, giving chase to Zach McNeil.
Watch, Byer is really passing in pokey, not so pokey today. Looks like he just put a pass on Larry Labriola.
So
That's
Larry
tight
Labriola,
racing. Huh.
a little bit slower than expectations, but we still got the majority of this race yet to go. But Zach McNeil, wow, is he carving this place up.
Very tight little threesome here. That's second, third, and fourth right there.
Getting a little bit more spread out as we get into lap number 3. Boy, we were halfway through this race in no time.
It's our race for third, Larry Labriola and James Byer, L29, L39. Larry's down low.
Valley of Speed coming up for our leader, Zach McNeil. Zach McNeil, not afraid to mix it up in close quarters racing, but he likes being out front probably best of all.
He likes to win. He's a big competitor. It's our race for third.
James Byer trying to somehow or another sneak past Larry Labriola. Those two coming out of the Valley Speed, making the turn around the final pylons. Larry Labriola to the inside. Should afford him an advantage as they head now for the start-finish pylon. But boy, this is so close. So very close. Look at these two.
Wow.
That would have been a photo finish had that been the end of the race.
You can see the little wingtip tanks on Larry Labriola's, probably because he had to come here all the way from New York City or New York State. Looks like the L39 still in front. L29 for James Byer is behind him.
Right in front of them, Joe Gano has moved from the third spot to start this race into second. Closest pursuer that Zach McNeil has at this point. There you see him coming into your picture on the left there, the red and white jet.
Great shot, guys. Really showing the competition here.
Boy, no competition to speak of so far for Zach McNeil. He is absolutely outdistancing this crowd in a big way.
Pretty much has a half lap on the last competitor.
Second, third, and fourth coming around, heading for the pylon. The start pylon.
Putting the pressure on Joe Gano here.
Yeah, they are making up a little ground on him, are they not? Still a terrific race between third and fourth. Larry Labriola and James Byer. Zach McNeil. Going to be heading for the white flag lap unless I miss my guess here.
They're picking up the white flag right now.
Yep.
There's Zach. Zach McNeil coming around home pylon with the white flag lap.
Taking his final turn around this racetrack, and he got there in short orders. Really moving out and setting the pace here today for Jet Bronze.
Here comes.
Jogano hanging in there, second place. In fact, he's maybe made up a little bit of ground versus Larry Labriola and James Byer. Good race for Jogano, great race for Zach McNeil.
Just looking at that, it looks like Kevin Roll and not James Byer is fourth.
Oh, okay. Kevin Roll then.
This is what happens when they paint them close colors and they go by at 400 miles an hour, because this is Kevin Roll.
There we go.
This is James Byer. Okay, looking down the Valley of Speed, we've got yellow wingtips, so that's Zach McNeil.
Zach McNeil demonstrating what he can do. And here he comes, Zach McNeil, looking for Jet Bronze, and he's got Jet Bronze. Your champion in Reno, Zach McNeil.
That's Zach McNeil in a different aircraft than we're used to him flying, and does it again.
Zach McNeil, another one of these pilots who has flown the de Havilland jets before in this competition.
Yep. So let's watch second, third, and fourth coming around. Joe Gano, Kevin Roll, Larry Labriola coming around the final turn. Looks like Sluggo. Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. Did Kevin Roll clip Larry Labriola at the end? He might have. That blue jet may have snuck into third place right there. Exciting stuff at the very end.
Here comes Pokey, living up to her name, too.
Well, relatively speaking. Relatively speaking.
Wait, you only went 350 miles an hour?
Yeah. Come on. Pep it up a little bit. No, this is great stuff. Fantastic racing in the Jet Bronze category. That championship has been unofficially decided as we take a look back.
So our start coming down the chute, we've been released by the pace plane, coming down, looking for the guide pylon. Staying in our spots. As soon as we hit that spot, we can start moving. Larry Labriola was in second place in the beginning. Zach McNeil first, but things were changing fast. Larry stepped back right here. You could see him already stepping back. Zach steps forward.
And Zach McNeil hammered down and would not relinquish throughout the course of this race. Just a pleasure to watch him fly it just the way he wanted to fly it.
Down the Valley of Speed. He just pulled out ahead of everyone else, and really the race was for second, third, and fourth the rest of the time. Joe Gano low.
Almost surprising how much Zach McNeil was able to stay ahead of these three, Joe Gano, Larry Labriola, and Kevin Roll. Here we go. Great race there for third and fourth roll. And Labriola. But Zach McNeil.
No competition.
Like on a rail all the way around that racetrack 6 times. And just absolutely a force to be reckoned with and so hard to deal with here today. Nobody could even get close.
So take a look at that 2, 3, and 4.
There goes Sluggo, race 6 across the finish line in second place. And look at that just at the end. Kevin Roll, we think, unofficially, was able to salvage third place out of that one.
And there's our winner, Zach McNeil and Invictus, unofficially.
We're a guy who gets a lot of pleasure and a lot of stimulation out of flying these incredible jets. And that L-39 has been the dominant one in this race.
He definitely enjoys it. There's Pokey. That's Sluggo.
Race number 6, the red and white.
Great little nose art on that one if you guys get a chance to see it.
A little bit different look to the profile there from the L39s. Our unofficial results. Here we go. Zach McNeil, no question about that. Dominant throughout the entire race at race 32. Joe Gano pulling out a second place there for race number 6. Kevin Roll just nosing, just shading Larry Labriola at the end for 3rd and 4th, and Jim Beyer in 5th place. Great to have you with us at the STIHL National Championship Air Races from Reno, Nevada. 55th year of this iconic event in American sports, this one-of-a-kind air race throughout the known world, I guess you could say. There's the top position, the top pole position, Jeff Turney, race 54 in Robin 1.
In our Jet Silver number 2 position is Lockie Onslow from Australia, Drop Bear, that mythical creature.
More on that later. Race 69 from Down Under. Also from Down Under, Charlie Camilleri in the Blue Jet, the Blue L39C from Bathurst, Australia. Race 19, Charlie Camilleri.
As Charlie got married last Sunday night right here in the jet pit.
And bumping up from the Bronze Jet class. In fact, the champion of Bronze Jet making the move up, Zach McNeil in Invictus. One of 2 green camo planes in this field today. You can distinguish that one by the yellow markings, tips of the wings.
And this is our good friend Larry Labiolo. He's in from upstate New York, and he's in the camo jet. Number 7.
Race number 7 out of Scarsdale, New York. Our 5 planes now in the air.
Okay, the jet class is our newest jet class. I mean, the newest class of racing. It started in 2000. Speeds over 500 miles an hour can be reached in this class in the gold. The race course is the same as the Unlimited. It's an 8-mile course. They do 6 laps. They enter the course very similar to the Unlimiteds as well. They come down the chute, head to the guide pylon, and then it's race on.
Very, very awe-inspiring when these big planes 50 feet from the ground go by. Well in excess of 400 in some cases, especially when we get up to the goal level. 500 miles an hour or just under that. As we start this race, when we get our aircraft in position as they fly around south of our position here at Reno Stead Airport. Well, the crowd can't wait to get this started. This is our final silver matchup of the day. Everything else from here on out is gold, the very top level, in 4 classes yet to come. But this is an important race as well. Take a look at it one more time. The lineup there, Jeff Turney, race 54, Robin 1, Drop Bear, Lockie Onslow, 2nd place, Charlie Camilleri, the other Australian, the Blue Jet, in 3rd place. There they are, appearing over the airfield, dropping down at full speed.
Heading out to the guide pylon. They have to keep in their lane until they get to the guide pylon, and then it's race on. Watch that. They always look a little bunched up in the beginning, and then it starts to stream out. But you're looking at Lockie Onslow. He's coming hard on the side of Robin with Jeff Turney. Drop back down again.
Yeah, very bunched up for 1 and 2. That is for certain. Jeff Turney and Robin 1.
Coming down the Valley of Speed for the first look.
Third place, Charlie Camilleri back there. You see the Blue Jet in the back there. We've also got, I believe, Zach McNeil in the top 4.
Here they come around home pylon for the first time. Jeff Turney, Lockie Onslow, Charlie Camilleri, Zach McNeil. And it looked like Larry had a little bit of a problem coming down the chute. He was definitely farther behind. But they can always make up time in this. Lockie still has Jeff Turney in his eye. So Lockie Onslow and Drop Bear is coming at Jeff Turney hard. Watch this.
Robin 1, that yellow plane right there, trying to hang on to the lead into the second of 6 laps here. And you can see the Australian, Lucky Onslow and Drop Bear, not given an inch.
Third and fourth competitors, that beautiful blue jet, Charlie Camilleri, and Zach McNeil with the yellow wingtips. Right now we're looking at coming down the Valley of Speed.
Robin 1 holding that inside line right there. That is an advantage, no doubt about that.
So close.
Oh, look at this. Lucky Onslow trying to make it up on the straightaway, the short straightaway here, not able to overtake. Charlie Camilleri hanging in there in third place.
Zach
There
is
they
up
are.
and out. Zach McNeil just pulled out of the race.
All
So
right.
Larry Labriola is now in fourth place.
Surprising, and we certainly expected Zach McNeil to become a part of the story here.
To challenge. But now we have Lucky Onslow challenging hard. Back of the course.
Good Lucky Onslow pouring it on here, but not quite able to catch
Yet.
Jeff Turney and Robin 1.
Yet.
Now they're moving very closely together. Again, this can be deceptive right here. Jet Silver, and we are approaching the halfway point in this race very, very quickly. Robin 1, the yellow
So
jet
close,
just
so
barely
close.
holding up against Lucky Onslow. Lucky may have passed him right there.
It's not the pass, it's the keep in the pass. I'm hearing through the radio that McNeil has come back on the course, and there he is.
All right, Zach McNeil had word had left the race, back in now. Doing some battle right now with Larry Labriola for 4th and 5th place. There's our leaders right there. Race 54. Robin 1, they've been tough all week long here in the Jet Silver category.
And Jeff Turney is making it hard for Lucky to get around him. He's playing it smart.
A lot of tactical thought going into both of these performances here. In space 1 and 2. Widening out a little bit.
Exiting the Valley of Speed, coming back towards home pylon. Let's see what we've got.
Crowd in the grandstand cheering them on there. Robin 1 just barely, boy, neck and neck as they go past
getting
the
closer.
what will be the finish pylon here in a couple of laps or less now.
It's 1, 2, 3 as they started.
This is Jet Silver, the second tier of qualifiers. Great planes, great pilots. And just an ongoing battle. It has been on since the first lap. Robin 1 and Drop Bear, the two L39s, very evenly matched.
Doesn't get much closer than that.
There's third place Charlie Camilleri in Blue Ice. He's been in third place all race long. Heading home.
I think Lucky Onslow got the pass on the Valley of Speed.
Well, we're going to find out very quickly right here.
Oh, wow.
Oh, they're so close.
Neck and neck.
Absolutely. Lucky Onslow with a little bit, just a slight advantage as we head into the final lap. This is the white flag lap. We have got a great race going on right here, and it has been so through the entirety of our 6 laps.
Entirety of our day. It's been like this. Every race has had something like this. Super close racing. Robin's got it back. Jeff Turney and Robin struggling with Lucky Onslow and Drop Bear. Neck and neck again.
Final race of 2018 Reno for these two planes right there. You don't leave anything on the table. If you've got some speed tucked away somewhere, you apply it right now or you don't get the first place spot.
They're picking up that checkered flag just in case. Coming down the Valley of Speed one last time.
Oh, this is going to be exciting. What a finish we are getting ready for right here in jet silver. Our 2 leaders rounding the last pylon. Robin 1. Drop Bear. Drop Bear is going to do it. Lucky Onslow. Wow, what a finish right there. The stalking horse laying back to the final minute and making the definitive pass to just nose out. Jeff Turney and Robin 1, race 54.
I have absolutely no idea how he did that.
It was magic.
It was magic.
More magic.
It's the drop bear.
The magic of the drop bear is in evidence here. Hats off. Lucky Onslow from Armadale, Australia, picking up the jet silver. Oh, here we go. We've got our jets on the track.
Came down the chute without us hearing him.
We're going to see the whole race, though. That's the good news right now as they approach the start.
Right, they come down the chute and they go straight for that light on the hill, and that's our guide pylon. You can see they're all kind of finding their way out there, backside of the course. American Spirit in first place, Mike Steiger.
They'll be going around again, 6 laps, about 47 miles total. It's the long course out here.
Coming down the valley of speed, and here comes that L29 Delphin trying to move up into second place.
That's.
All right, here they come around. Pylon 7.
This is what we got. Mike Steiger, American Spirit, number 5. Pete Safaridis, Pete Zaccanino.
First lap didn't take very long here in this jet class right there, and that sound is just unbelievable. So much better than any war movie you ever saw in your life. This is the real deal here.
Pete Zaccanino came all the way from 6th to be fighting with Pete Stavridis in second place. Look at him. He's right there. That's our leader, American Spirit.
Mike Steiger, Cypress, Texas.
This is the Pete's. Remember from yesterday. Pete Stavridis with the red tail.
And right behind him you see Pete Zaccanino.
In third.
That blue and gray aircraft, and man, he has closed fast. He has made fast work of the rest of this field. Now challenging for second place right behind. Right there, American Spirit.
Great shot of American Spirit, number 5.
Such a formidable aircraft, so successful. It is the standard by which you judge all these jet competitors, and this is Jet Gold. This is the ultimate race of this week.
Battle for second place between the Petes. That's Pete Stavridis, Pete Zaccanino.
You can see him in the background, and neither one able to make up any ground on the leader there. Mike Steiger and jet number 5. Boy, the real close-in punching in the clinches right here is happening in the battle for second place. Look at Pete Zaccanino trying to close in on Pete Stavridis. Meanwhile, out front, race 5 continues to make ground on the field.
American Spirit coming around home pylon to start lap number 4.
Already half over this race, and watch Pete Zaccanino. Got to be outside, got to be a little higher, but he's not going to be very far away either.
So close.
Pete Zaccanino, ultra competitive, a former champion in jet back in 2015.
Back in his Vampire, number 24. He kept the number. Pete Stavridis is used to going fast in a jet. He's an FA-18 pilot.
Having a good race meet here this week. It's just anytime you got to go up against race number 5, everything gets a whole lot harder. There it is right there, Mike Steiger. So far, a flawless run.
And there's the Battle of the Petes, as I've been calling it this weekend. Stavridis and Zaccanino.
Pete Stavridis just hanging in that spot right there. Do not be surprised. It's coming up very fast, that final lap. Do not be surprised if there is a sprint and a nose-to-nose finish here.
All right, there's the second
Pete's going for that pass again. Pete Zaccanino is going for the pass high and outside.
Okay, watch this.
Coming down the Valley of Speed.
Get ready for him on this lap or the next one to make a big drop right about now. As soon as they get those wings level. There he is going down. Gaining a little speed.
Things have changed. Things have definitely changed.
He has taken over the lead as near as we can see right there, both in pursuit
Final
of
lap.
American Spirit. But there's Pete Zaccanino has taken over right now as they pass the pylon. That's who they're chasing right there, Mike Steiger in American Spirit.
Pete Zaccanino is pulling away from Pete Stavridis. He does not have enough, though, for Mike Steiger.
Pete Zaccanino, remember now, he came from the last place, the 6th spot in this field. Did that in the course of a couple of laps. Actually, a single lap, was it not?
It was in the first lap. Here comes our
white flag lap. They are in the final lap right now.
checkered flag is up. Mike Steiger's coming around pylon 9.
There's your winner, to the surprise of no one, the American Spirit, the L39 Albatross. Pete Zaccanino is going to catch second place there ahead of Pete Stavridis. Mike Steiger in the American Spirit, Pete Zaccanino, and just lucky, Pete Stavridis, Scott Farnsworth, Vicky Benzing, race 15, and Bob McCormick in race 1. Oh, folks, the big one is on the way. Stay with us. Do not miss the final event of the day, Unlimited Gold.
The STIHL National Championship Air Races, it's the longest lasting now and really one of the few major air race events left.
It's unequaled as far as excitement. And as we all say at Reno, it is the fastest motorsport in the world, not even close.
As we say, it is all gold from here on out.
All right, hey everybody, we're here watching the 2018 Sport Gold final. Getting lined up for qualifying there. This was a big race for us. All the years and development and everything going into that. 2018 was a really big year for us. That was the first year we started to clip the wingtips. Made a lot of changes in that regard, airframe wise. Had an awesome new paint job from Airframes Inc. to smooth all that out once we cut the wingtips. But yeah, the plane was looking sharp. It was running fast. Saturday was a really big race for us. That was the first time we actually passed Jeff. On the Friday before that, we had the slow race because the ADI system wasn't working. But Saturday we started on the outside and we were able to get a really good drive coming down the chute from the outside down the Valley of Speed, and we're able to reel Jeff in and get by him on lap 2. So huge week for the whole team in 2018. So Gold Race, this is our first time on pole. First time, starting in front of everybody, which Jeff's an awesome starter. So I was a little nervous coming down the chute there, but yeah, just so excited to make it all happen there. So you can see we're taking off now, getting all the glass airs launched behind us. There's Bob and Mojo. An amazing group of airplanes we get to fly with out there in Reno. The Lancers, the Glass Airs, the Thunder Mustangs, all those airplanes. It's we're kind of the last true motorsport out there. Run what you brung type attitude. So our rules are any fuel or fluid you want to go fast and 1,000 cubic inches in an experimental airplane. So it's a great group of people. Lots of different creative ways of how we're trying to attack the problem and see how we can go the fastest. And see Peter Balmer there taking off in his Thunder Mustang, kind of a different variation of it. Those are 640 cubic inch motors where we're running 550 in ours. Jeff's got a 580, and they have a liquid cooled V12. We're running air cooled 6-cylinder kind of flat engines, and so lots of different airplanes that are out there trying to go fast. And Vince Walker and his his Lancer Legacy taking off there. Beautiful airplane. That paint job's pretty cool, but it kind of disappears when you get above him, coming past him. It disappears into the sagebrush there sometimes. So yeah, it's Sport Gold. This is kind of the culmination of a long week of thrashing and racing and making sure everything's perfect. All the systems got to work this day. Everything has to happen. So
Once we blast off, we go around the backside of Peavine. We're in a nice echelon formation out there, getting everything cooled down, making sure everything's happy after takeoff, getting the systems turned on, all the ADI turned on, coming down the chute, getting line abreast. So we move from that echelon formation to line abreast as we're coming down the chute. You see me glancing over, looking at the pace plane. Magic's in the L39. We use a Czechoslovakian-built L39 for the pace plane. They try to release us about 250 to 275 knots indicated. And then we're about half throttle coming down the chute, and then when they release us, then we start pouring the coals to it. So you'll see my hand go over. I'm adjusting the water methanol, so the ADI is coming on, the spray bars are coming on, turning up the boost, making sure the RPM's just right. We're running 2,700 RPM still on our engine. We've tried higher RPM, and it really just is the happiest there at 27, so we've stuck with that through all the testing. Getting ready to push that throttle all the way forward. Like I said, Jeff's a really good starter. I know he's right next to me, and just want to make sure I get that good jump. So he gives us the release there. You'll see that jet pulling up and away, and we're diving down onto the course. So power's coming up, spray bars are coming on. You'll see a lot of vapor behind us. So some of that kind of is the water methanol coming on, the spray bars, maybe pushing a little oil out as all that boost comes in there. But you see Jeff and I spooling up those Turbonetics turbos, and away we go. Into that first turn, you got to hold your line as you're coming down there, and then into that first turn past the guide pylon, we're rolling up into there, and really just, first lap is a lot going on. You're trying to manage, all the airplanes are close, trying to get that nose to tail separation, and coming across there. First time to the Valley of Speed. This Saturday race before this and Sunday, we had the boost turned up. We were ready to do battle with Jeff there, so we pushed it up, and probably indicating 320 to 330 knots as we come through the Valley of Speed there. You see me reaching up. I'll make sure all the spray bars are on, kind of adjusting some cylinders. With the SDS EFI, I can trim each cylinder individually if one of them's getting hot, and really keep the engine happy. So really, at our speeds we're going, the engine management's really one of the most difficult parts of this is trying to make sure the engine's happy. So with the spray bars and the water methanol, it's kind of becoming a liquid cooled engine in a sense, because we're going through so much water. Coming around there, you'll see kind of that planform view of the airplane. You see this year in 2018, this is the year we clipped the wingtips off. We found, going through all the calculations, that the Legacy's got this beautiful wing on it, but it's really made to cruise at like 200 knots, and we're indicating over 300. So we got plenty of lift. Our AOA is coming down, so really we just need less frontal area, less drag. So that's why we ended up clipping the wingtips, kind of taking a page out of the playbook of the Unlimiteds. If you look at Strega and Voodoo and Dago Red and all those guys and Rare Bear, they clip a ton of area off the wingtips. So kind of followed suit of what they've done, and really started working out. We got a big jump in speed this year. Our math model said we get kind of about 5 knots with the wingtip mod, and that's what it came out to in some of the testing on the course there. So coming around 7, 8, and 9 there, you see coming past towards the home pylon there, letting it kind of hang a little wide as we come by home pylon, getting it pointed back up the hill. Lap 2, things are starting to stabilize. Temperatures are getting more stable. The engine, if I've made any changes, most of them are already done by now. Jeff's right there on my tail, so I got the crew on the radio saying, all right, you got about a 3-second lead. He's still there. He's stalking us. So yeah, we had a great drive on Saturday, and the conditions were just right where I was able to use that geometry and work my way past him, but he turned it up on this race too. So we both were saving a little bit for Sunday, and you can see we both went a little bit faster on Sunday when we did this. But coming around the backside there, pulling a ton of G. It's usually really bumpy out there. We'll be seeing, sometimes -2 in the negative, and then +5 as you hit those really big bumps. It gets bumpy out there in the Nevada desert. Coming through the Valley of Speed, this is where you can really let the plane start to accelerate. We go wings level for 1 or 2 seconds there and let it run out. I'm checking inside, blinking inside, looking at intake temperature, oil temperatures, making sure everything's happy, and then loading it up as I come back around 7, 8, and 9 into the home pylon there. See that nice big steel logo on the bottom of the plane. And really the body work that Airframes Inc. did helped a ton with speed. We put jigs on the airfoil of the wing to make sure the airfoil was just right. Got all the graphics and everything underneath the clear coat. And, you know, to steal one of John Sharp's quotes, the airplane, or all the graphics don't slow it down, the graphics make it go. So yeah, big thanks to all our sponsors that make all this happen, because it's a big team effort to get all this done. You can see I'm making an adjustment there with the fuel. Probably saw some high EGT temperatures or high CHTs, and so I'm just enriching in the mixture a little bit and coming back around the backside of the course there. As the split screen there, you can see Bob and Jim Rust are battling it out in their glass airs. Jim Rust is, you'll see him in the 2019 race. He was really stepping up his speed, and he'll be a contender next year as well. So really cool to see all the innovation those guys are doing to a glass air as well. And we'll keep battling and keep challenging each other. It's kind of just leapfrogs each other. Somebody else set the bar. Jeff did an amazing job for the last 6 or 7 years of really putting that big number up there. Before him it was John Sharp, first one to cross that 400 number. And you know, having the bar set like that makes it a fun challenge to try to catch those guys. And the team really stepped it up in 2018 when we made it happen. So coming in the Valley of Speed here, you can see Jeff's right on us. We got the power pushed up. We're both pushing up. You can see he's gaining a little bit, so he's turning the boost up, and we're coming around that one more lap. So that last lap, it's the longest lap of the race. You're hoping everything stays together. It's been a long week on the engine. You know, we're pushing these engines way up above 80 inches of manifold pressure. Stock engines for the race car guys, they make 5 pounds of boost. We're making 35 pounds of boost. So it's a lot of power running through these engines. But everything's looking stable. One more lap, you know, 8 more miles to keep this thing alive, keep in front of Jeff. Like Steve was referencing there, like, don't cut a pylon. If we get a pylon cut, it's 2-second penalty times the number of laps. So it'd be a 12-second penalty, and when somebody's that close to you, they could definitely take it away from you. And so that last lap, we're getting into some lap traffic, so now I got to shift my attention. I'm watching, make sure I don't get too tight on those guys, see what they're doing. Some of the closure for the guys in the back of the pack, it could be 100 miles an hour difference at some of these closure rates. So you got to really pay attention to that and make sure you still fly a smooth line. You don't want to get too tight or do something abrupt that the guy on the outside of you could make it a dangerous pass. So last time coming past pylon 4 here, rolling it up and looking across the valley at pylon 5 and 6, trying to find a nice smooth line. Last time we're going to really load it up, so coming around there, and then as we go down the Valley of Speed, that last lap you can fly a little bit different line because you don't have to turn it all the way back up the hill. So just letting it string out there. We got lucky on this one. Jeff, as he was turning it up, had an issue with the engine, and we kind of, that last lap made it a little easier after he had a mayday. But man, it was a huge year for the team to do that. All the challenges, the previous years of going through all the pistons in 2016, 2017 I made a big mistake and turned the engine off on accident by trying to make a mixture change and just did it wrong. But there we go, checkered flag, so excited. So happy that the Legacy just performed unbelievably. Getting it pointed up the hill there, getting the power pulled back, but what a year. The power that thing was able to hold, the clipped wingtips, all the body work we did, the new spray bar system, the water methanol, all those systems working together. We had a huge crowd there from all the steel guys. There you see the fist pump. So excited that the Legacy performed like it did. Awesome week for the team. But yeah, we had a huge crowd there from all the steel dealers and distributors. It was great to do the fire truck ride with those guys and go say hi to everybody. Yeah, first time on top of the podium. Wow, like this, what an adventure this has turned into. So coming from a kid that just wanted to participate in Reno to what we've accomplished here has been a ton of fun. And pulling into the pits now, kind of all that adrenaline starting to come out of the system. Trying to cool off a little bit. It gets hot in the cockpit there, but yeah, just wow, we finally did it. We got that pole position on Saturday. We were able to get the gold win on Sunday. Yeah, it all came together. See Jackie peeking in the cockpit there. I'm actually, for those that don't know, I met my wife Jackie at the races, and so she's a huge part of the team, helping out work on the airplane and all those late nights in the hangar, still supporting us and making it all happen. I see Mike there on the left, another one of the great team guys that is always helping out, making sure we're ready to go. And yeah, just wow, what a year. 2018, first time on top of the podium. All that work, and it just paid off. It was. I remember one of Jackie's quotes. She goes, "All those late nights, totally worth it." So, yeah. Again, that last final belly pass there, coming past the checkered flag. So you see that big STIHL logo on the bottom there. Thanks to STIHL for supporting the team. Thanks for supporting the races. Can't wait to see everybody next year, and we'll be sure to fly low, fly fast, and turn left. See you guys.
In 1985, the original extreme sport was born.
And he's bringing it!
It's time to celebrate 35 years of STIHL timber sports.
Anytime you get a group of guys together, they're gonna have to figure out who's top dog.
A unique sport born in the woods took center stage in the 1970s on ABC's Wide World of Sports. In the 80s, STIHL Timber Sports began airing on an upstart cable network known as ESPN. In the 90s, STIHL Timber Sports grew, becoming known as the original extreme sport. After the turn of the century, STIHL Timber Sports grew into an international phenomenon. These athletes all have stories of commitment, sacrifice, and overcoming hardships. 35 years of passion.
All of a sudden you get knocked down into the abyss and you have to climb your way out. I've had several season-ending injuries. Fractured my tibia and fibula.
There was a time in his life where it was very dark. All David wanted to do was drink and fight.
35 years of emotion and dedication to follow their passion.
I want to show the raw emotion that makes me love this sport as much as I do.
Timber sports has always been one of those main facets of my life.
I'm just excited about timber sports, and I get really excited when I do it well.
All or nothing. It's a burning fire inside me to win this.
Rolling that saw into that cut.
Women in this sport have kind of been an underlying factor.
I've been busting my ass for years. Whether or not guys think we deserve it, that's on them, but I know that I do, 100%.
Having that focus, having that attack, no matter how I'm feeling, switch this on up here, and then I'll be ready to go.
35 years of victory. The original extreme sport is here.
Watching them all line up behind the pace plane. Pace plane we're using today is from T-33 from the Plains of Fame Museum in Chino, California. And you'll see the smoke coming out of the back of that T-33, and they'll all line up behind that.
First glance at our 7 airplanes and our pace airplane.
They're going to come down the chute, go straight for that guide pylon, and then the race is on. Listen for Pace to give us some information. Here we go.
They are turned loose to descend upon this racetrack. 7 laps around. Just under 9 miles per lap, and here they come. This is unlimited silver, and we are almost underway.
Just about at that guide pylon now. Dan Vance, Brant Seghetti, Michael Flegler, and J.P. Thibodeau in that order, top 4.
Guide pylon in sight and right below the racers right now.
That's Dan Vance.
Dan Vance, race 31, out to the lead there. Had the top position to start this race. Blondie, the silver and red Mustang right behind Brant Seghetti.
Flegler is high and Lady B. And then J.P. Thibodeau should be on his wing. So that's Dan Vance low with a little white stripe. It's dark green with a white stripe on it, a little bit of a red nose. Speedball Alice, we call her.
There we go, good shot right there. Race 31.
Here they come, round home pylon.
Looking very strong, average 324 miles an hour in the last race, and already off to a good start here, but the race is long, and we're just getting started, heading into lap number 2.
How many people have seen this many Mustangs in their life, especially in one single race?
6 Mustangs, 1 King Cobra in this one right here. The P-51D is out front right there. That's Dan Vance, race 31.
That's Blondie.
Oh,
Red
was that
nose,
Blake? Okay,
yeah.
oh, we were back a little bit in the pack
That's
there.
number
Okay.
2. Just listen to that. Up high, you're going to see Crusader with JP Thibodeau with the yellow wingtips. Down low, that's Mike Flegler and Lady B. Coming up behind, Red Tail, that would be Bunny and Tom Nightingale. Amazing shot, those 3.
That from the middle of the pack. Now back to our leaders. Race 31 out front there. Speedball Alice. Blondie giving chase there. Coming around, had to pass the grandstand here for all the spectators to hear. This is one of the big things you come to Reno for, is to hear this. As they pass by, we'll show you that. We'll have that sound for you all race long.
So it looks like JP Thibodeau has taken 3rd away from Mike Flegler, and Tom Nightingale is still in 5th place. Rob Gordon with Lady Joe.
Lady Joe right there. And Pretty Polly. Back to the leader again, Dan Vance. Oh, that full-throated sound there is just irresistible.
Turn it up.
Yeah, turn up. Now's the time to turn up the sound. This is, again, unlimited silver.
Look at those 3 Mustangs. Just 1, 2, 3.
Lady Joe to the right, right to left, Lady Joe Bunny. And Crusader.
Lady B in the back. Let's see.
Oh,
so it
sorry,
looks like
Lady
Tom Nightingale is making a move on the Crusader on JP Thibodeau. Let's see what happens. Oh, wow. Definitely having some jockeying for position there. JP Thibodeau is one of our very few rookies in this class.
Back to our leaders right now, and still it is 31, race 31. Speedball Alice and Dan Vance.
Behind him, Brant Seghetti in Blondie.
More than halfway through this race already. These Unlimiteds move around fast here.
Look how low he is. Just low and tight on the pylons. He's been doing this a while. That's Crusader, JP Thibodeau.
Having moved up to 3rd place, started in the 4th position to start this race, this Unlimited Silver. JP Thibodeau is still well behind 1 and 2, race 31 and race 44. And
watch Tom Nightingale coming up and on the side.
Valley of Speed, the downhill run where they pick up a little velocity coming through here, making the turn to sprint past the grandstands here. It is.
Looks like Blondie's picking up a little speed. It's still Dan Vance and Brant Seghetti in that order.
Oh,
it's
you
really
are
close.
right. Blondie was moving in right there and right behind.
Then you have the race for 3rd. It's Crusader with JP Thibodeau, Tom Nightingale, and Bunny. Front is where the story is. That's Dan Vance. Blondie is definitely getting closer.
So Brant Seghetti looking to make this one a race out front. Looking to make a run at goal at silver here today.
I could listen to that all day long. Watch Brant Seghetti coming up on his outside. Got to pass high and outside, so he's making his move.
Silver and red Mustang Blondie there, appearing to get closer and closer to our leader. Race 31, Dan Vance. Out of the Valley of Speed, past the final pylons, making the turn toward the home pylon. Oh, man, oh, man.
Oh, boy. Looks like Blondie's making her move.
It is on here in the desert.
And Tom Nightingale has gotten the Crusader on the Valley of Speed.
Lap number 6. Not much time left.
2, 3. Looks to me like Seghetti, then Vance, or are they still even? Okay, it's Vance and Seghetti.
Yeah, still Vance. Just by a nose, though.
And let's see where the Crusader is now. These guys have been flying together for years. I don't know if they ever thought they'd be doing this, though. This close. Competing for silver.
Got extra engines with him. A few years ago, you could actually go with
Boy, Dan Vance hanging on here down through the Valley of Speed. Had Brant Seghetti really closing in right on his tail just moments ago, but Dan Vance able to find something and get a little separation there.
And right behind them, I believe it's the Crusader, or is that is Bunny.
Dan Vance is holding on to first place.
So you can see how Bunny made the
Bunny.
move. Yeah.
Having moved past JP Thibodeau. Yeah, no, that is
Bunny.
That is Bunny.
And here comes JP Thibodeau in 4th.
So having moved past JP Thibodeau. It's Tom Nightingale in race 62.
He wants podium.
He does. He wants in there. He might be wanting second place.
Let's see what Blondie has. His last chance. This is your white flag lap. Next one is a checker.
Dan Vance now applying everything he had in his back pocket, I guess, as he's starting to pull away, but not by much.
Still anybody's race.
Brant Seghetti's going to have to get on his horse here and do it pretty quick. We're in the white flag lap right now, the final lap.
They put away the white flag. They're taking out the checker. Coming down the Valley of Speed for the last time.
Dan Vance pushing it here, absolutely. Race 31 started in the top position here in Unlimited Silver.
No mistakes, guys.
Oh, nice shot right there.
Oh, my.
Wow. Check out Blondie may have moved into, yes. Dan Vance, Speedball Alice, the P51 Mustang, race 31, takes the checkered flag and the win in Unlimited Silver. All making this an exciting race and one to remember for this crowd. Unlimited Silver, and hats off again to Dan Vance. Being the front runner all week long, race number 31, and he brings home the trophy.
Such an interesting tidbit on this race. Dan Vance, Brant Seghetti, and JP Thibodeau all started racing here after their fathers. All of their dads were racers as well.
Here we go. This is the ultimate, the one everyone comes to Reno for. Great racing through all the classes, but this one is on a different level, the Unlimited class.
The Unlimiteds are unlimited piston-powered piston-powered aircraft, and all they have to do is be over 4,500 pounds.
The sound, the fury, the roar as these planes go past the grandstands here is just nothing that can even describe. It's a feeling you feel down deep in your chest. There's the Dreadnought, one of our favorites as we come into this special week in Reno, Nevada. 8 planes in this final, ultimate contest of the day today. We've had all our preliminary races. We've gotten them out of the way, and this one is to decide everything. This is Unlimited Gold. 8 laps on a course that's just under 8 miles long.
Getting all like, oh, that
Yeah,
is.
there's our in-camera aircraft. Is this right? This is in Argonaut.
That
with
is,
Sherman
that
Smoot?
is Sherman Smoot, and his daughter is Carly.
Think fighter pilot red.
And
Drink fighter pilot red. All right. That must be that's a wine.
He's the one that owns the winery in Templeton, California.
All
and
right.
his claim to fame is a Zinfandel called Fighter Pilot Red.
Here's a representation. Once they get lined up, here's what happens.
So they come down the chute, and go to that, see where it says start on the top left. That's the guide pylon. When they get there, you see the red airplane is the pace plane. Pulls off. They're all headed for the start. They get there. Right now, they're staying in all their own lane. But when they get past the start, they can start jockeying for position. Going back around the back of the course and down the Valley of Speed.
They'll be coming over the grandstand there from the south and east a little bit. It's the ultimate race in the STIHL National Championship Air Races, the final day. This is it, unlimited gold. The airplanes are lined up, they're in the chute, and this race is about to go.
So they're coming down the chute, and they're going straight for that guide pylon up on the hill. Everyone stays in their lane until they get to that guide pylon, and then the game is on.
8 planes in this race. The pole position, the #1 spot. Race number 8, Dreadnought.
Listen to that.
The sound and the fury of this one is unbelievable and incomparable to almost anything else in any motor racing platform.
Joel Swagger and Dreadnought coming around the back of the course, going down towards the Valley of Speed. This is where they pick up the most speed on the course.
He didn't come all the way from Australia to just a place. Watch him burn it down. Okay, we have Dennis Sanders and Eagles Nest. First time on the course. Ladies and gentlemen, pylon 7, 8, 9. Listen to the sound of the bad boys of air racing, Reno style.
Making the turn, getting ready to come past the grandstands here to a very appreciative audience. There's a good lead built up already. In the first lap by Joel Swagger, pilot from Ione, California in Dreadnought, the Sea Fury TMK-20 trainer of TMK-20 fighter plane.
Yeah. I hope you guys enjoyed that sound as much as we did. So Dreadnought is still in first place. There she is right there.
That's what it's all about right there, and it's been all about this plane through unlimited competition throughout the week. No one has been able to challenge.
Down low, we have Sawbones, and up there, we have Miss America with Brent Heisey. This is for second and third.
Sawbones, another one of the planes which was a favorite coming into this week. Miss America out of Oklahoma giving chase right now, but no one able to get that close to this one right here. Dreadnought has been unstoppable.
Miss America going for a pass on Kurt Brown on Sawbones.
Miss America, the red, white, and blue plane.
Our beauty queen.
Moving in closer and closer to Sawbones. Sawbones, again, one of the top favorites coming into this week.
These three are the favorites, Dreadnought, Sawbones, and Miss America. And everybody was kind of putting their money on different ones all along the week.
Back to the leader again, Joel Swagger and Dreadnought. The Sea Fury just performing as it has all week long.
There he is, coming back around the back of the course.
Back in fourth place behind the three we've been watching right there is Sherman Smoot in the Argonaut, race 114. We got our camera inside. Look at the desert go by
Look
from
at the pylons.
100 feet.
You just see a pylon coming up. There it
This
is.
is closed pylon racing. You got to stay outside those pylons, but you want to get close too. Race a shorter course if you can.
Split screen. We've got Dreadnought, number 8, coming around home pylon one more time.
Thrilling the crowds in the grandstands here. No one's left this airport. This very important race. This will make the
Brent
end of
Heisey
this
got a
week
pass on
incredible
Kurt
racing.
Brown. See what happens here. Keep an eye on that blue, red, white, and blue plane. Still on board with Sherman Smoot on the left, following our race on the right. That's Miss America right there in second place. Brent Heisey, number 11.
Successfully having gotten by Sawbones, the Sea Fury. Race 71. Brett Heisey, race 11 in second place right now, but still far, far in the wake. Joel Swager and Dreadnought.
Look who's back already.
114 Argonaut currently residing in fourth place. That's where we're getting our onboard shot there.
Joel just came around for lap 5.
Clicking off the miles very, very quickly here are these powerful airplanes.
He's pulling ahead, but it's not over yet.
No, anything can happen here.
There's
Every
Dreadnought.
encounter with a pylon can possibly derail a championship effort. So all the judges are watching very, very closely here, and you take the momentum you've got and you try not to let it overcome you. You got to run the race according to the rules.
There's our second place contender, Brent Heisey from Oklahoma in Miss America. I think he was sandbagging this week.
Qualifying at 386 miles an hour for this third spot. That's where they started today, now in second place.
I think he's going faster than that now.
This should be Dennis Sanders and Eagles Wings, and it also should be their flagship Dreadnought coming around one more time.
That's lap 6.
Well, we're getting closer and closer.
We're starting to lap the slower traffic. Joel got by Dennis Sanders, no problem. Brent Heisey is now trying to pass Dennis Sanders.
Here's
All
Dreadnought
eyes
at
on
about
Dreadnought.
the 12 o'clock position on our oval course right there, halfway through lap number 6. We're getting closer and closer to a gold champion in the unlimited class.
Look to your left, folks, one more time. It doesn't take long to get around this 7-mile course when you've got 38.
5 Sea Furies in this race, 2 Mustangs and 1 Yak.
Here comes Dreadnought.
No.
Second place behind him right there, Miss America. Behind our leader coming past the stand right now.
Lap 7 of 8.
2 more laps to go for our leader. Joel Swager having absolutely no problem navigating his way around this one in the front position.
He just made a call on the radio to tell someone that he was coming up to pass him. Watch that pass.
Does it effortlessly, so much speed at his disposal here. That's why this has been the dominant plane all week long. And in the premier event, he is putting on yet another show for the fans.
Which is where he's at now. Look over the 9 o'clock position on the course. 3 spots, diving down, cutting out.
Dreadnought continues lapping, going past plane after plane in this 8-plane field. Getting very close to having completed 7 of the 8 laps here.
Coming back around for the white flag lap.
White flag is out at the start-finish pylon. 1 more lap just to bring it home. There's Miss America in second place, but too far behind.
He's trying to get around all that lap traffic.
But he's put quite a bit of real estate between our 3rd place airplane, race 71 Sawbones.
Sawbones in 3rd just came around, but we've got our all eyes on Dreadnought.
There it is right there. Dreadnought forging forward. Nothing stopping this plane out here this week.
It looks great. One more time down the Valley of Speed.
Over on the west side of this course.
Okay, look to the Valley of Speed one more time.
Down in the Valley of Speed right there, dropping a little bit, gaining a little more momentum as if he needs it. He's done all the work, put all the hay in the barn. Now is the time to enjoy this race. Close but not too close to the last series of pylons right there, making the final turn. Digging for home is Dreadnought. Race number 8, Joel Swagger is your champion. Dreadnought dominant all week long. There's second place right there. Miss America, Brent Heisey. And there it is, checkered flag for Joel Swagger and Dreadnought. Oh, what racing we have seen just this day, just this final day of racing, but an entire week of racing that did not disappoint anyone. Biplanes.
Jets.
Incredible stuff from the Jets, the fastest class.
The lucky ride winner. And Andrew Finley.
Greatest pilots in America. Thanks to everyone, all the volunteers, hundreds of them who make this one-of-a-kind racing event possible to happen, and it can only happen here in America, Reno, Nevada, USA. Our congratulations to this amazing community who gets behind it 100%, and everyone who's come out and become a part of it. Thanks to you for joining with us today and all week long at the Reno National Championship Air Races from Reno. This day belongs to Justin Metters in his third year of racing.
All right. Hey, everybody. I got Justin Metters here today. Those that may or may not know what he's up to, he's got a bit of a long resume, so I'll let him speak to it. But most importantly, I think some of the guys and gals in the aviation business would know you as one of the pilots in the Reno Air Race. Do you want to give us a bit of a rundown on that and maybe a couple of other bullets on your resume?
Okay, yeah, I'm a Formula One pilot. And I race in Reno. I started in Formula One, actually racing in Formula One in 2016. That was my rookie season, racing a different airplane that I race now. I actually got him. I've been following Formula One for probably since the early 2000s. Just always thought it was such a cool sport, and really neat airplanes, and they look like they were all really built to go fast on their, the size and engine and everything that they use. So I was always fascinated by that, and then got involved with it probably in probably around 2012 is when I actually got involved, like starting to really get involved with it and meet people and stuff like that. But 16 was when I finally actually got to race, and it was all over from then. From then on, had to race from then on. Yeah.
So I'm actually curious about these. You as a pilot in an airplane like that. Most of us, let's call it amateur pilots, right? We get into a 182, 172, a Bonanza, Sierras if you're fortunate to go a bit of up market or graduate further up. And there's always a few hundred, few thousand models that are just like it. Yeah. And usually thousands of pilots that have flown them, know them, and a bunch of them are instructors that'll teach you how to fly them, right? Yeah. There's an ecosystem around each of these airplanes. When you guys fly, every one is a one-off, and a one-off that keeps changing. So how do you ever get to know the airplane, and who teaches you how to fly it? If you know what I mean? If it's a one-off.
Right. Yeah. So in 16, the airplane I raced in 16 was an established airplane, and the guy that owned it, fortunately, is not with us anymore. But he knew everything that he could possibly tell me about the airplane. So he gave me kind of a little. He's on the instrument panel. He stuck a little cheat sheet on there for the numbers that I needed to look for while I was flying it. But which was then moving to my new airplane. Of course, it was brand new. That wing and tail and airframe combo had never been flown before, so on any other aircraft. So we just had to do all the math, make sure the CG was going to be perfect and that the airplane was going to handle like it was supposed to, and hope that everything that we had calculated worked out. And everything went fine. It actually was, the very first flight was pretty much uneventful, and most of phase one of the airplane was very uneventful too. There were a few there were a few moments of what's going on, but everything else is pretty smooth. But with just one person in the airplane, you have to figure it out on your own. You don't have any backup there really, so it's a little nerve-wracking.
Sure. This year, right, we have this giant interruption in people's preparation, build up.
Yeah.
Now we say, okay, well, you know what? Stand by, wait a year. What do you think that's going to do to how well people are prepared? Maybe the machines will be more prepared with the extra time, but pilots not having, or racers in any sport, not having that, that fix for another year. Right. What do you think that's going to do when we get started next year?
I think everybody's going to be hungry. I think everybody's going to be real hungry. I think they're going to all want to go. I think it's going to be an extra year, like you said, to prepare the machines. But I think everybody's going to want it more because we didn't get to do it for a year. That's my opinion. Other people may have a different opinion, but I think everybody's going to probably be pushing hard next year, really hard. I think everybody better be on their game next year if they want to go fast and they want to be at the front. I think.
STOL and STOL drag. Another sport in this world, STOL drag was AOPA was part of that a little bit with that team last year, both at High Sierra and at Reno. What do you think of that category of racing? And the obvious question, are you going to give it a swing?
Well, we're building the airplane, so maybe so. That was kind of if it interferes with my other racing, probably not at Reno. But we love the format and the layout and everything. But if the schedule works out, we would love to do it. We're gonna probably attend other events and kind of get our feet wet a little bit, see what we can do in it.
You said you're building an airplane. What kind of airplane are you building for STOL?
We're going to build the Just Aircraft Highlander. It's such a cool little airplane, and it has tons of engine combinations that you can do and propeller combinations. We're hoping we're going to build it with the Yamaha engine, which is obviously not a standard aircraft engine, but it makes crazy power. And Steve Henry has been having some awesome performances with his airplane with that engine. So,
but it's an incredible airplane. I mean, you slow it down; those slats, leading edge slats pop out, and it just hangs there. It just doesn't go anywhere.
Right. It's crazy. There's a little bit of headwind, and it's almost touching down without any ground.
Yeah. And for a mediocre pilot like me, those giant shocks are very forgiving.
Oh yeah. You can just bounce it right in. Yeah, it's impressive. They're very impressive for sure. I think the hardest thing for me is going to be getting in the airplane as a paraplegic pilot.
So I was going to ask you about the obvious anyway. You just mentioned it. So rules for your airplane have to be pretty unique. Right. Getting in and out of the airplane being the first issue, but flying it, I think most of us can't imagine flying the airplane just with your upper body. And I'm purpose to say upper body because I'm sure there's more to it than just a couple of hands.
That's a lot. That's most of it. Yeah, that's most of it.
You're building an airplane from the ground up. The Highlander. What does it take, and what it's like to just completely skip one part of the controls that we are all we take for granted. Right.
So that was just something we kind of had to develop on our own. No one else is really doing any tailwheel stuff. There's several controls out there for certified airplanes, but a tricycle gear. Right. But all the airplanes that I wanted to fly were tailwheel, so I had to figure it all out myself. So we developed the controls over. I've got several controls for different airplanes, but the race plane is the most specialized one because of everything I need to be able to do during a race. We're playing with mixture and throttle, of course, and all that kind of stuff. So my airplane, the center stick is pretty standard. It's just your pitch and roll. The only difference is I have a brake master cylinder on that center stick for my right brake.
Okay.
And then so I can have differential braking. So then on my left stick, on the left side of the airplane, I have my rudder control. So
pilot community is a pretty small crew, and AOPA even more so. And from my perspective, as a small community, we need to have each other's back. So from your perspective, are there things that you want to ask the pilot community, people listening, watching? what can we do for you?
You know, anything flying related, I think needs representation. I don't care how small it is. It's such a, you know, all these little events, small or big, are such cool events, and it seems like, you know, they're all very well covered and represented for sure. So it sounds like you guys are doing an awesome job at everything. You know, just, you know, keep looking out for us.
All right, and for you, anything we can do for you, support you on your adventure at the next race, other than, of course, we'll be waiting and cheering you up at the next race next year.
Yeah. No, just, you know, as many people that can come out as possible to support the actual event, for sure. You know, we're going to be there, and so the more people that are there supporting the event just keeps it alive that much longer. So hopefully we never lose the event, but if we don't have spectators, most likely the event can't survive. So the more people that come, the better.
Perfect. Well, you know what? I will see you next year at Reno. How's that?
All right. Sounds great.
Hey, thanks much. Talk to you soon.
Thanks a lot.